What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Hangout spot where you already know it's real talk, boxing talk, live from my man cave. It's your boy Johnny, and I am your host for another edition of the Hangout spot live. This time, the Wednesday night edition. Michael Buffer, help us get it popping.
Let's get ready to rumble!
And I just want to thank everybody for rocking out on this Wednesday night, man. We got one hell of a show in store for you tonight, man. We got another undefeated prospect, this time all the way from Canada. We got the pretty boy assassin, Miguel Estrada, in the building. He is 3-0. He's 19 years old. He has 2 of those wins via night, man, and he is lighting up the scene, man. Lighting up the scene, man. Shout out to our guy Chad from Canada, man, for helping me get this interview, man. My guy trains out in the Wild Card Boxing Gym. You know what it is, man. The famous gym owned by Freddie Roach, the legend, man. And we're excited. We're excited to have him up here and introduce him to the DHS family. We will get him up here in just a couple minutes. But I just want to thank everybody for rocking out on our show last night, man. We did 6 hours, man, and we was cooking, man. We were cooking. We were dealing with a little bit of adversity, man, but we get through it, baby. This is what we do here at the Hangout spot, man. So shout out to all of y'all that hung through, man. And tonight will be no different. We are putting in the work, man. But y'all know the deal. Before we get our guests in here, man, there's ground rules here at the Hangout spot. If you're watching this live on YouTube, smash that like button, man, and help us get this channel out into the algorithm and homepage of other boxing fans so they know we rock out. Weeknights, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Sunday nights, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we are doing live fight chats and post-fight live reactions, man. We are cooking here. We are cooking. We're cooking here in the studio, and we're also cooking boots to ground, man. So make sure you guys smash that like button. We need more callers, man, and more community members here at DHS. We are also streaming live on X and on Facebook, man. If you are watching on X, please shoot me a retweet and share, follow, and then come on over here to YouTube and join the party. Same thing on Facebook. Salute to my Facebook people out there. Shoot me a like. Come on over here to YouTube and subscribe to the channel. And if you've already subscribed, you know the deal, man. There are power in numbers. Tell a friend to subscribe. We need more family members here at DHS. We're trying to turn this small train into a locomotive. In order for us to do that, we're going to need some more passengers, man. You know we got to get to that next goal of 3K. We are cooking, man. We are growing very, very fast here at the Hangout spot together. And last but not least, the most important ground rule is the chat must cook. Y'all got to cook in the chat, man. We got the best chat in boxing YouTube podcast. I'm a strong believer of that, man. So make sure you guys interact with each other. But if you do have a question or comment that you want read to our guests, the best way to do that is via super chat, because the chat be cooking, man. It's hard for me to determine what the comments are opposed to the questions. I will monitor the chat. And if I do see a question, I'll make sure I pull it up. But sometimes I'm not going to see it. So if you want to make sure you get a question read to our guests or a comment, or you just want to show some love, super chat is the best way to go. And it also provides your boy with a little bit of a donation. Every penny counts, man. We actually do have a 10 super chat go up. We're working overtime. If you want to provide a donation via super chat, super sticker, Cash App, which is scrolling down below, or check out the QR codes, man. We got the Zelle and we got the Cash App QR code on the side of the screen, man. Like I said, every penny counts, man. We are working overtime here for the third shift and the overnight workers here at the Hangout spot, man. But yeah, like I said, man, I'm excited to get our guest in here. Again, he's from Canada. He's only 19 years old, man. 19 years old, turned pro last year, March of 2024, and he currently is 3-0, 2 wins via knockout, and he's coming off an impressive second round stoppage this past Friday, man. So without further ado, man, I want to bring in our guy, man, Miguel Estrada in the building. What's going on, champ? Welcome to the Hangout spot, man.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. And as you can see, man, he picked a perfect nickname, bro. He's the pretty boy assassin, man. Look at him, man. 19 years old, man. He looks like a model, man. You don't look like a fighter. You look like a young model, man. That's what's up, man. That's what's going on, man. Welcome to the Hangout spot, man. Make sure the chat, you guys show our guests how we do it up here at DHS, man. Give them a warm welcome in the chat, man. Show some love. But first and foremost, man, congratulations, man. You are coming off
Thank you.
great performance this Friday, man. Second round stoppage. That's actually a second stoppage in a row, man. You know,
Yeah.
2 out of those 3 fights, man, already ending in stoppage, man. Talk to me about that performance, man. How would you rate that performance?
I mean, I would give it like a 7 out of 10. I mean, it was good. I got the job done, but I mean, there's still a lot to improve and work on, So I'm never satisfied. Just back in the gym already, so to get better and yeah.
So hold up. Your fight was Friday. Wednesday, you're back in the gym already?
Yeah, I back in the gym Monday.
Damn, okay, that's dedication. My man took the weekend off and it was right back to work Monday morning, man. Shout out to you, man. Shout out
Yes.
to you, man. Shout out to you, man. But yeah, so 3 pro fights in, man. What would you say is the biggest difference, from the amateurs to pros? Like what's been the biggest difference for you personally? Besides the competition, obviously, that's obvious, but what's been the biggest difference from amis to professionals?
Definitely the no headgear. It in my pro debut, and even my second fight, I found it to be quite of a shock to get hit with the smaller gloves and no headgear. But this past fight, I felt very comfortable. So I know that all my training for the past year, the year layoff that I had, has paid off.
3 fights in, do you finally when did you finally feel like, damn, I'm a professional? Was it after the first fight? Was it after the second fight? Was it after this one?
Honestly, it's probably after this one. I mean,
Really?
this
Okay.
this camp, I mean, it was very good. I mean, it was the first time I truly felt like a professional boxer.
Okay, that's what's up. That's what's up. And the reason why I asked that question is because it's rare when I ask a young fighter if they really, really, really get that whole pro feel after that first one. Usually they tell me it takes a couple of fights before you finally feel like, okay, I'm a professional now. I finally feel like a professional. So thank you. That's actually a very, very honest answer, man. But you said you gave yourself a 7 out of 10. I thought it was a 9, man. It was a good performance. There's a lot of things that you do really, really well, including a hit to the body. But what are some of the things off the top that you feel like you need to work on?
Uh, Maybe not getting headbutted.
Well,
I think that's one thing.
that's a continuous work in progress because that goes from fight to fight depending on who you are fighting. But I get what you're saying, right? From a
Yeah,
defensive
yeah.
standpoint. Okay, so anything else that you feel like I really, really want to kind of lock in on and improve on?
I would say maybe uh like throwing a little bit more punches. Maybe I could have done a little bit better with that, or be a little bit calmer when my opponent is hurt or whatever.
Okay, so
Like,
letting your hands go a little bit more, obviously, staying patient,
yeah, yeah.
right? Okay, staying patient. Okay, all right. No, I get it. I absolutely get it. And those things will come, obviously. 3 fights in. But you're off to a very, very good start, man. And I just want to give a shout out to the chat, man. We got my man Claymore Rain in the building. Appreciate you. And we got Chad, man. We got your fellow countryman. Chad is in the building. What's going on,
What's
Chad?
up, Chad?
Pretty boy assassin, man. He speaks very, very highly of you, man. I mean, I knew about you before your pro debut, man, because he speaks very, very highly of you. But we're happy to have you here, man. Salute to the chat. We got Birdman getting us started with the first super chat of the night. Appreciate you. That's the first one. We need 9 more to hit our goal. He said, like, share, and subscribe to the Hangout spot. Appreciate you, champ. And I appreciate that we have the pretty boy assassin with us, Miguel Estrada, 3-0 with 2 of those wins via knockout. The last one was a second round stoppage, which we were just talking about this Friday night, man. Can't wait to see you back in the ring. But let's go back to where the journey started, man. You're from Canada. And I'm really, really curious to know, like, when did you start boxing? And more importantly, what inspired you to be able to say, I want to be a professional fighter? This is what I want to do for a living.
So I started when I was 7 years old, and my dad was a big fan of the sport. He loves boxing, so he put me into the sport. And I knew when I wanted to be a professional fighter and do this for a living as soon as I started. I mean, it's been a long journey, and to see myself actually do this, like I'm proud of myself.
As you should be, man. As you should be. So that first time you went in the gym, that was it. It clicked. You were like, nah, man, this is it. Did you play any other sports when you were young?
Not really. I put soccer here and there. I mean, it was okay. I mean, I wasn't the best at it or whatever, but as soon as I went into the gym and started training, I knew I wanted to do it.
Nah, nah, for sure, for sure. And talk to us about your amateur career. Let's get into that. You have a very, very extensive amateur background, man. Talk to us about how many years you were in the amateur, some of the accolades that you had.
So I was an amateur from 7 years old to 17 years old. So yeah, basically 10 years as an amateur. I had 70 amateur fights. I was Canadian champion. I competed internationally for Team Canada. Uh, I traveled uh, to yeah, a lot of different countries. I competed in a world championship in Spain in 2022. Uh, I I got the silver medal in the Olympic qualifiers uh,
Nice. I saw that. I
for
saw that. That happened in 2023, right?
yeah in 2023.
No, that's a nice accomplishment, especially again representing Canada. But how did that experience prepare you to become a professional fighter?
It prepared me a lot. I mean, I am really grateful for my amateur background because without that, I don't think I would be where I am today without it.
Right, right. Is that your most proudest and memorable moments, if not, as an amateur? If not, what was your proudest or most memorable moment as an amateur fighter?
My proudest moment would probably be competing internationally for Team Canada. I mean, being with the team and my friends, it was really fun. And even fighting internationally too.
Which is
Meeting
different.
diff Yeah,
Which is
yeah.
different because you're a teenager, right? Usually
Hmm.
teenagers, they're in middle school, they're in high school, they're hanging out with their friends in school, girlfriends. Meanwhile, you're traveling, competing, So again, how was that different, man? Because realistically, you're putting in all that time in travel. You really, really didn't have that amount of time to be a regular teenager, right?
Yeah. I mean,
That's what I'm saying. You gotta love this sport. You gotta be dedicated and love this sport, man.
yeah, like I enjoy doing what I'm doing. So to me, if I like the partying or whatever, like I don't really care for it too much. I rather be in the gym and learning a lot.
Did you find time in the middle of traveling and training to do the normal stuff, like maybe go to the movies, you know, uh, maybe take a girlfriend out on a date or something like that, a party, a prom, any of that stuff? Did you try to kind of inch in between all the work and traveling?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, so I would try to enjoy myself a little bit. I mean,
Okay.
I'm still human.
And you're still young.
Yeah.
So, you're not even legal drinking age yet. Yeah, here you are, man, ready to go into your fourth pro fight, man. Congratulations, man. I love it, man. Got off to an early start, man. Did his thing in the amateurs. Obviously, like he said, man, won a silver medal as an Olympic qualifier in the finals. I mean, that's just amazing. And now And now, for the chat, he's training, in one of the most famous and glorious boxing gyms in the world, the Wild Card Boxing Club. Obviously, we know that is owned by the great Freddie Roach. And I believe, are you trained by Marvin? Marvin's Somodio?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, good, good, good. So tell me, what brought you to Wild Card, man? What brought you to Wild Card, and how has it been working with Marvin?
Uh, I mean, being there at Wildcard, it's great. I mean, Coach Marvin, he knows what he's doing, and I trust everything or whatever he says. If he says I gotta take a break, I'll take a break. If I gotta fight, I'll fight. So I mean, he knows what he's doing, and being there, it's awesome.
But what got you there? Like, what
Uh,
got you to Wild Card?
so honestly, probably being inspired by Pacquiao. I mean,
Mm.
Pacquiao, seeing him train there and stuff like train there, YouTube videos, Instagram reels, right? Uh, Seeing him just train there, I wanted to be there, and then seeing like
So you
Miguel Cotto as well.
so you just showed up there. Obviously, Pacquiao inspired you. I mean, again, man, we're not talking about just any gym. We're
Yeah.
talking about a Hall of Famer. And obviously, have you had a chance to work a little bit with Freddie Roach?
With Freddie, I mean, he has his fighters, and in the gym, there's a rule that says you can't train or give advice to like other fighters. It's right there on the
Really,
wall. Yeah,
really. Okay, okay. So you guys are
but I
kind of
mean,
separated. Like Marvin has his own fighters, Freddie has his own fighters. Is that how it works?
yeah, kind of like that.
Mm, okay. So the $1 million question: have you had a chance to meet Manny Pacquiao?
Yeah, I met him
Ah,
for
okay. How
his
was that?
camp.
When was that? When was that?
Maybe in June, June or May
Of
for
this
his
year?
camp. Yeah, this year for his camp
Oh,
with
okay.
Barrios.
Nice. Okay. So you pulled up on him, man. How did that feel, man? Obviously meeting one of your
Oh,
idols.
oh man, I I was in shock. I was like, wait, did I actually meet Pacquiao? I was like, no way.
You still didn't believe it after it happened?
Yeah, yeah, literally.
Did you ask him to, let's get some work, man? Give me a round. You didn't even ask him to spar?
No, I respect him too much.
What about any other fighters there, man? Tell me, who have you sparred with? I think you sparred with have you sparred with Andy Dominguez, I believe?
Yeah, I sparred with Andy.
Navarro. I think you sparred with Steven Navarro, right?
Yeah, I sparred with Steven.
Yeah. How was that work, man?
Oh, it's good. I mean, they're great fighters, and each time I step into the ring with them, I learn something new about myself.
Really? Okay. So was that because of some of the things that they do from an experience standpoint that you've never seen before?
Yeah, exactly.
Got you. Got you. Okay, that's what's up, man. It's always good to get that knowledge, man. We got Trini Bronx with the two-piece, bro. He said, respect Miguel. What part of Canada you rep? Where were you born at
I
specifically?
I was born in Kitchener, Ontario, but I live in London, Ontario.
Okay. And you still live there unless you're out in California training.
Yeah, yeah,
Got you.
exactly.
I got you. Okay, okay. That's what's up. We are here with Miguel Estrada, man, the pretty boy assassin, man. 19 years old, undefeated, man. 3-0 in the building. Make sure you guys continue to cook in the chat and show him love, man. Show him love. But yeah, David Garcia says Steven a menace. That's good. That's good work, man. That's good work for you, man. That's good work. Anybody else there experience that you can say, hey, man, this is another guy that's really giving me some good work besides those two?
There's Christian Robles, there's Rocco. He Yeah, Rocco. There's Maggie. Sometimes I forget the last names. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. So again, man, how has it been with Marvin, man? How has he elevated you as a young professional fighter?
Very, very well. I mean, comparing to my last fight that I had, and with this performance, I truly see a big difference. And I know that the work that Marvin has put in me is has paid off.
Do you guys do film study together? Is that something he does and it incorporates it into your training, or does he involve you in that?
I mean, he he tells me sometimes to study some fighters on my own time, but we usually just do what he tells me
So
on how it
okay,
works.
I got you. I got you. So Marvin, he'll let you know what to do. You get it done. Getting that work in the gym. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. It's always important for a young fighter in the sport of boxing to surround themselves with a lot of good, experienced people in the sport, man. And it doesn't get any better, than being around, the wild card boxing gym, Marvin. I mean, his fighters. It's gonna be good for you, man. It's gonna be excellent, excellent for you, man, as you continue to grow in this sport and you to continue to grow as a fighter, as a young man, in this sport, man. It's it's priceless, man. It's priceless. You probably end up getting to see Pacquiao again, man, because I think he's getting back in the ring. They're saying he might be fighting again, possibly against Rolly, man. So
Yeah.
you may be seeing him again really, really soon, man. Tell him you want that round, man. Tell him to give you a couple rounds.
Yeah,
Tell him
if they
I'm
give it
ready,
to
man.
me.
I'm ready. Give me 2 rounds, man. What's up? You got to go in there. You got to go get it, man.
Yeah.
That would be excellent, man. If you ever do that, you got to come back and you got to talk to us about it. That's going to be an invaluable experience, man. So talk to us about your pro debut, man. That was in Nicaragua, right? Right?
Yeah. Yes, correct.
And it was against an undefeated guy, which doesn't
Yeah.
happen all the time. Which doesn't happen all the time, man. So what were your thoughts going into that fight, man? Were you nervous?
I don't usually get nervous before I fight. I usually get excited. I mean, I enjoy like fighting, so I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna have fun.
So you were just ready to get it. You was just ready to get in there, man. And
Yeah, yeah.
you end up winning that fight by decision. What was the feeling that you had after that fight when you got into the locker room, man?
I was like, did this really just happen? It was like all like a blur.
Yeah, yeah. No, I got you. I got you. What did you do after that? Like after that fight? Did you go out to eat? Did you go spend time with the family? Like what did you do after that victory?
After that victory, I was invited to go have dinner with Roman Chocolatito Gonzalez. He took me out to eat
Wow.
and with spend some time with my family as well.
That is absolutely dope. In fact, we got Trini Brox. Trini, you took one of my questions, but that's a great question, man. Trini back with the two-piece. Appreciate you. He said, Miguel, speak a little on meeting Chocolatito, a legend in this sport, man. How was that whole experience?
It was awesome. I mean, he's really a great guy. So, and I'm grateful that he he was there at my debut. I mean, I'm a big fan of him. But yeah,
That's amazing that he was actually there and he actually shows you some love after the fight. He's a
yeah, yeah.
true legend, man. What kind of advice did he give you? Any advice before or after?
Uh, he's told me to just keep my hands up, and he was telling my corner to for me to be a little bit more tighter with my punches
Mhm.
during the fight. And yeah, I mean, he's a very knowledgeable guy. So
He's a legend in the game, man.
yeah,
You
legend.
know, when you're getting advice from legends. I mean, you're training with high caliber trainers, world class trainers. I mean, you're in the gym. You're training in the same gym as one of the best to ever do it, Manny Pacquiao, man. How many 19-year-old guys can say that, man?
I'm not sure.
I don't think many. I think the right
I
answer
don't
to
think,
that is
yeah.
really not many, if any at all, man. Soak it all in, man. Soak it all in because you've worked hard to get to this point, man. Enjoy it. Enjoy the journey, man. It's exciting, man. You're right at the beginning, man. Think about it. There's just so many other tiers that you are going to be able to, drive through, surpass, man. Enjoy the journey, man.
Thank you,
Take
thank
it
you. I
all in, man.
appreciate it.
Take it all in, man. Trini Bronx, appreciate the donation. We need 7 more super chats, y'all. Make sure y'all continue to show my guy, the pretty boy assassin, Miguel Estrada, some love in the chat, man. So yeah, so you're 3-0 now. And I think it's
Correct.
wise to look at short-term goals, right? You still got your whole career ahead of you. So what are some of your short-term goals? Like, for example, how busy do you want to stay? How many fights do you realistically want to get in, yearly? If you had your choice, what's the plan short term for you?
If it were up to me, I would be wanting to fight at least 3 or 4 times a year. 3 to 4 times, yeah. And just keep on winning. I mean, that's what the whole point of the sport, the whole point of me boxing, just keep on winning.
And is that the plan for your your management team? Do they share that same outlook? Do they want to keep you busy? For example, you just fought Friday. Do you plan on getting another fight in before the end of the year?
We'll see what happens.
Okay.
We'll discuss that with the whole team, and yeah, just wait and
And
stay
who's
active.
managing you?
Stay ready.
Who's actually managing you now?
Uh, so her name is Bashir Mooney. She's my
Ah, okay.
manager.
Yep, yep, yep,
She's
yep.
with
Okay.
Dream. Her name or brand is like Dream Chasers Boxing.
Yep, yep, yep. I've heard of. Yep, I've heard of her. Okay, good, good, good. Has she been your manager since you turned pro?
No, she's been my manager since March.
Okay, of this year. Okay, good. So you guys are just starting to get acclimated. Okay, haven't been done a full year. All right, so a lot of growing, a lot of growth ahead together. That's pretty exciting. I'm glad you got some management. Again, man, the best thing to do as a young fighter, especially in this sport, which would be very, very brutal, is surround yourself with good business people that could be able to manage you appropriately and move you appropriately. Again, it looks like you got it right in the gym. Now all you need to do is get it right outside of the gym, which is what you look like you're doing. So that's good, man. That's good. Hopefully it could keep you busy, man. 2026, I think will be a big year for you. If you could get about 4 fights in, that would be awesome for you.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
That's dope, man. That's dope. But now let's think long term, man. What is your ultimate goal in the sport of boxing? What do you want to? What's your ultimate goal?
My ultimate goal is to be great.
How
I'm
do you
gonna
how do you define greatness? What's your definition of greatness?
multiple weight division world champion, undisputed world champion. I'm gonna be like that.
That's good. Okay, because the reason why I asked you that question, Miguel, is because everybody, all fighters have a different definition of what they see greatness as. Some of them want
Yeah,
to be the most richest. Some of them want to concentrate on legacy. Some of them want to conquer as many world titles. So it looks like that you are after the accolades, obviously, and legacy.
yeah,
Amazing.
for
Great
sure.
answer, man. Great answer. Great answer. I love it, man. Stay focused, man. Keep working, man. I'm happy that we got a chance to get you here and introduce you to the Hangout Spot family. And yeah, we're gonna be riding with you, man. We're gonna be watching that growth with you, man. We'll be with
Thank
you
you,
along the
thank you.
way, man. Anybody who comes to the Hangout Spot, they family. So we will be right there with you, man. Make sure you guys show Miguel some love. But what are some of your boxing inspirations, man? Some of the people that you idolize, some of the people that you looked up to, besides Manny Pacquiao. There's got to be some other fighters.
I mean, both Alexa Arguello and Chocolatito. I mean, I'm huge fans of them. I love them greatly. There's also Kodo. Floyd, Crawford, the Four Kings. I love those guys.
The Four Kings. Wow, we're talking about a 19-year-old fighter, man. You know that idolizes our Alexis Arguello, the Four Kings. That's very impressive, man. Very impressive. I'm glad you brought up Alexis Arguello because I saw a post that you put on IG. I think somebody interviewed you and they compared you or you compared yourself to Alexis, and then you started showing clips of yourself and Alexis Arguello hitting to the body. I thought that shit was phenomenal. I'm actually gonna show my audience that as soon as this interview is over, man. We'll share the screen and we'll show it, man. I thought that was dope. Why Alexis Arguello, man? What do you know about Alexis Arguello? When did you become when did he become one of your boxing inspirations, man?
Since I was little, I mean, since I'm from a Nicaraguan background,
Right.
my family, especially my dad, he grew up watching him. Uh, so he showed me clips and videos of him ever since I was young, and I've always been inspired by him.
That's amazing, man. That's amazing. I saw that. I was like, holy smokes, man. Like, you don't see a lot of young fighters, trying to take a page out of the likes of an Alexis Arguello or the Four Kings and stuff like that. So I guess it's safe to say that some of the stuff that he's done has inspired your style as a fighter, correct?
Yeah, correct.
So for the people that have never seen you fight, what type of style do you have? Are you more of a boxer puncher? You more of a
Yeah, I'm
body
more of a
puncher?
boxer puncher, boxer puncher. Yeah.
Okay, that's what's up. That's what's up. Make sure you guys show the pretty boy assassin some love in the chat. I see the chat's cooking. Chad is in the chat, man. He's going off, man. We appreciate you, Chad. Chad said you are real old school. Yep, that's what's up. And I think that's a compliment. I'm old school myself, so that's big time, man. That is big time. He also said salute to Miguel's pops. He wants to shout out your dad. And I want to shout out Chad, obviously, man, because Chad put me on to you, man, and help facilitate this. So shout out to you, Chad. You are family here at the Hangout Spot as well as Miguel. Great interview so far, man. Great interview so far. So what's some of your favorite things that you like to do in the gym? Is it sparring, mitts, heavy bag, running?
I love everything. I love the whole
You love it
process
all.
of
Okay.
I love it all.
There's got to be
I
something that you
enjoy
don't
it.
like, though. Tell me. Okay, so tell me something that you like. I don't really feel that, man. Is there anything that you kind of don't feel about training?
Uh, maybe the strength and conditioning part. I mean, it's a little tough.
Leg day.
Yeah.
When I used to go to the gym and I used to lift weights, it was always leg day, man. I couldn't stand leg day. But I can bench, I can do upper body all day. But so weight training, how so is that often incorporated into your training?
Yeah, yeah.
It's a must.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you gotta grow into that man. You gotta go into that man straight, man. You gotta do that, man. You gotta do it. You gotta suck it up, man. You gotta suck it up. How many rounds do you usually spar before a fight? More or less, approximately.
I do 6 rounds, uh, 3 days a week, so 18 rounds a week.
Okay. Okay, good, 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 good. Good work, good work. Are you like, do you watch boxing? Like, for example, on the weekends when there's a fight card, like are you a fan
Oh,
of boxing?
oh yeah. Like
Okay.
from the start of the card to the main event, like I'm watching the whole thing.
So you locked in.
And
That's what's up. That's what I like to hear.
I'll sometimes me and my dad, if I'm home, we'll stay up and watch the post-fight interviews. We'll watch everything, all the interviews. We'll watch the weigh-ins, press conference, the whole process of the fight week.
Good. So you are all in. It's weird because I ask a lot of young fighters that question, and a lot of them will say no. They don't really watch boxing like that because they live the life of a fighter. So they they don't really gravitate towards it unless it's a big fight. But the fact that you love boxing, you're a student of the game. You're a boxing fan first, right?
Yeah.
Got you. Got you. Okay. And I bet when you look at some of these fighters, these big fights, you're like, damn, it's only a matter of time. I can't wait to see me in there doing it, right? Do you do that?
Yeah.
I
I
bet. I
visualize
bet.
all the
Because I know I
times.
would.
Yeah.
That's what's up, man. That's what's up. Did you watch so obviously you watched the Crawford and Canelo.
Oh yeah.
What'd you think of that fight?
Great fight. I mean, Crawford did what he had to do to win, and I give him props for it.
That's what's up. Any future fight that you're looking forward to? There's a lot of fights coming up on the horizon, man. You got Boots this weekend. He'll be fighting. You got Fundora is gonna be fighting Thurman at the end of the month. You got Lubin, who will be fighting Virgil Ortiz. You got the big card in November, David Benavidez and Yard, Devin Haney and Brian Norman Jr. Which any of those fights you're looking forward to more than any of the others?
I'd probably say Brian Norman Jr. versus Devaney. That's probably the fight I'm looking forward to.
Let's go. That's the fight that we're looking forward to the most. Tell me why you're looking forward to that fight and give me your breakdown and your prediction.
I'm looking forward to the fight because both Haney and Norman, they both have a great style, and I think both of their styles will lead into like a great clash of like knowledge, like a big test match. And I think that Norman Jr. is gonna win. I think he'll maybe stop if he stops him, it'll be like 10-11. But if Haney can last that long, it would yeah, decision Norman Jr.
Wow. Okay. That's cool, man. We rock with the Normans here. So that was good to hear. We are looking forward to that fight as well. In fact, the entire card is gonna be fire. You got Benavidez and Yard, you got Bam Rodriguez, Bam Rodriguez, which is he's not far from your division. He's not far from your division. He's gonna be fighting against Puma Martinez. You got Abdullah Mason going for his first world title at a young age against Stam Noak. So it's gonna be a legendary card, man. It's gonna be a legendary card. He's a
Yeah, for
smart
sure.
guy, y'all. He's picking Norman, man. He's picking Norman. That's what's up, man. Trinity Bronx back with another two-piece. Appreciate you, champ. He said you look up to some great fighters. Yeah, man. Yeah. No, that was very, very refreshing to hear, man. I love I'm gonna show y'all after the interview. I'm gonna pull up his IG post so you can see that little comparison that Lexus Arguello. I thought that was phenomenal. Whoever put that together for you, that was dope on your IG. Did you put that together or somebody put that together for you?
No, I put that together.
My man, my man, my man. Shout out to the pretty boy assassin, man. 3-0 with two of those wins via knockout. So when you're not fighting, you're not watching boxing, and you're just a regular teenager going into, obviously manhood, right? Legal drinking age. What are your hobbies? What do you like to do when you're not boxing?
I like to walk. I like to watch some anime, some movies, TV. I like to read as well. Yeah, those are my hobbies.
What type of movies do you like to watch?
Action, comedy, dramas.
What's your favorite movie or your top 3 favorite movies that you would recommend to somebody? You got to watch this one. You got to watch that one.
I would say Seven with
Brad Pitt.
Brad Pitt, yeah. Maybe Forrest Gump. I mean, that's a good
It's
one.
Gump was a great movie, man. Okay.
And then definitely Green Mile. Yeah, Green Mile.
The Green Mile. Okay, that's what's up. 3 great movies, man. Shout out to you, man. Okay, okay, that's what's up. So talk about some of your sponsors. You got some sponsorships, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Give a shout out to some of your sponsors, man.
Shout out to my sponsor, Tiny's Automotive and Frontier Dental. You guys have been great to me, and thank you for your support.
Amazing, man. Amazing. Great young man, man. Great young man. What's the I just got a couple more for you and then I'll let you get back to go watching movies or go reading. But now that you know what you mentioned reading. So what type of books do you read and is there a book that you would recommend?
Uh, I like reading fiction books, but sometimes nonfiction, depending on what the book is about, but mostly fiction. And book I would recommend is The Maze Runner. I mean, I just finished that maybe a couple days ago, and now I'm reading the second book, Scorched Trials, right now.
Awesome, awesome. Do you play video games? Because you're a young guy, so I figured I got to ask you that question because most young guys play video games.
No, not really.
Wow, damn, this is what I'm talking about. True student of the game, man. True student of the game. That's what I'm talking about. You got to be one of the first young fighters that has told me they don't play video games. Mostly all of them play video games. He's always in the gym, y'all. He don't have no time. The dude fought on Friday. He's back in the gym. He's working in a wild card boxing club under the tutelage of Marvin, man. Yeah, he's in good hands, man. He's doing his thing, man. He's doing his thing. Uh, best piece of advice someone's ever given you. It could be in life or it can be in boxing.
Work hard and have fun. That's my motive.
Work
That's
hard. Work.
that, that's what I'm doing
Okay.
right now.
There you go. All right. Work hard and have fun. Enjoy doing it. That's what's up, man. You got to mix in a little bit of the two. I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. So you mentioned that your legacy, your outlook, your end goal is you want to be great. You're 19 years old. So I want you to finish this sentence for me. If all goes well, I will be a world champion by the age of what?
When all goes well,
Okay,
22,
when all goes well.
22, 21,
Wow, 2 more years?
23. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Your early 20s. You think, okay, well, Xander Zayas, youngest world champion in boxing, 22 years old. Just got that strap at 154. That's amazing,
Yeah.
man. That's amazing, man. So, I think I asked you this earlier, but no fight date. You're just kind of playing it by cue. Don't know if you're going to be back in the ring yet until 2026, right?
Yeah. Correct.
Right. So listen, if something does get announced, man, let us know. That way we can spread the love. If you put something out on IG, tag me. I want to be able to share that, get the word out for you, man. More
Okay.
people out there need to know who you are and need to know what you aspire to be, which is a champion, man. I thought this interview was absolutely phenomenal, man. It was more like a conversation and I enjoyed it. But what do you want to tell your fans, man? What do you want to tell your fans? What do you want to tell your fans in Canada, your fans in Nicaragua? What do you want to tell your fans?
I just want to say thank you for being a fan. Thank you for supporting me and every message that you guys send. I read it and it means a lot to me knowing that you guys actually care. And my message, the next thing I want to say is be ready for another great performance for
Mm,
the next fight. Getting better, getting stronger. Yeah.
I forgot to ask you. So I'm gonna ask you. Where'd you come up? Where did the nickname the Pretty Boy Assassin come from?
So it was actually my dad. Uh, so one of the coaches back home, shout out Abdul Judah. He said I'm pretty boy, right? And after we we took that, right? But people here in Wildcard, they call me Babyface Assassin. So then after I told my dad that, and then after my dad just put two and two together. So he said Pretty Boy Assassin. Yeah, Pretty Boy Assassin.
So your dad came up with that. That's what's up. Do you remember who they
Yeah.
used to call the babyface assassin?
Yeah, Barrera.
Barrera, and there was another. It was another fighter, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Chat. Let me know if I'm wrong. I think it was Johnny Tapia. I think they used to call Johnny Tapia the babyface assassin as well, man. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I got a really, really smart chat, so they'll tell me if I'm in line or not. But you're right about Barrera. You're right. You're definitely right about Barrera. That's dope. Do you speak Spanish?
No, but I'm learning.
Okay. All
I'm
right.
trying.
I was gonna say you wanna give your fans in Spanish a message, but want to take a stab
Uh,
at it, or you still in the infancy stages?
I'm still in the infancy stage. Sorry about that.
Okay, I got you. I got you. Listen, my Spanish is nothing to write home about either, so I can't knock you for that. But listen, where can our viewers, your fans, if they're not following you, where can they follow you on social media? Because they got to start following you, man.
You can follow me on Instagram and TikTok. Miguel underscore Estrada 878.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Miguel, this was phenomenal, man. Hopefully you enjoyed it as much as I did, man.
Nah, thank you. I had fun.
Listen, you gotta come back. Anybody that, like I said earlier, anybody that comes to the hangout spot, they are family. So you're officially family here. We're gonna be riding
Thank
with
you.
you, following your career, supporting any way what we can. So definitely you're welcome to come back. I'll definitely have you back once you get a fight announced so we can talk about
Okay.
that. But I think the future is bright, man. I just want you to keep your head down, keep working, man. And
Thank you.
yeah,
Thank you.
we'll and enjoy the journey, man. Enjoy the journey.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
All right,
And then
man.
shout out Chad.
There you
We
go.
got
Shout out to the
shout
chat.
out
I
Chad.
appreciate you, champ. Take it easy, man. All right, man. We'll talk to you, man.
All right. Bye.
There you guys have it, man. Pretty boy assassin, man. 19 years old, undefeated, man. Miguel Estrada, man. Amazing interview, man. Amazing interview, man. I enjoyed it, man. Chad, I just want to give you a shout out, man. For always supporting Miguel and putting me on to him, and more importantly, helping to facilitate this. We've been trying to make this happen for a little bit, and we just haven't been able to do it. Glad we finally got it done. He's here. He made his DHS debut, and I can tell you it's going to be the first of many, man. We'll have him come back, and as his career progresses, loved his answers, man. Loved the answers to a lot of his questions. Student of the game, man. 19 years old. How many times, do you hear a 19-year-old comparing himself stylistically to the likes of Alexis Arguello? Talking about the Four Kings. Loving the sport of boxing when he's not boxing. Watching the fights, breaking down film. I mean, it's dope, man. It's special. It's special. I was impressed, man. I was impressed, and you guys know me. I love to interview. Well, I love to interview everybody. Y'all know the deal. I mean, that's my bread and butter. I love to interview everybody, but I love to interview the young guys, the prospects, man. I love it, man. The hunger, the drive. I love it. I love the energy. And at the end of the day, man, uh, it never hurts for us to be able to, as a community, to attach ourselves to some of these young guys, man. You never know who's going to be the next Floyd Mayweather, the next Manny Pacquiao, and we want to be able to say that we were there with them from the beginning, man. We showed them that support. We showed them that love, and we've seen, the progression from A to Z, man. That's exciting. It's exciting to me. Hopefully, it's just as exciting for you guys as well. Shout out to all of y'all, man. Y'all was cooking in the chat. I was trying to monitor it, but again, a lot of chat activity. Shout out to everybody that sent a super chat and a question or send Miguel some love. Trini Bronx, appreciate you. Birdman, appreciate you. And good stories, man. Good stories about Pacquiao. Good stories about his one of his idols, Chocolatito. Gonzalez, who's also a legend in the game, man. It's great. It's great that this young man is being able to surround himself with great talent, great people, great coaching. That's what it's all about, man. You know, that's what it's all about. And shout out to y'all, man. We are just getting started. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. The Hangout spot late night. We are here. We are here. And the last I checked, the Yankees are losing.
It smelled like a toilet full of nasty ass shit, okay?
So unless they got another miracle comeback in their bones, the Yankees will be done after tonight, man. Shout out to the Yankees who did their thing yesterday. Aaron Judge tied the game with a majestic 3-1 shot that hit the foul pole. Tonight, they are a 2-pack of ass.
That shit is a 2-pack of ass.
Now go home and smoke some more crack.
But I don't know what inning it is. So let me know. Roger That is not in the chat. You know, he is our diehard DHS Yankee fan. He's not in the chat. But I just saw a text from Mrs. Hangout Spot. And they took the Saudi pitcher out, and now the Yankees are down 4-1. Nasty work. Nasty work. Yeah. Well, actually, now 5-1. I just checked. It's in the middle of the 8th inning. The Yankees are cooked, bro. The Yankees are cooked, bro. Which means Ryan from the 6. Shout out to Ryan from Boxing Talk Up North. He actually made an appearance on the panel yesterday. He will probably make one later on with his Blue Jays shirt. And look at me with my Yankee hat. I purposely put the Yankee hat on today to see if maybe I can provide my version of the rally cap. But I'm about to put it on backwards in just a little bit. Yeah, man. Great interview. Great interview. Miguel don't speak no Spanish like me, man. So I don't feel so lonely. David Garcia, I saw it. So, okay, so Mi Vida Loca was Johnny Tapia. So maybe I got confused. I thought it was well, I do know it was Marco Antonio Barrera. I thought it was Johnny Tapia. Shout out to Johnny Tapia. That was one of my favorite fighters growing up, as was Alexis Arguello. Shout out to Miguel Estrada, man. Yeah, man. Claymore, I apologize, man. I did not see this, man. He mentioned no headgear. How do you feel about the punches coming back? Is it a learning curve? My bad, man. If I would have saw it, I would have read it, man. But again, there's so much activity going on in the chat. I try to go back and forth with it and read as much as I can, but I do want to make sure that I pay attention to the guests. And if there's anything that they say that I can come back with as far as questions, I want to be able to be on my P's and Q's. I take this interviewing shit serious. That's my passion. Y'all know it. We interview them all here at the Hangout Spot. It does not stop. It will only get bigger and better. That's why you guys have to smash that like button, share the channel on X. There are power in numbers. We are trying to grow. We are growing at a fast pace. We've only been doing boxing content for 17 months, man. Imagine where we're going to be another 17 months, man. Together. Because, again, I'm not alone in this journey, man. The DHS family, y'all here with me along for the ride, man. Mikhail said, what's up, Mikhail? Hopefully, Mikhail getting that work in. He said, I love the no headgear, but I feel it will be an adjustment, but I've already fought with no headgear. That's what's up. I always like to ask young fighters because, again, Amis and pros, man, night and day. Night and day. What's the biggest difference, man? Is it dieting? Is it sparring? Is it what is it, man? Is it the power? Hold on, let me just answer this. I'm trying to lock in another interview for y'all, another good interview. I'm trying to lock in another good interview for y'all. Smash that like button. Where we at? We only got 35 likes. We got hella people up in here, both on well, not hella. We just getting started. Usually, as we continue to progress the show, we start getting more viewers. Let's not forget, this is the late night spot, the Hangout Spot. This is how we do it up for the third shift and the overnight workers. Chat, if you're in the chat, you want to come in, let me know. I'm going to put the link in the chat so we could get a little bit of some DHS boxing talk going on. You know how we do it up here. Passionate boxing talk, safe place for opinions and perspectives. Good conversation yesterday, even though we did have a lot of hackers, man, that were pissing me the hell off. But Hopefully today we'll be hacker free. Make sure you guys in the chat have a wrench, moderators. Please, man, hook a brother up, man. We're trying to keep the DHS family clean in the chat, man. Shout out to all of y'all. I just put the link in the chat. I did put a poll up, man, because shout out to Alex Vega. Yesterday's topic was, what was your best boxing rivalry? I started out with pick what you believe is the best rivalry in boxing history, but we kind of flipped the script a little bit because everybody has a different point of view. What was your favorite boxing rivalry? Was it Ali Frazier? Was it Pacquiao Marquez? Was it Arturo Gatti, Mickey Ward? Was it Marquez Morales? I mean, I'm sorry, Barrera Morales. You know, so what was your favorite boxing rivalry? But shout out to Alex Vega, who actually posed a good question to me. Let's play hypotheticals. Let's look ahead. Let's play hypotheticals, man. It's okay to play hypotheticals, man. What do you believe will be the next big boxing rivalry, man? If all goes well and the chips fall where they may, and we could all play promoter and say, that's the fight that I want. That's the fight that I want made. That's the fight that I want made. Which do you believe is the next great boxing rivalry? And again, it could be guys, of course, all of the fighters in the poll. I don't think we have anything that's set in stone. So again, it's all hypotheticals, but we put people, I believe that I put people in the poll that are on a collision course, that eventually we all feel will fight each other if all goes well. So what do you believe could be the next big boxing rivalry? Again, y'all know the deal. I can only put 4 in the YouTube poll, but I'm sure there are many, many more. And this is where the chat comes in. This is where the callers come in. This is where the super chats come in if you want to share your opinion. That doesn't hurt. Always provide your boy with a little bit of a donation. We are working, trying to get that content out for y'all. 40 votes in. What is the next big boxing rivalry you would like to see? Is it Jerron Boots Ennis who fights this weekend against Usama Lima? Do you feel like he's on a collision course with Virgil Ortiz Jr.? Do you feel like that could be the next one? Brian Norman Jr., Devin Haney, they actually are fighting. What happens after that fight? Is there a rematch? Could it end up being a rivalry? We know it's a rivalry already between the fathers. Shout out to my guy, Brian Norman Sr., Bill Haney. They went back and forth on TBV, the boxing voice. Shout out to my brother, Nestor Gibbs. They went back and forth yesterday, man. I tried to watch that replay because obviously they were doing that while we were live. I got a headache. I can't even watch the whole thing, bro. It's almost like the same shit over and over and over. Like, stop, bro. Let's just get the fight night, man. Let's get this shit the fuck over with. Excuse my French, man. I get passionate about the sport of boxing. I love boxing. Could it be Brian Norman Jr. against Devin Haney? Could it be Shakur Stevenson and Teofimo Lopez? There is rumors that fight will probably happen in the first quarter of 2026. Hopefully it doesn't fall apart. But if it does, could that be a rivalry? Depending on what happens. David Benavidez and Dimitri Bivol. David Benavidez has said there is no interest in him going back down to fight anybody named Terrence Crawford or Canelo Alvarez at 168. He's comfortable at 175. He has his sights set on Dimitri Bivol and Arthur Beterbiev. I think the Dimitri Bivol and Benavidez fight would be fire if it happens. Does that result into the next boxing rivalry? And if you have one that's not on the list, let's talk about it. Again, for the sake of conversation, man, this is what we do here. We got some callers in the back. My brother Claymore Rain is in the building. What's good, Clay?
What's good, family? What's good? What's good? I'm back at it again. I'm back in your mix again. Pause.
What's know good? It, man. You family. You're always welcome. We got other people up in here, so we just gonna get everybody up in here. Alex Vega, what's good?
Alex,
okay, so it is Alex Vega. Okay, I'm glad. Yesterday we had
he gambled this time. You gambled this time.
I rolled the dice, Clay. Something about me felt lucky, man. I rolled the dice.
You took a chance. He's like, I'm gonna do this. Let's see
oh man. Yesterday, when I ended the show, man, I was stressed out. But we got through it, man. Alberto, is that you? Identify yourself.
Nah, it's me, Johnny.
I got my finger because right now I got my trigger finger on. It's right on the remove button. So as soon as I would have heard something not Alberto, boop, you done. We done. So shout out to all of y'all for jumping on here, man. Appreciate y'all. We gonna cook tonight. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that interview, man. I was impressed. I was impressed with this young guy. He looked like he was nervous though.
He looked like he was a little nervous, man. He did. He looked like he just, but
And
he's a young guy.
I try to ease this tension before the show started. Like, it's all good, man. Like, this is not that show. You're not gonna get killed in the chat. I'm laid back. Be yourself. But he's a young guy. There's not much experience doing these things. I try to make it as comfortable for him as possible. So hopefully it got better for him as the interview progressed. But I absolutely loved his answers. For
He's only gonna get better.
Yes. For a 19-year-old young man, I love it. And y'all guys know that I love to interview the prospects. There's just something about it that I enjoy. So hopefully everybody enjoyed that interview. And I wish him nothing but the best, man. And shout out to Chad from Canada, man, for helping us put that together. Anyway, let's get to it, y'all. What's up, man? What do y'all think, man, is the next big boxing rivalry? If you pit those two guys together and it happens, can materialize, man. Clay, you were the first one. We'll start with you.
Well, I thought about it, right? As you were talking about it, I'm like, well, we talking about the young gunners, right? I always pictured Keyshawn and Emiliano Vargas to kind of have a little back and forth. I feel like that collision course is kind of written. They had a little mix up with the Vargas brothers and the businessmen, right? They had their little mix up before, and they got the Vargas brand. You know what I'm saying? Just it needs a rivalry. It needs somebody. You know what I'm saying? I think Keyshawn could do it. I think he can make a return. They're both in the same division now at 140. Let's see what happens there. But I also think another one, low key, I don't know. I got my eye on Abdullah Mason and Floyd Schofield Jr. I don't know. I think they got to meet up. And I think that fight might be that good, right? It might be that good and that close. We'll see. I got a couple other ones too, but those two right there, you know what I'm saying? I'll leave it right there.
Nope. We're going to circle back. Back, right? You got your two. Vega, love the question yesterday that you shout out. So shout out to you. This is obviously a Vega topic. So you get nothing but love from me, even though sometimes I hate you.
Damn.
You ain't never hate me, dog.
I ain't never hate him. I just tell him that. Man. So Vega, talk to me, man. What you think, man?
The one that I want to happen, the one I feel that should have already began, is Boots versus Virgil. I mean, it's just crazy that Virgil has been in 3 divisions, has beaten former champions or title contenders in each of those 3 divisions. And the most he has to show for it when it comes to hardware is an interim WBC 154-pound belt. And everyone knows he's a good fighter, but he just hasn't grasped the opportunity to get a full world title. And it's one of the most mind-boggling things. Now, the jump, it's funny, right? Because after his health scare and his 2 little crazy tune-ups where he literally tuned the guys up in 1 round, he's faced good competition. Bohachuk, solid 154-pounder. Mandramov was competitive with Terrence Bud Crawford, who is now established as the #1 pound-for-pound fighter and a living legend. And he beat those guys, and a lot of people felt that he beat Mandramov better, right? However, Boots, it's funny, you hear everyone complain about how long it's taken him, how many fights he's had. The man is a former unified champion and lineal champion at 147. And then he's literally, after this fight, if and when he wins, he's in line for another world title. So, next year we possibly can talk about Boots being a 2-division champion. And these guys are in their prime, have been in the same division, now they're being in the same division again for the second time. And they haven't fought yet. And they've been connected for at least 3-4 years, I would say, at least 3 years since they're about 25 years old. And I fear with their projections, we're never going to get this to be a rivalry. They may fight one time, but it just feels like their time is going to be off. Virgil is in position, but the position that he's in is for the WBC. that is the PBC, title. Because Fundora is just gonna fight PBC guys. He's never gonna fight Fundora. If Fundora loses to Thurman, Thurman's not gonna fight Virgil. He's gonna fight Charlo. He's gonna fight Errol. You know, so Fundora Thurman's fights are already set. Boots is gonna have to get a world title, I think, to fight Virgil. But then Golden Boy's gonna think play keep away to wait for Virgil to get a world title. So I think it's always gonna be it's not gonna be enough in position for them to fight. And I think it's a disgrace. This is what makes boxing disgusting at times. Now, the rivalry, I know I'm going long and I apologize. The rivalry that I think is the one to look out for, Claymore mentioned two fighters. I'm gonna take one from each, and that is Abdullah Mason and Keyshawn Davis. Keyshawn is starting to develop this bad boy image. I don't think it was in his plans, but I think you have to take advantage of it, unfortunately, because boxing's nasty. They love a bad boy. Someone's got to be the bad boy. And how things have unfolded, this is his path to get back to where he was, is to take on that bad boy image. And Abdullah Mason is the complete opposite. Clean cut, religious, very they're both family oriented, but I think Abdullah gets a little more highlighted because his father's involved. He has, I think, 3 or 4 brothers that box. Now Davis has higher level brothers, but like I said, with that bad boy image, I think whoever is going to be promoting him in the future, they're not really going to dive into that. I think they're going to probably blame actually what had happened due to his brothers being around and them being so close. So I think we're going to start seeing him separated from his brothers, while Abdullah, that's going to be, that's going to be his thing. Just a good old boy. You got to remember, he's from Ohio. People don't realize this. Ohio probably within their population, probably produces the best athletes. I mean, I'm talking about all across. I mean, look, LeBron's from Ohio. We see so many. I'm sorry, I can't think of any more. Unfortunately, right? I should have been prepared. But you see so many Olympic athletes from
He
Ohio.
said so many, he could only think of one.
Yeah, I can only think of one.
That's
No, listen,
nasty.
I know. I wasn't prepared.
That's
Hey,
horrible.
Hey, listen, when you're going off the fly, bro, I can't be 100% on everything that comes off the top of the head. This ain't rehearsed. All right. Hey, man. But yeah, I think that's the one. And you remember, they had that back and forth at the press conference where Keystone was kind of pressing Abdullah. So they're going to have that clip that can just be played over and over and over again until we throw up, until they fight. And they're both young. Abdullah will make his way to 140 eventually. And I think Abdullah will stay with Top Rank, and they will push him as probably Keyshawn probably leaves Top Rank. So I think that could be a potential super fight, and they could fight a couple times. So we'll see what happens. But that's my pick.
Y'all absolutely cooking so far. Make sure you guys smash that like button. We just getting started here at the Hangout spot. Alberto, you up next, and we're gonna circle back, man, because you guys I got a couple questions.
That was definitely on my list too, though. That was another one that was on my list, man. But that was a good pick, man.
I'm writing these down. I'm actually writing these down because we're gonna circle back. Alberto, what's good, my brother?
Johnny's doing his homework tonight.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Always got the pen and paper, man. I'm old school.
Yeah, man. Alex took the top. He took my matchup right out of my mouth. Pause. I was gonna say as well, the Boots versus Virgil fight, man. I feel like it's destined to happen. I know Virgil. He's willing to fight anybody. He kind of called out Xander for kind of that duck talk for making the fight in Puerto Rico as like a stipulation. Like, we all know that's bullshit. He's not gonna go to Puerto Rico to fight him. No offense, Johnny. My bad. I know you rock with Xander and stuff like that, but I feel like
I'm messing with you. Go ahead.
Virgil, we know he's willing to fight anybody, and will he beat Boots? I don't know, but I think it'd be competitive. I think it'd be a great style matchup. Both guys like to really open up and have that fan-friendly style, and so I think it'd be a great matchup. And I think it's destined to happen because Virgil is cool with Turkey, so I think for Boots to get that payday, he's gonna have to. I think what's gonna happen, Johnny. I don't know if you guys saw the WBA eliminator that Boots was in for this Saturday got elevated to the interim title, and so basically that's for the WBA scrap at this point. And so I think let Boots collect that strap, and then they can mix it up in Saudi or a Riyadh season card next year. Because I also saw a report that said that basically Eddie Hearn's Matchroom USA's like budget, it's not what you guys think it is. It's very limited. Matchroom USA for the fiscal year 23 or 24 only had an operational budget of 21 million. You know, so those guys aren't getting paid on those the zone Matchroom cards, man. So, you know, Boots, you know, I think he gets a guarantee of 2 to 4 million, but I think, you know, he's not getting up there in age, but he's 28 going on 29. So, you know, if he's gonna want one of those big turkey paydays, man, he's gonna have to fight Virgil, man. I think the turkey man wants that, and I think we'll get that. So, you know, hopefully that'll be a trilogy we can keep an eye out for.
I like it. I like
The
it.
turkey man.
Turkey man. Clay, you said Abdullah versus Lloyd. What was the second one that you said?
I had Abdullah versus Floyd Schofield because I think that fight. I think I can see Schofield going to before he leaves 135, potentially fighting Abdullah. Maybe, who knows? Keyshawn versus Emiliano Vargas.
Keyshawn.
Was a rivalry that I thought could happen. But I love the Keyshawn versus Abdullah Mason. I think that's something very realistic as well. I've got one also that I think is going to be a huge one. I think Devin and Shakur are gonna have a run at it. Whether it's at 147, if that's where it's gonna be. I just believe, you know, Shakur will have to come up in weight. It'll be a catch weight, but I believe both those guys are right there with Turkey, Ring Magazine, and I think just seeing how Terrence Crawford carried it with Canelo, I can see Shakur challenging himself with a Devin Haney situation. But I also think what's definitely written on the wall, man, and as much as everybody's talking about Virgil and Boots, which is a great fight, and I think that, by the way, if they fight each other, I could see them having like a sequel. Like I could see being that kind of a fight, right, where we want to see it again. But I don't know, man. Brian Norman Jr. and Boots Ennis have a story right now that's just that Brian Norman Sr. won't let go of, and it just seems like it's just floating. And I just feel like those guys are just gonna have to just run that squabble. I think they're just going to have to run it at some point. It's probably going to. I mean, obviously, it'll be Brian Norman Jr. having to make the move to go up. But I like that fight, man. I think there's a lot of history, a lot of animosity. A lot, you know what I mean? I could see Bozy. I could see the press conferences with Bozy and Norman Sr. I could see the fight in the ring being just grimy, and just both those guys trying to take each other out. And I think stylistically, you know, they make for a great fight.
You stole my thunder, Clay. Which is good. I love this shit, man. I love to surround myself with smart people, bro. People that are smarter than me, man. That's what it's all about. What's up,
Johnny? Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I know you had like we were going like Clay, then Vega, and me, but I disagree on that matchup just because.
Which one?
The Boots versus Norman, because Norman is making 147 comfortably, and Boots is already. I don't know if you guys saw the photo. Boots is already looking drained at 54. Man, I think he's gonna go to 60, you know, sooner than later. So I just don't see that. That's a huge like weight jump. I don't see the Normans tricking themselves out of their position to chase Boots, you know, because that's just not really. I don't think, unless the Turkey man wants to pay for it, I don't see the Normans like having to rush themselves up to 160, man, because. You know, I think Norman's gonna run 147 and then go to 54 and dominate there for a while after he decapitates Haney. But I just don't see that fight just because Boots is such a big 54 pounder. Like if you guys saw the photo of him and Lima, like he looks drained at 54 already, and it's his first fight. That's why I think him and Virgil makes the most sense, because those are big dudes. Pause. So they could probably meet at 54, 60, and maybe even 68. Who knows?
Couple things before I pass the baton here. The Turkey man thing got me rolling. Shout out to Alberto, Turkey man. That's what's up. Alberto, we're not talking about this potentially happening tomorrow.
Exactly.
We're talking about in the future. And like Clay, I believe that is destined to happen, because both got. Well, I definitely know the Norman side wants that fight. And they definitely want that fight. And I've interviewed Junior here on a few occasions, and he has said it will happen one day. Can't tell you when, but it will happen. We will cross paths at one day. Vega, you know the deal. I think you've heard those interviews. So I think that would happen. I think that would probably have a really good chance to materialize into this type of rivalry because there is some animosity between both camps, both fighters, both fathers now, who were once very, very close. I mean, these guys used to work together at one point. But again, this is boxing, right? This is the professional ranks, right?
And Johnny, people don't realize Bozy like to talk. Bozy get on that. He like to talk. Like, he quiet on them interviews, but he get up on them press conferences. Bozy get it in, bro.
Bozy talk that shit. The thing about it is Norman Jr. and Boots, they're not big talkers.
No,
they just. But exactly. The fathers will go in. So I think that's inevitable. At one day, I hope it happens sooner than later. But we still may be a couple years away from that.
I agree.
No, yeah. I agree with Alberto, man. I think Ennis. Yeah, I don't see 154, unfortunately, being a long stop. I mean, Virgil, every fight with him, I feel like he's one fight away from moving up. I mean, the man looked like he's getting bigger and bigger every fight. But yeah, I agree with him again. I don't want to because I would love to see the fight. I mean, what happened with these hilarious negotiation talks when neither of them were in position to negotiate was yeah, man, it hurt my feelings as a boxing supporter. It was just all hot air from both sides. One guy was hurt, the other guy was in a mandatory, and then the last thing that Boots pulled with knowing that the Jin Sasaki fight was signed and delivered, and then trying to pretend like, yo, we're trying to lock you in while you got this fight, just to the week of the fight. What did he do? Oh, my doctor said, I'm only at 20%. Like, that was disgusting. But we have eyes. Like, no one can pretend like we didn't see Boots looking super, drawn out at 147. Like, the truth was just not even at the weigh-ins, the week of the fights. The man looked like Devin Haney making 135, right? When he was fighting Kambosos. Like, it was inevitable. So yeah, he's filling out. I think that's why these next two fights are so important for both of them. I think Boots actually has more pressure than Brian Norman. He needs to not just win. He needs to look amazing. And the issue with Boots, too, when it comes to all these super fights, especially when it comes to Turkey, is they're moving very strangely with him and Hearn. That's the issue when these guys become draws. It's I don't need to throw him in the deep end when I'm making money off of him and we get the hype. So that's the issue when it comes to Boots, is that we all talk about how good he is or how good he can be, and then he's packing 10, 12, 14, 15,000 against Eastern Europeans, against a guy that is fighting out of Portugal. You know what I mean? So that's what makes the business of boxing get in the way. Because why is Eddie Hearn gonna put Boots on those fights when he can wait to get elevated or wait to fight for a vacant title against guys and still make a lot of money, where he doesn't have to use so much of his budget, where he doesn't have to give him off to Riyadh season?
I think Eddie, gets sometimes, gets a bad jacket. I happen to think that he throws his fighters in a lot of competitive fights. Matter of fact, Oscar De La Hoya, that was one of his shots he used to throw at Eddie Hearn, right? Like, don't go over there. He's going to throw you in the ring. He's going to get you beat. His fighters are losing because he was putting them in very competitive fights. And I also think we're going to find in 2026, I don't know, man, there's just like this. It's an energy going around that's pitting Boots as somebody who doesn't want the big fights or doesn't want, is playing it safe now. And I think we just watched Eddie Hearn in Matchroom, and we closed it, yesterday, the show. The last thing I talked to, at least when I got off the panel with Johnny yesterday, was speaking on that Eddie Hearn Matchroom and Rock Nation deal, man. And I think you're going to see a budget open up. I think it might have been Alberto speaking on the budget and the limited amount of funds for Matchroom USA, but I think you're going to see the budget open up a lot, and I think you're going to see a lot of Matchroom fighters here in America. You're going to watch Raymond Ford. You're going to watch Diego Pacheco if he hangs back. You're going to watch Ron Boots Ennis. You might even see the return of Shakur with Matchroom. Who knows, right? But now with this official on paper deal, this partnership done with Riyadh season, and you have a marketing team like Rock Nation, you got to think that a lot of the American fighters are gonna benefit off that, and there's gonna be some big fights being made. I want to see what happens, but I definitely agree with you on that, Vega, as far as this fight with Lima being a big deal. This is a big deal. And for me, you know what I want to see in Boots. I don't think a lot of people are probably looking for the same thing. Maybe some people are, but I'm looking for the poise. I'm looking for the defensive responsibility. I think this fight right here can easily look like a Karen, the second Karen fight or David Avenesian fight. And I think this is one of those fights that on the back end of a victory, Boots can still walk away with criticism from the whole entire boxing space if he doesn't begin to be a little bit more responsible and be a little bit more use that IQ a little bit more. This fight can definitely be a fight that sits there in the pain as an inside fight, and he can walk away with the victory, but without a victory. You know, where people are like, there he goes again, looking like, you know, looking reckless. So, but we'll see on the back end of this fight, 2026. These guys are all on the same schedule now, right? If you look at them, they're like females on their cycle, right? They're you got Boots this coming weekend. The following weekend, you got Sebastian Fundora and Keith Thurman. 2 weeks later, you got Virgil and Erickson Lubin. So they're right there to be matched against each other again, to be on the same schedule and have the same availability. So I think we're going to see a lot of things open up. And like I said, Eddie Hearn, Matchroom, Riyadh season. Man, a perfect combination, man. I'm definitely interested in seeing what that looks like for 2026.
I love your optimism.
Yeah. No. Good shit. Let me chime in before I give you remember I had Boots Norman, but I want to chime in on this Boots thing. Yeah, I like what you're looking at or what you're looking for Boots this weekend, Clay. For me, it's a little different though. I'm looking for something spectacular. And the reason why is because I think that this opponent was picked for that reason. I think that obviously now you got a fighter that is supposedly fighting in his natural weight. There was supposed to be a fight that was would have happened had he had agreed to fight Virgil Ortiz on that Riyadh card. He didn't. He agreed he didn't want to take that fight. He wanted to stay at 147. Ended up taking the Karen fight, then ended up moving back up to 154. That wasn't really a good look because a lot of people were saying that he ducked Ortiz when he had the opportunity to fight him then. He's got to look spectacular. He's got to look spectacular. This fight was put together for a reason. I'm not looking for anything other than a spectacular stoppage.
But Johnny, like a stoppage is one thing, right? Because that's what he does, right? Like he stopped Sandy Onis. He stopped. He didn't stop Karen, but he stopped David Avenese. He stops people. Like his record speaks for itself. But what's the big criticism that Boots has been getting up to this point, right? So what would a spectacular performance look like? Is it necessarily just a stoppage, or do we want to see Boots not get hit as much as he got hit? Do we want to see him outclass the guy? Do we want to see the 18-year-old, the guy who started boxing at 18 years old, who stands square in front of his opponent, who what's my guy's name? What's my white guy's name? Middleweight now. McKenna, is that his name?
Oh, Aaron McKenna.
Aaron McKenna made, you know what I'm saying, McKenna was able to just, you know, kind of tee off on him and take his time because he stands right there, right? It was a good fight between those two guys, but is Boots supposed to outclass this guy, or is just Boots supposed to just savagely knock this guy out? Because we've seen Boots stop people and then be at a press conference and people say, damn, you got hit a lot. Damn. He knocked out David Avenesian, but he got so much criticism at the end of that fight.
That's to me, a lot of that is nitpicking criticism. Because at the end of the day, this is boxing. You're going to get hit. My thing is, there are a lot of people. If you take a poll, right? I firmly believe if you take a poll from most fight fans and ask them who they believe has the potential, right? We're talking about the potential for a rivalry, but let's flip it a little bit and ask the potential of who could be the next boxing star or one of the faces of boxing. A lot of people are going to vote for Boots. So I'm looking for that type of performance, a star performance. And I'm not saying that he should watch this dude and not get hit. It's okay. It's a fight. But at the end of the day, he needs to finish this shit in spectacular fashion.
That's because
that's
because of the expectations that have been put on Boots,
right,
fed to us. Like you said, they say this guy is the next one. He's the next Roy Jones. He's the next Bud Crawford. So it is a bit unfair, but I think with all this talk and all this buildup, I as a boxing supporter, I'm ready. I want to see green light all the way down the road. I wanted the Bachram fight right now. I've been ready for the Virgil fight. I believe this guy can do it, but I want to see Eddie Hearn and Bozy believe he can do it. I don't want them to tell me. I want them to show me. Because Alberto said it. I think if Virgil and Boots got in the ring together, I mean, could you imagine how much chaos and how much violence and how much skill will be in there? I
I
don't
gotta
care
mute
who wins or
Alberto because
loses. I just want to watch
that's
it
the
again and
background noise.
again.
Yeah,
I
no,
just want.
I had to mute Alberto. I'm sorry, Vega, because I could barely hear you because of the
I
background.
think
noise.
he was just talking. You might mute him again by accident. Like, I don't know, but
Did I?
yeah, I think you might have clipped
You
him.
guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, my bad.
Everything in the
I
background.
was talking. I thought I was on the thing. Oh, I just wanted to chime in real quick. Johnny, I think you're a little harsh with your expectations saying that we need to see a knockout. I agree with Claymore. I think as long as he shows more defensive responsibility and more elusiveness to not get hit, because that's our biggest concern. We all know Boots. Well, we don't know, right? We need to see him in there with the guys that we need to see him with, but we all perceive him to be the guy with the goods, right? You know, face of boxing and all of that kind of good stuff. So if he's getting tagged up by guys that we deem as lower level quality guys, then he shouldn't be, right? So and Lima's not a can, Johnny and panel. Lima's a solid, he's a solid body. Pause. Like he can take a punch, and I was looking at him. He has like some tricks up his sleeve. So I'm interested to see this Saturday if Boots is who we think he is. You know what I mean?
Alberto, if you don't mind me asking, right? Because I think, like me personally, right? I think Boots has all the tools, right? But it does seem like he kind of sells himself out a little bit in the ring, right? Seems like he kind of, I don't even want to say lowers himself to his competition, but he's so good that it seems like he throws a lot of caution to the
He
wind,
runs
right?
red lights.
Yes,
Exactly.
And I think there's an argument out there that, well, this is all beautiful and fantastic and exciting to see you do that and take these punches and ultimately show us you have a chin. But as you go further and further up into the 154 rankings, when you're fighting Sebastian Fundora, when you're fighting against Virgil Ortiz, when you're fighting against a Bachram, right, Murzalia, when you fight these fighters, I think we all may have some concerns about his ability, his punch resistance, and why depend on that. So the defensive responsibility, we're all looking at it not because of the opponents he has in front of him, but we're saying to ourselves, if he can't do it to the opponents out in front of him, what is he going to do it when he gets to a higher level of fighter? So I'm wondering, is Boots who we think he is as far as skills, or does he have the discipline to showcase those skills and understand what we're looking at as far as boxing fans who are looking to see what he's going to do against the biggest competition?
I got a question. Do we consider, and I forgot to mention this, I talked about Boots not fighting Virgil and the whole Karen deal, but the Stanionis fight, do we consider that a spectacular performance?
100%.
Yeah, I think it was, but I think Stanionis stood like, once again, it was a great performance. He did what he was supposed to do in there, but did it move the needle for me on Boots? Not really. I'm pretty much where I was at before he went into the fight. He didn't, but keep in mind, I got him at such a high level. It's like, but did he move the needle for me? Not necessarily, because he still stood in there. He did a great job stabbing the body, and he was way more patient in the beginning of the fight than as the fight continued. He kind of like got back into what he does, right? Punching to the body, catching and shooting. And Stanionis just wasn't on his level. But I just think there's more wrinkles to what Boots brings to the table, and I haven't seen him bringing that out yet. And I don't know what he's waiting on. Maybe he's waiting on the right opponent. Gary Antoine Russell once said, man, I'm not going to bring out a hammer if all I need is a screwdriver in the fight. So we just need to see that right dance partner and see what he's going to bring to the table then. But we are also creatures of habits, right? We are creatures of habits. So what we do most of the time is what we do all of the time. So now here comes the matchmaking in the conversation, and the fact that has Boots been fighting the same kind of fighter too long, where he gets in the ring with the Xander Zayas, right? Or he gets in the ring even with a with my guy from out of England, my Caucasian brother out of England who's ranked high under Murtazaliev. What's his name? Oh my God, what's his name, guys? Anyway, it'll come up, right? But when you get in the ring with a boxer like a Karen Kukudajin, and all of a sudden Karen got you looking kind of weird because you're fighting these guys who stand right in front of you, and you're used to using a screwdriver, and your hacksaw is getting rusty, you know. So I don't know, you know. I mean, did that Stanionis fight move the needle for me and say, man, there he is? I knew that's who he was. I think Stanionis just was out of his league in that fight.
So you talking about Josh Kelly?
Josh Kelly, yeah, I think Josh Kelly can present issues for Boots. And you know, it's the same way I'm looking at the Brian Norman, Devin Haney situation too. I wonder, and I have questions for Brian Norman, and I say, look at who he's been fighting his last 3 fights. Devin's going to be a whole different gear, because Devin's going to be a Quentin Randall on steroids, right? And you've been fighting. Let's look who you fought. You fought Giovanni Santillan, and he sat right there in the paint with you and allows you to just showcase that power and showcase that grit. You went to the next fight against Derek Cuevas. He just sat there and crumbled in front of you, and you kind of got buzzed a little bit. We're going to say it was the ring rust, but you got buzzed a little bit in that first round, and then you went against a Japanese punching bag in Jin Sasaki, who wasn't doing nothing but serving himself to get hit. So now you get comfortable, you know what I'm saying, fighting these guys who stand in front of you square. And now you got this dude Devin who's coming at you on angles. He's moving. He's using, you know what I'm saying, he's using his jab and he's using in his movement. What fight did you have in your last 3 to 4 fights to prepare you for Devin Haney? So I have those kind of questions going into that fight, and I wonder if Jaron Ennis can fall underneath that same issue, getting in the ring with a high-level fighter, if he's continuing to fight these C-level fighters all the way up, and not calling Stanionis a C-level fighter. I'll say he's a B-plus fighter, right? But not an A fighter. So the matchmaking starts to make a difference as we get closer and closer to him shooting straight up to an A fighter.
Shout out to Clay, man. Japanese punching bag was classic. The reason why I asked that question about if you guys thought that the Stanionis performance was spectacular, because that type of performance is what I want to see on Saturday, because I actually was impressed with that performance. That's what I want to see. That type of performance against that type. And again, this is no disrespect to Lima. I know he's a tough dude. Vega broke it down the other day, you know, what Lima brings to the table. Shout out to Vega. But again, Boots is supposed to be that dude, bro. That dude. And when the reason why I want to see a spectacular performance in that fashion is because I don't want to see another Lima next fight. I need to see one of these big names.
Yeah.
I need to see one of these big names. Boots doesn't need to have 2 or 3 of these fights to get acclimated to 154 in order for him to secure a big fight. The next one has to be a big fight, in my opinion. So this is why I want to see that. That's just me.
So watching that fight, right? As we're watching this fight on Saturday and we go into this fight, are we looking at what he's doing with Lima, and we're projecting what we see in the ring with Lima against Virgil, against Bakram, against Xander, against maybe a Jamel Charlo if he returns? I'm looking to see Boots take 154 seriously. If I see him bring 147 to 154, and I don't know if anybody can catch this energy I'm trying to give out there, right? But that guy at 147 is in danger potentially at 154. The guy who threw caution to the wind, or like my guy Alex Vegas said here, was running red lights, is potentially running into a town where there's a state trooper at every light. You know what I'm saying? And the question is, are you bringing those tendencies that made you an exciting fighter? We all loved you down there at 147, but clearly you were able to, that was able to work for you. But are you going to make any adjustments coming into 154 that's going to get those questions answered? Because no matter how we look at it, there are questions, there are boxes that a lot of boxing pundits in this space are looking to be checked, because they're wondering, based on the moment he went up in competition, from the time he fought Roman Villa to the moment he got inside the ring with Karen, then he got inside the ring with David Avenesian, then he got back inside the ring with Karen. I don't know if I'm doing it in the right order, you know what I'm saying? Then he got in the ring with Stanionis. people like, yo, what's happening? Is it that he's digressing, or is it the competition not just going away with all the, matrix moves he's doing inside the ring? So I want to see the seriousness. I want to see him switch a gear at 154, because I'm trying to think to myself as I watch him fight Lima, okay, Virgil, okay, Jamel, okay, Xander, okay, Terrence Crawford. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to picture all of that.
For sure, man. Make sure you guys smash that like button. We are cooking here. Vega, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I want to say another one that I think has a potential. It's just maybe not as sexy because of the weight class, but Bam Rodriguez versus Nakatani. Nakatani's on the collision course with Inoue, so they're going to set that up next year. And Bam, he's taking out Quadras. He's taking out the one guy that has like 17 names, the Southpaw, knocked out Chocolatito, and then he took out Estrada. So he has names on his resume. So I think that's another one. Those guys are both in their 20s. Once Inoue's gone, they're going to become the top dogs in those lower weight classes. And don't forget, Bam has a co-promotional deal with Tekken Promotion, so he has those Japanese ties as well. So yeah, that is a fight that I look forward to seeing, and I would expect them to mix it in together multiple times as well.
I like that one, man. And shout out to the lower weight classes, man. We don't give the lower weight classes a lot of love in some of these boxing podcasts. We try to give as much love as we can here at the Hangout spot. But again, man, it's people preference, right? They rather talk about the welters and the middles and the heavyweights.
Brother, we're in America, bro. We lead the world in obesity. We like to eat out here. We drive big trucks. We drive big. You know what I'm saying? We all about, the bigger the better out here. You know what I'm saying? Right. So we try our best though, because what Vega brought up was very legitimate, and I'm looking forward to seeing all that too as well. So yeah, we do neglect the small guys from time to time, but bear with us. We're in America. We think we're all that. You know what I'm saying? We're paying $3 for gas, and you guys are paying like $7 a gallon. Like, we just kind of spoiled out here.
My boy,
hey, Bam's the one to maybe change it. He is American.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 100%.
100%. My boy, the boxing mania gets really passionate about that, man. He's like, if you don't watch the smaller weight classes, you are a casual. You are a hardcore casual. He said you are hardcore casual. You gotta pay attention to the weight classes.
Talk to him.
But so another. Let me give y'all my two. Right. I'm trying to be a little bit different than you guys. I did say Boots and Norman. So I agree with Clay on that one. One that I thought had the potential to be a big-time rivalry. I don't know if they'll ever meet, but if they do, based on the hostility and the history, is Tio and Devin. That was one that I thought had the potential to be a rivalry had they had agreed to that fight that Tio turned down. That would have been dope. And then I like Xander. You have that one on your list, too? Shout out to Clay, man. You actually,
I've been holding him back. Just been chilling. I don't want to. Look, that's what we do.
This is what I'm talking about. Look, Clay got the pen and paper like I do.
That's what we do. You know what I mean? You got to write it down, bro.
Clay's up there in age like me, bro. Shout out to you. Yeah, man, I'm old school. Give me pen and paper. I want to feel it. I want to write it. I can't
get it. Here's my paper.
Nah, give me a pen and paper.
Yeah, there it is, right.
What was that? You wrote it on
I think you washed your hands before you put your hand up there, bro. It's not there anymore, bro.
My man wrote that shit on his hand. Shout out to Vegas. Shout out to Clay, man. Yo, if y'all not enjoying this, y'all crazy, man. Smash that like button. We almost at 50. We got to get to 100, man. And subscribe to the channel. So that was another one. I would love to see Xander and Fundora. I know Xander wanted that fight. It almost happened. Fundora said, nah. I'd rather give up that strap and go fight Tim Tszyu, and now obviously he's fighting Keith Thurman. I would love to see Xander and Fundora get into that next big rivalry. And then what was the other one that I had? I had one more. Oh, I say Inoue and Nakatani. I think they are on a collision course, and based on how big that fight would be in Japan, I think that has the big potential to be a rivalry, at least, two, possibly even a third fight. So that was the one I put there, and I wanted to make sure that I put,
How do you feel about Nakatani and our God Bam?
No, I like it. Vega just said that. I mean, I like
Right.
it. I
Oh, you
said
did
in a
say
way, I'm
that.
not
My
gonna
God.
fight
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
that.
Yep.
See, you guys are taking all these different pieces and putting them. I like it. I like it. You know, you put you had
But are we talking about great fights or rivalry? Like, which one are we doing right now? Because those are great
So
fights.
I think we're morphing into great fights. It's supposed to be what we believe could be the
Mhm.
next great rivalry,
Right.
which
Yeah, the
which
thing
in turn
about Bam and
it kind of goes hand in
Nakatani
hand,
is,
right?
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. For sure.
'Cause
For
you
sure.
can't have a rivalry without a good first fight, possibly a
Nope.
good second fight. So what we gonna say,
100%.
Big? I'm sorry.
no, it's just like I think what would make that a rivalry, it's opposing countries, opposing styles. Nakatani's come forward, beat you up. Bam's got the flashy footwork, and then Bam is representing the U.S. and he has Mexican heritage, so then he's gonna have that fan base around you. They say the Mexicans are the best fan base, and then they say Japanese, even though they're quiet, they're very supportive. So I think, imagine having one fight in Japan, one fight here in LA. Like,
Texas.
that
Yeah.
makes it a rivalry because you have people traveling. It creates buzz, it creates conversation. And even like those fighters won't have any animosity towards each other. But like I said, it's if it's not the fighters, it's the fan bases that add the extra because that's what a rivalry is, right? It's intensity. That's what made Marquez and Pacquiao so considered a rivalry, not just because obviously because of the number of fights, but the intensity. There was no bad blood much for the first couple fights, but they fought a third time. But then it was after the third time, Marquez just felt so, just like, yo, I've been robbed so many times. And Pac-Man's like, yo, I gotta get this thorn out of my ass. Like I should have been knocked this guy out. That's what made the fourth fight just solidified it as one of the top rivalries of all time. It ended and even the aftermath. So I think something like that, Bam, Junto, you need extra fight sports stars try to say it's in the ring. I mean, yeah, in a perfect world for me, but we live in the reality and it's the antics. There has to be, like I said, that extra to make it a real rival.
So
Days in history.
I gotta agree with Vega. I don't know.
Mhm.
Maybe it's just me. I love me a spicy press conference. I love
Yeah.
trash talk. I just think it adds a different. It adds another level to the excitement of a fight. Some of it may be scripted. I get it, but I love the shit that doesn't feel like it's scripted. Right? Like I
Right.
can tell, like this shit is scripted.
Yeah.
Like this is
That's why
not
we love the WWF when we were younger. We knew even after we knew it was fake, we didn't care.
right.
We didn't care.
Right, because I did love it when I was young. I can't rock with it now. I mean, it's just a
I
giant
mean,
reality
yeah, we
TV.
grown. Tom and Jerry ain't the
Yeah.
same. I used to love Tom and Jerry. Now I
Right.
watch it like,
Same here.
really? Head in
Same
the
here.
window? Stop it, man.
Same here. Same here. Same here. But there's got to be some spiciness, man. There's got to
Yes,
be a
sir.
little bit of animosity, but it doesn't always have to be that way. But in my opinion, if I had it and I could build that perfect rivalry, that is in there. I'm sprinkling that shit on top of it,
Loving it, yeah.
throwing a little bit of salt, whatever, remember the whole thing with the salt or whatever?
Yeah, off
I'm throwing that in
the
there.
muscle, off the forearm muscle, like drop it off.
Yes,
That thing just
yes.
kind of like, you know what I mean?
Has to have a little bit of in that, and then we mix it up and we'll see what we get
Spice
at
it
the
up for
end.
me and everything, you know what I mean? Make it real pretty so I can get into it when it's all done. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I mean, just look at rivalries in history, like Lakers, Celtics. It
Mhm.
was the Northeast white guys versus the LA, and the team was black. Even though
Mhm.
I'm not a race guy, it was just two opposing
Yeah.
fan bases in two different regions going at each other, and it made it extra special because not only was it that, but they were the two best teams. Just you win a couple, then you win one. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I think they won 8 or 9 of the 10 championships that decade. Am I
Mhm.
wrong?
Something like that, yeah, between Boston
Yeah.
and
It was
Yeah,
a lot. Yeah.
MVPs everywhere, and it was like I think Bird had like three, Magic had a
Magic and
couple,
Bird.
Kareem might have gotten one. I'm not sure. I could be wrong. I mean, that was a long time ago. I'm not really my era, but they had those great players, and like I said, there was the extra and those guys were rough. North Carolina and Duke in basketball, they're fighting for the same top recruits, and those guys know each other because they played with each other and recruited with each other, and then they've known each other, and now they're on opposing sides trying to outdo each other like that. I mean, come on,
Pedro Martinez throwing the old guy. What's his name? The pitching coach,
Don Zimmer.
John Zimmer. Like that rivalry was already popping. But dude, come on, man. You're a baseball guy. How much more did it make that rivalry?
Hey man, I bought into it. I remember wanting to jump into the TV screen, man. It's like Pedro
And Johnny,
Martinez.
I'm the opposite. I don't like that shit. But at the end of the day, it can't be denied.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I got you.
It sells. How did that dude from that movie? It gets the people going. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Blades of Glory.
Yeah, Blades of Glory. You know what I'm saying? Gets the people going. You know what I mean?
Yo, let's I want to take a peek at where we're at with the poll real quick. 46% believe that the next big boxing rivalry is Boots and Ortiz. And we talked about that one. 26% Norman versus Haney. 23% Shakur versus Teofimo. Again, I just threw that in there. You know, I can only throw 4. I think we came up with better ones on the panel. I wish I could swap these out. And then I thought David Benavidez and Bivol would get more traction, only 5%. But we only got 60 voters in, so make sure you guys cast your votes or keep cooking in the chat, man. Keep cooking in the chat. Any of those you guys, Bivol Benavidez, maybe Bivol Beterbiev, any of those catch your attention that you could
rivals? I mean, I think Beterbiev and Bivol kind of already got a rivalry going, right? They they already kind of got one. Right, Beterbiev and Bivol kind of already got one. If they have one more fight, if Beterbiev is able to get through David Benavidez, then that might be one of the best rivalries of this era. You know what I'm saying? 3 fights, undisputed on the line 3 times. You know what I mean? That might have its own story at the same time. But I don't know. Like watching Brian Norman Sr. and Bill Haney go at it yesterday.
That might be the best rivalry. In,
I was gonna say, can we put some trainers in? I was literally about to say, can we put some trainers in the best rivalries? Is that possible? Can they get in there? I don't know.
Great call. I don't think it, but what beats it though? What beats that one? I don't know if there's anyone that's gonna even come close to that. To be honest,
it just gets better and better. Like Juan, like every time they face off, it just. I mean. They're kind of taking the light away from their sons a little bit. Like everybody kind of ready to see those guys have like a celebrity fight or something or some sort of.
This one though, this last one yesterday, I watched the play. It kind of gave me a headache though because it was like, what are we doing? It's the same thing, right? Or like who
I disagree with you a little bit though because Bill was more.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Bill was more trying to be like. I'm not going to throw shots as much, and I'm really trying to. I'm painting this picture like I'm having this conversation with you, and you're just turned up. And he had Brian Norman looking turned up.
You like them both being turned up.
I saw the mental chess games being played. I saw the warfare, and I saw what was happening, and I saw what Bill's agenda narrative was. But I also saw Brian Norman see the narrative and the agenda, and he was doing great. It was like watching Peyton Manning and Ray Lewis play against each other, right? You just watching audibles. You knew the ball wasn't gonna get snapped if there was like 1 second left, right? Because it was just like the defense is reacting, the offense is reacting, and it was just like, even though the game ended like 12 to like 10, it was crazy game because you just saw the chess, the cerebral warfare being played. I was entertained, man. There was parts of that drag. It did drag. Bill got off, got back on again, but for the most part, man. Like I said, man, rivalry of the decade, maybe.
But then you had the guys in the car. You had who was Kevin Newman was in the car. Who else was in the car? There was somebody else in the car.
I didn't see. I was listening more than watching it. I had it playing, so
no, you can hear them. They actually spoke a little bit. Who was both of these guys are sparring with Devin? It's Kevin Newman and what's the other guy? Troy Isley. Okay, they were actually in the car with Bill.
Oh, they were.
They jumped in there, and Brian Norman went after. You got to see the whole thing. He even went after Kevin Newman. And
3 hours. I ain't watched the whole thing. I was jumping back and forth into your show, then coming back. And
Troy Isley.
3 hours long.
I mean, so there was a lot of different elements, and it was like, oh man, it was. You know what it was? I've seen a bunch of them already. I don't need to see that anymore. I need to.
Yeah, you're up there. You're up there.
Yeah. I need to see the fight. I just want to see the fight. Maybe that's how I felt because you could clearly see what Bill was trying to do.
Yeah,
pull Brian Norman Sr. into rile him up. Rile him up. Like don't
brought up the amateur records and Who did
I
you
was
fight?
watching it.
Nah,
I'm like,
Brian
Coach,
messed
don't
up with
fall for that.
that.
Coach, don't fall for that.
Brian was he put
That's me
himself in a
watching it.
hole with that.
He did, right? You saw that, right, Vega? He kind of caught, but he came back out the hole. He came back out the hole a little bit and kind of just like, what does that have to do with anything? But Bill, like I said, man, Bill is a cerebral.
He will
good
keep,
at this,
he will
man.
keep nudging. He's nudging. He will nudge. He will nudge. Like he's like a gnat, right?
Yeah.
You know,
He'll
he's
candy coat slaps. He'll candy coat it. He'll throw something in there that you might feel, and that's where Brian Norman was at. I think Brian Norman was wired to be defensive because he knows there's no mercy with Bill. So Bill was trying to break through that and like, yo, brother, let's have a conversation. I'm just saying, hold on, man. I'm giving you the respect and saying you the best guy at 147, right? But then he'd come back with the amateur shot and was like, oh, Bill's playing dirty. He's throwing low ball. He's throwing low blows. And then Brian Norman would have to recover from it. But I agree with Vega, man. I think like last night, I think Bill won that. That's how I feel. I think he won that whatever we want to call that. I think he won that. But Brian Norman's still a soldier, man, still holding it down doing the same thing.
If Brian Senior's watching, I guarantee you he will be on the panel in the next 5 minutes after you.
I know.
Because he be watching this show.
I think he got you, Senior. I ain't gonna lie. You know what I mean? I mean, it's not worth none. It's not worth money. It's not worth belts. It's not worth accolades. But I'll just be honest. The 3 hours, you know what I mean? Somebody got to win. It wasn't a draw. It wasn't a draw.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that right now.
3
hours.
I didn't watch the whole thing.
It was ridiculous.
3 hours.
Raphael says he thinks it was a tie. I don't know, man. I think somebody won, man.
What do you guys think in the chat, man? Who won that? If you saw the entire 3 hours, I didn't. I sift through pieces of it. Then I was like, oh, this is a lot of the same stuff that they keep talking about. Like who called who first. And I mean, my thing is, what does it matter? What does it even matter? We're here.
It doesn't matter.
But
it's
really
it gets the people going, bro. There was like 700, 800 people in the chat.
Oh, no shit. I was like, they need to do that fucking shit here.
That's one of those easy for finesse. I was an easy bagger. He just sat back like this and put his shit on me. Like,
there was one point where he was eating dinner.
Yeah, bro.
He was eating dinner while these dudes were going at it, bro.
You could only wish. You could only wish you had that happen where you could have stepped off for a second.
We had a semi one of those with Brian Senior and Hector Bermudez here one time.
Okay.
Yeah. Back and forth for a while. And I'm like in the middle, and people in the chat like, look at Johnny. He's just. I'm like, what do you want me to say? I'm not
getting crazy for you. Because that's your guys, both of your guys, and they going at it. You know what I mean? As long as they ain't talking about each other's mothers, let's really get it in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's their problem. Speaking of Coach, man, shout out to send me a little care package, Senor Sabor. Make sure you guys check that out. Yeah, Coach. This is Coach's Coach Hector Bermudez's company. Yeah, cashews, man. A lot of different flavors. Send me a care package. I've been munching on these. Actually, pretty good. They're organic. They're actually pretty good, actually. So I'll make sure I wait till he comes on the panel. I'll show some love, but whatever, man. I got him here so I can munch on him later. Shout out to all of y'all in the chat. We got to get to 100 likes, man. So smash that like button and subscribe to the channel, man. But this is a lot of good ones, man. Anybody else in the chat want to call in and or put in some suggestions, man?
I'll say this one that I think that maybe may never happen, and it's unfortunate. Johnny Beck versus Adamas had all the setup to be a rivalry, especially if you go according to Twitter. But now with Johnny Beck about to possibly get a third belt, and I'm hearing rumors that Adamas is moving up to 168. I think Johnny Beck will move to 168, but without them having belts, the fight is kind of worthless to both of them. So I think that was a missed opportunity, and I wanted to see that fight.
Yeah, I wanted to see it too. I've been wanting to see 160 unify. I'm wondering if, I got a whole entire 160, like an idea for 160 to get real spicy, right? I'm thinking Jermell comes back and goes to 160. I'm thinking Errol goes to 160. I think Terrence comes and, potentially, gets an opportunity to become undisputed, fights a Carlos Adames or fights the winner of Erjan De Lara and the Janibek. And I see the division becoming very interesting overnight. Like it's just boring. Then all of a sudden, 160 can jump. And then who knows and like I said on my show, if Jerron Boots Ennis, and this goes, I guess, to Alberto, who was talking about Jerron Boots Ennis took a little drain. He gets an offer that he can't refuse that 160 to fight a Jamel, to fight an Errol, to fight a Terrence Crawford or any of those guys. 160 becomes a lit division. Yay, nay? No?
No, it's all about
Yeah.
what fighters are there, because that's the problem.
That's the
160.
problem.
I mean, Chris Eubank's probably the biggest name there, and he's fighting Conor Benn from 2 weight classes down in a rematch.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And he's leaving after that. He's trying to go to 168. That's what he
Yeah,
said.
he's going to get that Canelo fight probably.
I just thought of something. Attorney Bailey, shout out to you. He said 160 needs a tournament. What about Eubank and Ben, the Sons? They're fighting a second time.
Oh yeah, big rivalry.
Really
Yeah,
It's a rivalry.
if the second fight is just as good, maybe they go a third time. I don't know. That has the potential to be a pretty good rivalry.
It's
I think that is already it's already a rivalry.
Yeah.
It's officially a rivalry for sure. Officially.
Yeah, no. There's so many options out there, man. But these guys gotta get into the ring, man. We got a lot of what ifs, right? Well, what if he fights Virgil? What if Shakur fights Ortillo? Like, what if that contract gets signed? What if he beats him and he wants to fight him? Like, bro, there's so many different options for great fights that could materialize into great rivalries. But these dudes got to fight, man. They got to
Shakur's the
fight
toughest one, I think, for a rivalry because
of his style.
yeah, and because how good he is and his style. Like the
Well,
only guy I think most people think is good enough that will be favored over him with between 130 and 140 is Tank Davis. But we don't know what's gonna happen with that guy.
I think Andy Cruz runs it with Shakur. I think Shakur wins for sure. I really believe he wins, but I think that's a great fight right there. I think people think it's gonna be a boring fight because both those guys might not let their hands go, but I don't think so, man. I think it's gonna be a cerebral fight. It's gonna be a great fight. Him and Andy.
How about this? I have one guy that can be a rival. One, maybe in the ring, I'm not so sure how competitive it can be, but because it's a weight class higher, but Sabril Matias, the guy actually that is, Puerto Rican. Shakur has a Puerto Rican father, right? So, there's always, they try to push that Puerto Rican on him, but it never stuck because he's not, involved with, that Puerto Rican side, however you want to call it. I think he said he just met his siblings that lived in Puerto Rico or were from his father, but, he doesn't learn Spanish. He's American. He's from Newark. But with Sabril, like I said, from the island, one of the best representatives in boxing for him, has brought Big Show over there, made him over $1 million gate, has a style that's come beat you up, while Shakur has that slick defensive style. Maybe that can be some type of rivalry. I don't know. I'm just trying to throw something out there.
Yeah.
Shakur and Sabril.
I don't think it's be a rivalry though, but I think that'd be a great fight though.
I think if they fight again, I think Subriel and Puello. The first fight was really good. It was really, really close. You got Puerto Rico against DR. If they fight and it's one of those where maybe Puello wins, a lot of people thought that Puello won that first fight.
Yeah,
that Subriel got the decision for. If they fight again and Puello evens the score and they go for a third time, that could be one. What about Rohan against Vega? No, your thoughts? What about Rohan against Brian Norman Jr.?
Nah, he gets why? He's just gonna get what? He gets knocked out.
Coach is gonna kill you for that one, though.
He gets knocked out again.
I don't think that's a good rivalry. Yeah.
What? Tell me why?
Good
Because
fight, though. Good fight though.
Bermuda seems to think that it will be.
But when we're talking about rivalry, like you're talking about everything, right? Not just the fight. You're talking about everything, right? Styles. You're talking about the story. You're talking about the selling points. You're talking about the press conference.
Bermuda and Brian Norman Sr. have already went at it.
They'd have to sell it, man. I've seen it though. I see what you're saying. Trust me, but yeah, man, they'd have to sell it. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
I'm gonna ask Coach Bermudez that question when he comes on. If he comes on, I haven't seen him in the chat, so I don't think he's watching quite yet. But knowing Coach, I'll be ready to log off, and he'll jump on, and I'll stay on another hour and a half.
Yeah, I'm sure he's listening.
But regardless, I think that's a great fight, though. Rohan Polanco and Brian Norman Jr. I think that's a great fight, and I think that fight happens. And I think it's going to be a great fight when it does happen.
I told who did I tell? Told somebody. I said, yo, I absolutely feel that happens. And I feel that it happens next for some reason. I don't know why.
With Polanco?
Yeah.
Nah, Brian Norman got smoked. If he beats Devin,
Yeah, that's
then he won. Then
projection.
I would say, and again, I don't know this from inside knowledge. I'm looking, from the outside in. That damn, maybe he should get a homecoming fight if he beats Devin. Polanco would be the
Absolutely.
perfect guy. He'd be the perfect guy. He'd say
Cheap,
yes in a heartbeat.
Good style.
Good style.
If Devin don't make him run it back,
well, I don't know. It'll depend on how that fight finishes. Yeah, it'll depend on how.
Yeah, if he goes to sleep. Yeah, if he goes to sleep.
Yeah. Because if he goes to sleep, then I don't know if anybody's going to even want that fight.
Right, facts.
And maybe the the Haney. So, go ahead, Vega. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, earlier I was talking about how Norman and Boots' next fight is so important for both, but I said there was more pressure on Boots because I feel with Norman, if he loses, it's okay. He's young. He has we like his personality. Well, I know Johnny and I don't know your thoughts on that, Claymore, but he's so young. He has such a bright future. I love everything about Norman, to be honest. So if he were to lose to Haney, it'll be a learning experience. I think he'll just get better. And to be honest, right, it's unlikely that Devin beats him up if he were to lose to him. And 47, because there's not so many players, he can rebuild himself so quickly and get right back there. And it could be him versus Rohan on top rank for a vacant title or something like that. And he'll be right back in position. And then 28 years old, he could be unified champion, undisputed, two division champ. You know what I mean? So I think Norman, I think regardless what happens, he's in a great spot. And I definitely look forward to see how his career unfolds.
I think both of them would be fine, to be honest with you. Is that you, AB, 2 times?
Yeah, he showed his picture.
On that snack shit.
On that snack, baby.
Whoo, Lord, because I gotta start screening, man. I think I asked Vega for his social security number last night.
He has Malcolm for his social.
Yup, his credit card number, all that shit, bro. you need to come correct here, man. We're not trying to get stressed out, man. What's going on, AB?
Nothing, chilling. Just got back from the gym, getting some good work in.
Well, the gym because you are fighting in border wars, or what's going on status here with that opponent? Look, Vega laughing.
Nah. Ness confirmed it today. He has no body for me, so it is what it is.
That's a 6-pack of ass, man. That's crazy. I was looking forward to that fight, but there's a lot of people that are doubting what happened to Yancey, man. He sent me some paperwork, bro. He said he wants me to tell you guys it's legit. What's going on with him, man?
Yeah, that's what Ness was saying. Ness says it's all cap because he said that.
I don't think it's cap.
Ness said that he was first told that his gym was shut down, and then later the whole hospital thing was came later. So,
well, listen, I got let me show y'all something. Hold on, stand by. I told Yancey that I would spread the word. Hold on. Shout out to all of y'all in the chat. Make sure you smash that like button. We are cooking here. I just want to show y'all something real quick. Let me know when y'all can see the screen.
Right here with you.
We got groin, man. We got an issue, man. Reason for exam.
Hernia, I believe.
Possible hernia. So I said I would definitely show it on the show because he was a little upset that I guess Ness was dogging.
Yeah. I mean, I don't I don't really care at this point. It is what it is. But some caller also called in before. He was like, "Oh, I saw Yancey running or yesterday or something like that."
Oh, but that I don't know.
But
he was running.
But like I said, I mean, like I said, I'm off it. If it's up to him. If I don't know. It doesn't matter,
man. If the fight is off, go and have a Corona or a Modelo. Training's off.
I thought about that for a sec, and then I was just like, damn, like I don't want to go back because then I had a coach. He's like, I got two fights lined up, October 18th and October 26th, I think. And then I was just like, you know what? I'm probably just gonna end up doing that instead. So I'm still in camp just for that.
There you go. Get
that. I didn't work. I didn't work this hard just to sit here and just you know what? Camp is over. So I'm just gonna keep on going and just get these 2 fights in, and I don't know. Hopefully see you guys in the next Border Wars.
Yeah, for sure, man. We look forward to seeing you.
That's if because Ness was trying to give me a fight in Wisconsin, and that didn't happen either. Like 4 people turned me down, and there was one we locked it in, and then I don't know where just pulled out too.
Well, you got to talk to Vega, man. Vega's one of the guys that can help make shit happen over there, bro.
Why? What's so great? You not making stuff crack or what?
Look, he just muted his mic. Vega, where are you? You're supposed to be the commissioner over there. What's popping, bro? Oh Lord, he got quiet. Something must have happened because there you go.
Side
He got shell shock, bro. You got shell shock.
Side texting people.
You know what you need to tell Vega? Vega, if they can't find me an opponent, maybe you need to fight me. That's what you need to tell Vega.
I'm too light for that guy. But I'm way too. I'm like, I'm trying to get down all the way to 135, maybe 136.
Oh, possible Tip Bayless opponent in the future.
Yeah, Tip, Lobo, whoever, Mikhail,
Lobo's a good fight. What's up with Lobo, man? Lobo ain't got no opponent. He don't want to fight though. He's taking the rest of the year
that's gonna be hard for me, bro, because like my first fight and jumping straight to the top because I mean Lobo
bro, you were gonna fight Yancey. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but you know how the Tip owns that division popularity wise. Like if Tip wants that fight,
Tip's in a bad place right now, man. Tip was
what?
Tip is the perfect example. I know he's in the chat. He probably gonna call in a little while. Tip is a perfect example of how you could be here one day and then you get down here the next day.
Right.
Like,
yeah, I mean, shoot.
Man, after that performance in Wisconsin, then all of a sudden everybody crapping on him after the Lobo fight. So Tip's got to build that brand back up against Mikhail, man.
Right. And he said that he wasn't going to rematch Lobo.
For the picking, man. He's right there for the picking.
Yeah, and he said that he was that he wasn't going to rematch Lobos. So shoot, in February, if me and Lobos can get it cracking, we'll see. Well, I'll have to talk to Ned, see what's up with that. I think that would be a good one too.
Yeah, man, for sure. I just want to see you in there, man. I've seen your videos. You've shown me your stuff. I'm excited, man. I wanted to see that fight. It's not going to happen, but I just want to see you in there, man. I think I'm very, very impressed with the footage that you showed me, man.
Yeah, I was, like I said, I was hoping to go, this next month, but like Ness said, Ness is just like, you know what, I don't have anybody. He's just like, he just basically told me that straight up, and I'm just like, all right, whatever. Then, well, hopefully, I think he said in February or March that he wanted to, that he wanted to do it somewhere on I think LA or Arizona. One of those two, but like I said, shoot, I'm willing to. That would be dope. Because like I said, I've been trying to get a fight since Wisconsin, bro. Like, and it's since March, and everybody just says no. Like I'm not saying I'm good, but it's just like, damn, I know everybody in Border Wars wants to cherry pick. And then that's the hard part. Like, everybody wants to look good, so but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens in the next couple months, 5 months or so.
That's what's up, man. Shout out to all the fighters that are going to be fighting in Border Wars. November 8th, it is going down in Atlanta, man. In Atlanta. So make sure you show the TBV community and the fighters some love, man. We got AB 2 times. So what you got, brother? I know we've digressed a little bit. We got Claymore on the panel. Malcolm is in the back. Is that you? Identify yourself before you get pulled into the panel because they hacked him yesterday. But in the meantime, what you got, AB?
What the future rivalries, right?
Yes.
The future rivalries. I think it's because I would love to say Teal and Devin, but Teal's just been on a whole nother level. Like he's just a weird guy. Like one day it's yes, I'll fight you in negotiations, and then the next is just like he's just gone or doing something on the internet, just trolling people. So, but like I would. That's still a fight I would want to see is Teal and Devin. But is it gonna happen? I don't think so.
I think I said that earlier, right, Clay? That was one of the ones that I said that I thought could materialize. But again, I'm kind of with AB.
Yo,
Clay.
Yep. It was right there.
Know, it's got everything. It's got everything to be the rivalry, but except Nobody's signing the contracts to make it happen, bro.
Because
I think they fight, though. I think they fight. I do think they
so?
I hope
fight.
so.
Hey,
I hope so.
I love your optimism, bro.
I think they fight, man. I think all these dudes fight, man. I think, man, bro. I just think a new era of boxing, man. I think Terrence and Canelo ushered in some real energy. You know what I'm saying? And I think we're gonna see a lot of fights get made. I think 2026.
See, we need more of this optimism on the fucking panel. Shout out to you, Clay.
Yeah,
Because
do you think that Shakur and Teal fight?
So many times. Boxing has kicked me in the nuts so many times.
Well, me too. I'm right there with you, bro. I'm right there with you, but I'm having faith, man. I'm watching a change of guards, man. I'm watching things happen that's going to force promoters to be concerned with what our eyes are looking at. And you know, that's why I love what Turkey's doing. I love what Dana's bringing to the table. I think what Turkey and Dana just did made Eddie go and make that deal with Rock Nation and get that partnership with Riyadh. I think Oscar is going to be forced to put his fighters out there a little bit more. I think I'm very excited and interested in seeing what Top Rank's getting ready to do. I want to see where they end up landing and what kind of deal they get. I think we're going to watch a very competitive space, not only inside the ring, but outside the ring. I think we're going to see promoters become competitive. And I think being a fan of boxing, it's a great place to be right now, is a fan of boxing, man. Sit back and watch and enjoy. They fighting for us like I told you, like the pretty girl at the bar, bro, at the club, bro. We got all the grown men fighting over us, bro.
I love it. I love it, man.
So
Shout out to my guy Clay.
Do you think that Shakur and Teal fight is gonna get made?
I hope so.
I
hope so. I actually feel like he will. For some reason, I do. I do share Clay's optimism with that one, even though I shouldn't when it comes to Tio. But I actually think that does happen. I'm gonna say that does happen. Yes.
In February, right, or in January? They're saying
I don't know.
It's
probably like January, February, something like that.
Sometime in the first quarter of 2026, which is fine with me. I'm just waiting for the announcement. Once they get announced, we see a presser, then
that would be dope.
Then we'll start to get a little bit excited about it. Right now, again, just like anything else, it's just we're wishing on a star here. But all of those have the the opportunity to be good rivalries. You just got to get in there and make it happen. Malcolm, what's good, man? Malcolm, what's your blood type, man?
I don't even know, to be honest.
Identify yourself. What's the last 4 digits of your social, man? Is that you?
It's the same as yours, man. It's the same as yours. Whatever yours is. That's
Shout out to my brother. I had to text him. I saw him in the back because they hacked him yesterday. He was one of those.
Man.
He took a screen name
I feel like I made it. I got hacked. Somebody, I got a fake Malcolm out here, man. I feel like I made it as a caller on here. So shout outs to me, man. But shout outs to you, Johnny. Shout outs to Claymore. I really like your takes, bro. You're really good on the panel. You do this thing where at the ending of all your takes, you ask questions, and it just gets everybody going, man. So shout outs to you. Shout outs to AB. Shout outs to you too, bro. Definitely the T.O. Shakur thing is going to happen because they're not talking too much about it. And I see T.O. promoting. It's not no back and forth about signing contracts. So I think we definitely getting that, just to put that out there. Once the fighters get quiet about sign your end of the deal, it looks like it's said and done. Now we talk about the rivalries that we want to see, or the next great rivalry. We witnessing it.
May be the next great
rivalry. We witnessing it already, man. It's just Ryan fumbled the bag. It's Ryan and Haney. We seen the first fight. We seen what happened. Yes, there was PED allegations.
I think Clay mentioned it yesterday. But
yesterday I talked about it. Yeah, for sure. But I didn't even think about it today. I'm glad he brought it up. It really slipped my mind. I didn't think about it all today. That's right there in front of our faces, man. You ain't lying.
Yeah, PED allegations, bunch of trash talk. It was what was it? Game 7. This one matters. Yeah. We see how the fight went. Fans are torn about it. Like, PEDs can't stop you from blocking the left hook. There was just a whole bunch of shit that happened afterwards. And we lived through it right now. So all that Ryan will have to do, let's just say Ryan gets into another fight. I seen some shit. I don't know if it was Dan, the boxing man, who put it up, or maybe that there's like these little rumors that Ryan wants a Barrios fight. I don't know how that'll go, but let's just say he fights Barrios or it gets a belt, and let's just say Devin somehow beats Norman. Well, he will beat Norman. We're not going to go there. But if that happens, or just both, and they just link up for a second fight, You know what I'm saying? You just don't know how it's gonna go. Devin could get a win, or it could be a draw. Ryan could somehow pull this shit off. We might get a trilogy, but even with 2 fights, I think it has the perfect storyline. Everybody's gonna be torn about it. You know, both I want to say have good fan bases, but both are hated for separate reasons. You know, Ryan's a very controversial figure in boxing, also, but he's very popular. So I would like to say that that's like our best rivalry. With everything else that was listed, I can't see Shakur really having a good rival. I thought it would have been Tank, but I don't see him having multiple fights with anybody. I I don't know. It's just something about it. I don't see any like real substance or him having some crazy tricky fight where they need to run it over again. Would have thought it was Tank, but you know we seen how that went. Teofimo, if not, I'm lost for words with him, so I don't really want to talk too much. And then maybe Boots and Virgil, but Virgil just come. Both of their teams just come off weird to me because I don't know, they're always in negotiations for a fight or they're always moving weird. So it's hard for me to just pick through that poll. But I did put Boots and Virgil of all those other options. But I definitely think the best chance of a rivalry right now, the rivalry we got, is Haney and Ryan.
It's a good one, man. Like I said, we haven't talked about that one today, man. Yeah, it's there, and I do believe that they fight again. They have to. That's a must. These guys have been rivals since the amateurs, bro. And obviously with what happened with the whole Osterine and how it went down for Dev, they got to make that fight happen. And if Dev beats him this time, maybe they do a third one. I don't know. It all depends on how that plays out. But yeah.
All right, Johnny. I'm gonna head on now. I know you don't like too much people in the panel, but salute Malcolm, salute Sports Talk. Thank you, Johnny. I'll be on here more often now that I ain't as in camp as I should.
You got it, bro. You're always welcome, AB.
All right, Claymore. Peace.
Peace, family.
That's AB 2 times, man. Sorry, man. It sucks that he couldn't get that fight, man, because I've been watching his footage, man. He's been looking good in the gym, man. He's been taking it serious. He's gonna fight Yancey, bro. Yancey's no joke. But Yancey is on the IL. He sent me proof. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on at TBV, man. But yo, Malcolm, that was a good one. That's a good one. Any other ones before I ask Fight his take?
Damn, I think that's the only ones. Because other than that, I would have.
Is Usyk Fury rivalry? Is that rivalry?
I mean, I guess you can consider it a rivalry.
I don't know, because Fury just got beat pillar to post both fights.
Yeah.
So it's hard for me to say that. I do want to say Emiliano and my bad. Go on.
Nope. No. I want you to say what you were going to say because I think Clay touched on that earlier. Emiliano and who?
Keyshawn. I seen an interview recently. He was on
Malcolm, you cutting off. Okay. Malcolm?
No.
His sound is a little jacked up. I think you're out in the street because I can hear
everybody trying to be polite. He waiting on us. Oh yeah, he got that back connection. Yeah, man. I think. Listen, man. By the way, I just want to go on record. I'm anticipating the return of Keyshawn Davis. I am not with throwing him out with the bathwater because he smacked about somebody in the locker room, bro.
Who's throwing him out? There's people throwing him out.
People like, oh, he's diabolical. You know what I mean? They're throwing shots at him, and it's like, are you crazy? Keyshawn is he's the future of boxing, bro. He's part of that next generation coming. We need Keyshawn Davis, bro. We need Keyshawn Davis back in boxing ASAP, bro. ASAP.
It sucks that happened because he was getting a lot of traction, man. And this was a big setback, but it's okay. Like, no, he'll be fine. You
100%,
know,
bro.
What do we say, Clay? We live in a what have you done for me lately?
Bro. Get in that ring, bro, and just clean somebody up, and we'll be right back on track. By the way, I want to put it on record that I think there's a good chance Keyshawn could move on from Top Rank and end up over there with Eddie Hearns at Matchroom. I think it's very
absolutely. I don't disagree with that at all. Obviously, his Shakur's over there though.
Yep.
Yeah. So no. Yeah. I think it's only a matter of time. I think it's inevitable.
There we go.
To happen, man. Malcolm hit a dead zone. So Fight Sport, what's good, my brother?
What's up, Ben? How's it going?
What's the last 4 digits of your social? Nah, that's him, man. That's fight right there. That's my guy fight, man. What's
Yeah.
good, brother?
That actually.
These are fights kind of topics.
Mm-hmm.
These are
Absolutely.
topics.
Absolutely. This is what
Put your
this is what
apron on,
we
cook, brother.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to think of future rivalries of this generation, and I keep coming back to Bivol Beterbiev because, as we talked about last time, Johnny, those two are just so evenly matched that it's got all of the signs of a good rivalry, but it's just a little weird how Bivol has sort of quietly gone aside, even though he is still technically the undisputed champion. So I don't know if a third fight happens. I mean, it would be diabolical for me if it doesn't, but I don't know. And until those guys get it on, Benavides is still kind of in limbo. I mean, I think he's going to smoke Yard, and I don't think any of these guys really challenge him. So that division is still sort of up in the air for me. Crawford, I said to you last time, I think he retires after a rematch with Canelo. Janibek, I mean, this guy just can't catch. He can't catch a break and he can't catch an opponent. They're all avoiding him. And I've said this on your show before, Johnny. I'm not going to put any enthusiasm into Teofimo Lopez because this guy has made me look like a numpty too many times. So it's past the point where it's shame on me. It's like, no, F you. I'm not doing it. I'm not putting any effort into this guy. So I frankly don't give two hoots what he does. Now, actually, tell a lie. I am interested to see what he does, but I'm not putting any big expectations on him because he goes AWOL every single time. So Devin, there's just something about him and Norman which doesn't make me think it's going to be a trilogy because, first of all, if Devin gets blown out, that could be, and I know Devin's friends who have had me on their shows, I know they'll disagree with me on this, but that could be the end of his career. I mean, if he gets smoked and smoked badly, we may not see Devin. That might be the end of his prime. Who knows? And if Norman gets outboxed, people will say, well, Norman was never picked to be he's seen as an overachiever anyway. So apologies if I'm going on a too long a tangent here, but I don't know who's going to have the big rivalries in this upcoming generation. Like Stevenson, he's definitely got the opponents, but we just haven't seen it yet. Tank, I mean, he's shown us who he is, so I think we can put him aside. And I personally disagree with you, Clay, about Keyshawn. I am not. Again, I'm not going to go off the deep end and say, "Oh, screw that guy." Never.
You see, Johnny. You see what I got to deal with out here, bro. You see what I got to deal with. It's diabolical, man.
I get it too. Every
well,
now
I'll
and
just
then.
say. Well, I'll just say this: when you say boxing needs him, I disagree because he showed us who he. Now, with that being said, there's all speculation here, but I'm just saying until he shows us until he shows us something different, I can't say I'm excited for him coming back. It's just now. I know that was a long tangent, and I hope I
can't win out here, Johnny. You can't win out here, man. So let me ask you a question. Before that happened, was Keyshawn not the best? Wasn't Keyshawn like straight up like we think he could beat Tank? We think he can do. We want him to fight Shakur. We want him to make the big fights. He had the whole city behind him in Virginia. Everybody came out. AI, you know what I'm saying? All your favorite athletes from Virginia came out there. The mayor gave him the key to the city. This man was on fire, potentially and possibly top ranks biggest superstar. How did all of that go away with missing weight on a scale and smacking somebody who he's arguing he did not smack, but let's just say he did, smacking somebody in the locker room? How did all that go away?
To be completely honest, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if this was the guy to beat Tank because the Borincik fight didn't show us anything. Not his fault, but Borincik just was a terrible opponent. I always had this in my mind, the Nair Albright fight. I had that in my mind, and I thought, well, because he hasn't been challenged since, Keyshawn, I mean, I don't know how he's going to do against somebody who can fight back. And the Albright fight is going to be something I look to. So could he have given us some fantastic fights? Absolutely. I was very high on Keyshawn, as everyone was.
You don't think that he had a good run before that situation, fighting Madueno, fighting Dennis Baranchek, beating Jose Pedraza. You don't think he was having a great run, like a great return from falling off because of popping on a marijuana test and going through what he did. You didn't think he returned in rare form?
I did.
He had a great run, Clay, but it was a run as a prospect because he wasn't challenged, which again, I'm not dogging him for, but we didn't see him tested. So in the ring, that is. So it was hard for me. Therefore, I can't really say whether he's the real deal or not, because this is prospect level stuff, which again, at his age, fine. That's what every fighter needs to go through. But personally, I hadn't seen anything beyond that.
Yeah. Come on back, Keyshawn. You got to convince Fight Sport Talk, bro. You got to put in something. We got to see you put in some pain, man. Keyshawn, bring it back to 140, man. We ready to see. Bring it in, bro. We're gonna get Fight Sports Talk. Don't take it personal. Don't let Fight Sports Talk discourage you, bro. We'll get him later, bro. He'll be here later. Come on back, bro. I got you, bro. I'm gonna hold Fight Sports Talk back. Come on in, bro. You straight, bro. You good. Come in, bro. Come in, bro. I ain't gonna let him get you.
I gotta agree with Clay, man. I think it's better. It'll be better with Keyshawn back. I was most disappointed with him missing weight. That's why I was most disappointed. I wasn't really crashing out over the shit that happened in the locker room after that. I mean, was it uncalled for? Yes, absolutely. He shouldn't have been back there. So there was obviously an intention to start some kind of drama, but he said that it was overblown. I don't know. There's two sides to every story, but at the end of the day,
they fighters, Johnny. They get into it.
It's boxing, right? It's boxing. Nobody got killed. I wasn't really tripping like that over it, like other fight fans were. Maybe Fight was, and I respect if you did. That's just my opinion. Again, my disappointment was the whole weight thing. At home, main event against a great opponent. I wouldn't say a great opponent, but an opponent that we were all like, big step up, right? Yeah, absolutely. A good. I was interested to see what Keyshawn we were going to see, because, like, to Clay's point, there was momentum. People were starting to believe, Keyshawn is this dude, bro. Like, this dude may be this guy that knocks Tank off. Whether he did or not, there were people that were believing it, including myself. So that to me was a big black eye, man. You let your home fans down, you let your fan base down.
Right.
But again, boxing is about the comeback. Okay. I think that this little bit of a break will do him well. Hopefully it refocuses him. He surrounds himself with the right people, and we see him back in the ring, and we see the same exciting fighter that we were seeing before that whole shit happens.
And more mature.
Well, exactly. Like, shit, we got to see some maturity. Absolutely. That's a must.
I think we see it. I think this is a building block. This is a necessary. I think hindsight, Keyshawn says this is one of the most important experiences in his whole entire life. And I think we see him catapult from this, man. Just come on back, Keyshawn.
Well, sure. I mean, on what you said, Johnny, I can.
You're breaking up, Fight.
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay.
I can hear you now.
Okay, cool. Sorry about that. I agree with you completely that the biggest disappointment was the weight cut thing, 100%. But it's the backstage thing. You're right. That's boxing. Fighters are fighters. But it's once again, if you look at the context, it was historically embarrassing what he did, because Albright beat his brother, and Keyshawn. Okay, I said the same thing, by the way, when I was in my mid-20s when Conor McGregor did pulled that embarrassing and disgusting stunt with the attacking the bus. And for the record, I do not like Khabib. People who follow me on social media will know my takes on that out of combat sports. But what Conor did was disgusting. And so when you look at the nuance, it was historically embarrassing because he should have, and I said this again with Conor pulled that stunt, he should have been in his mother's basement with his head under the covers in shame. Like that you just don't attack somebody who beat your brother when you missed weight and intentionally like that on a show that was built around you. So now, can he come back from that? Yes, but when you have and it's not even that I'm skeptical, it's that, and I know people are going to look at this and say, oh, who's this idiot from New Zealand? Who does he think he is? Well, if you mess up like this, we're all held to the standard of, well, you've got to prove to people that you're different. That's what I'm saying he has to do, because there was literally no reason for him to do any of the stuff that he did. If he had just gone to a dust up with Albright because they're fighters, fine. And it wasn't just that he missed weight, it was how he did it. Like people saying this is like Ryan Garcia. I agree. I've got no interest in seeing Ryan Garcia back in the ring, period. I didn't believe him when he failed the drug test. I didn't believe his excuses. But when you have a show built around you, I know this is going to sound, people are going to disagree with me on this, but when a show is built around you, what he did is unacceptable. So now,
I mean, it was unacceptable, right? There's no turn, but bro, come on, bro. Like, I mean, I don't want to get into like other fighters' legal problems and what's going on out here with people and the things that are happening, bro. The dude's a young guy, bro, and it's just part of the game. It's part of the growing process. Like, it just is what it is when it comes to that. You know what I mean? But as far as the pedigree of boxing that he brings inside of that ring, as far as the stylistic fights that we can see with Keyshawn, as far as how great he can be in the sport, all those things you listed were cool, you know what I mean, but they're personal. They're not relevant to what goes on inside that ring. That's a young man growing. I mean, we're looking at it on one side of the conversation and say that he went back there to go beat up Nahir Albright, but I think there's a legitimate chance that what happened was Keyshawn went back there to say some words to him. It got crowded back there. Some pushing and shoving happening. He should have never been there in the first place. And I think there's a good chance that most people are first of all, none of us know hands-on what really, really, really happened in real time in that locker room. And I think we're probably adding a lot of seasoning and salt and pepper and seasoning salt and garlic powder and all types of stuff to this. And this is probably more than likely two dudes who faced off on each other and a crowd of people separated them. I think probably what happened in the hallway with this kid in the hallway was probably more serious than what happened inside that locker room. But at the end of the day, the inside of the ring, as the boxing fans that we are, as the pundits in the space that we are, who are hungry to see great fights, Keyshawn checks the boxes. He's skilled at a high level. He gives you Terrence Crawford energy inside that ring, the way he carries himself, the way he moves. On the eye test, he was a WBO champion. He's ranked number one right now in the WBO rankings at 140 pounds. Frank Martin just went up there. Emiliano Vargas is there. We're probably going to see Abdullah Mason follow shortly behind him. Floyd Schofield Jr. is probably going to follow behind him. Keyshawn Davis is good for boxing, because you got a lot of fighters out there who are doing way more diabolical things. And like I said, I'm not going to say no names because I don't want to trigger any fans. I'm putting their fighters under the bus. But fighters are out here doing diabolical things every day, and they're the biggest stars in the game. Nobody cares. David Benavidez had his issues. Tank has his issues. Mike Tyson has had his issues. Buster Douglas has had his issues. Riddick Bowe's had his issues. People have had issues in this game, but still brought us great fights, man. And that's what we're here for. And I think Keyshawn delivers on that.
Clay, stock chasers want you to say names.
Nah, I don't want to do it. Y'all know who the names is, man. You got to put the Mike Tyson thing in here. Say the names. Say the names.
Stock, I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, yo, who's gonna be the one that's gonna tell him, yo, what you talking about? Say some names.
Hey,
bro.
maybe let me redeem
Davis,
myself.
Man, he fighting
Let it out, baby. Safe place here at the Hangout spot.
if I could maybe redeem myself in the eyes of my brother over there.
Yes, sir.
Everything you said about Keyshawn, as far as what he brings, 100%. I guess I'll just say this: he's great. He is great for boxing when he's doing it right. So
Right.
as long as he gets back to doing it right, hey, I'll of course
we'll cheer him on to do it right.
disagree.
100%. We have to say, come on back, but come on back right. That's how it goes, right? Like, but we don't got to throw him away. We're going to be like, listen, man, you're a great boxer, man. We want to see you in these fights. But when you come back in here, come on back right. Get your head screwed on right. Come on back right. Because we know if you come on back right, oh, man, you must see boxing. But we need you to shake off that immaturity, shake off that little chip on your shoulder. That's, you know what I mean? We need you to take this sport seriously. And look, he has the right people around him, right? He's got Terrence Crawford. He's got Shakur. He's got Bomac. He's got his family. He's got his mother. He's got good people around him, man. But, you know, young bulls get into things sometimes, man. You know what I mean? They do. They just get into situations sometimes, but it's a growing an opportunity to grow.
Oh yeah, it happens. I guess I'll end on a positive note as far as Keyshawn's future. But what I said about Conor earlier, I mean, I'm not at least as of right now, I'm not the best at doing documentary styles of videos on my channel. But I could easily, if I had the time and everything, I could easily do one of how the downfall of Conor McGregor and where he's at right now. I saw that coming. I saw that coming more than 5 years ago. It was, in fact, I could almost say I saw that coming 10 years ago. But that's for another day. So I guess you could, just with some things you could see coming. But going back to Keyshawn, I actually didn't notice this until I just pulled up the rankings a second ago while you were talking, Clay. He is actually the mandatory for Teofimo Lopez. And when he smashed Pedraza last year and Lopez had that pretty terrible fight with Ortiz, he called Lopez out. So now, I don't think that's going to happen immediately. There's just something that makes me think otherwise, but they are with the same promotional outlet. So, and Teofimo is in need of fights, and that's a fight that could be made. So if that can get made next year.
I like matchmaking fight sports talk. Yeah, bring that matchmaking in there. I like that matchmaking energy. He moving the pieces. He playing chess now. He playing chess.
If we can get that fight next year, Clay, I'm gonna have to pull up on your show and we're gonna have to discuss this because I love that.
Oh, because you know I'm calling you out now. That fight happens, I'm gonna be like, yeah, bro. I need you to put a flyer on your page. I need you to promote this damn fight, bro. You tell everybody, you eat them damn words. You get ready for some good fight. You get ready for some good fighting.
And I will say this, because you asked me earlier, look, has Keyshawn not shown he's the goods? And I just said, well, not sure, because the only time he was challenged was against Albright. But because Lopez has also shown flaws at the top level, the reservations I have around Keyshawn would not really be such a thing going into that fight. I would just think, nope, in fact, that could end up being one of the best fights next year. So now you got me on the hype train. I want to see. You started the show, Johnny. Potential rivalries. That is the potential rivalry.
Okay.
Let's go.
That's what I'm talking about, man. Yo, Keyshawn is a dog, man. He just like to fight, man. He just like to fight. But he is, he has been documented in the past as having mental issues as well.
Yeah, he needs some close. He needs some TLC, man. We, as boxing fans, Johnny, we gotta give him that TLC, bro. We can't throw him out like that. We gotta just encourage him to do better and welcome him back into the fold, bro. We can't do him like that, bro.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I agree. Fight. You got to show Keyshawn some love, bro. I mean, soon or later, you got to shoot Keyshawn a hug, man.
Yeah,
all the way from New Zealand, bro. You know how impactful that would be, all the way from New Zealand.
That would be motivating for him, bro. Did you see how he reacted when T.O. showed him a little bit of love? He was like, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I wanted to beat the brakes off this dude, but T.O. showed me. You see how he just, right? Come on, man. Bro, we gotta spread love in the world. We got enough hate going on in the world, bro. Keyshawn, man, bring it back in, man. Bring it back in here, man. Don't let them bring it back over here, man. Come on, man. We got you, bro.
Can I chime in real quick?
Yeah,
my
absolutely,
bad.
man.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Well,
nah,
as
nah,
soon as you
'cause
give me the last 4 digits of your credit card number.
yeah. Send me a picture of yours and then I'll read it out. I got you, bro. But hey, look. So Keyshawn is one of my favorite fighters, right? I definitely think he's the goods. Now, some of his opponents, I wasn't really too thrilled with. I wasn't really thrilled about the Pedraza fight just because I think he was going down in weight. And we hold a lot of fighters accountable for things like that. Whenever they fight these guys that's moving down, we'll kind of talk down on it, but they kind of give him a pass for it. The Madueno fight, I loved it. That was really a challenge. You had this guy coming forward who had power, and Keyshawn prevailed. It was a rough fight, but he did his thing with that, right? Lemos, again, this was somebody else coming down in weight, but he missed weight and he purposely blew over. So, you could kind of, sweep that one under the rug and just say it was a fair one. Baranchek, I give him full credit for. That was a champion. Yes, he beat Navarrete for the belt, and that was a guy who was moving up. But if certain other fighters, the guys who's fighting like Jake Paul, if they would have unified against Baranchek, they would have just wanted to give, they would have wanted to give Stank Davis all the credit in the world, but they want to discredit Keyshawn for it. But I think that was a good win, so I'll give him credit. Now, when it came to this last fight, I was not happy about it. You're fighting a guy who's coming off of a 2-year layoff, a loss, and he was fighting blood clots. I didn't like it. And I just felt like he could have done more, And then if you really felt like you couldn't make weight, like, bro, you're the 135-pound WBO champ. Use your super champ status and then force Tio to fight you. I'm pretty sure he could have done that. If Tio's not going to fight you, you would have had that he would have had to be vacated and you would have had the belt. So that's something that always pissed me off. I always wondered why he didn't do that, And I liked the whole back and forth for him and Abdullah Mason. Some people were calling it bullying. But now in retrospect, I'm like, damn, bro, you were talking about we could fight next and you can't even make the weight.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of what threw me
To
off.
me was the worst look, man, out of the whole situation. But go ahead. I'm sorry I cut you off.
Nah, you good, man. So, that whole situation just it kind of threw me off. And then, the whole Albright thing. Personally, I don't care too much about what happens outside the ring. I care more about the missing weight aspect. But, there's plenty of fighters, like Claymore was saying, there's plenty of guys. We got guys with certain charges that you get killed for in jail that we just adore and we worship them and they're legends in the sport. And it's just, this is Keyshawn's last impression that he left on us. That's all it is. If he decided to be this clean-cut guy and back to the businessman and he looked good his next 2 fights, people wouldn't talk about this. We always say, what have you done for me lately? It applies for every single thing when it comes to these fighters. So if you just do some crazy controversial shit, like, that's the last impression you left. So everybody going to just hate you for it. But I'm pretty sure if he just wins his next fight and it's like, oh, Keyshawn Davis is back, then we're just back in the talks, and then they're going to want him to mix it up with Emiliano, with other champions, with Ernesto Mercado, just all those guys. They're going to want him to just mix it up. But
Ernesto.
Tito Mercado has got to be in a rivalry.
Yes.
I just don't know. Wait, well, hold on. We got to think of it. He's got to be. He's tailor made for a rivalry, bro. I forgot about my man.
Oh, him and Shakur would be a good one. Now that I'm thinking about it,
goosebumps go up my arm. As soon as he said, I said, "Oh my god, I forgot about
Ernesto." How you cooking, bro? You cooking right now? I got to think of a good. I don't know about Shakur though.
Yes, Shakur. Yes.
So?
They got into it. Don't you remember when Ernesto fought Jose Pedraza?
He did call him out. He did call him out.
They got sauce, man.
Yeah.
That got called out. Everybody at 135.
He's calling out.
That was hilarious.
140. He said he'll go to 147 the last time we had him up here. I love interviewing him, man. He's a great interview.
Ernesto's outside looking for a fight, bro. He walking down the street looking at people staring at him. He's stopping in the middle of the street like, yo, what's good, family? I don't even look at Ernesto if he walk in the room too long because he might send me a contract. Ernesto's on that time. He might send me a call. Like, what is this? Nah, family, you was looking at me in the room. I had my lawyers get it together and send it over to you, bro. We ain't playing around out here, bro. What was you looking for? Bro? Like, damn, bro.
I think Keyshawn and Tito is a better rivalry.
I don't know, because I feel like Keyshawn and Emiliano would be great because of the whole Vargas dynasty, and they were trying to run that up with the DB3.
Shout out to my man, Clay run that one up too.
Telling you that
I thought it had
was
all the. Yeah, and Emiliano didn't bring him up in his last interview. Like he wanted to say Abdullah Mason. I'm surprised he didn't bring up Keyshawn. But I feel like their styles would just match up good. And the thing with Ernesto and Shakur, but no, Keyshawn has the whole the amateur thing. Fuck, like he got that spot in the Olympic team over Tito. So I think it could go either way. But that Shakur and Tito Mercado, it's just the styles. Because that's low key Shakur's kryptonite. It is somebody who's bigger and he's a puncher.
Yeah.
You know, he's pretty strong. So either way, I think Mercado could have a fair amount of rivalries. He got the same amount of like I feel he has the potential of rivalries just like Fernando Vargas had. Fernando Vargas had a lot of potential rivalries that could have, you know, they could have expanded them more. Like he could have done more fights with De La Hoya and it would have been a greater promotion. Now you could probably say the same thing with Ricardo Mayorga also.
Keenan Lofton. Yep. That's yup.
What he say? What he say? So I can pull it up.
Right there at the bottom.
Emiliano and Abdullah Mason is the real rivalry.
I don't know if it's a real one, but it's a real rivalry. I think it's a great fight, man. And we got brothers and brothers. We got the Mason brothers and the Vargas brothers. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, Abdullah Mason isn't going to talk crazy on the stage and do all those things. But that fight, and they were there right with each other at 135 for half a second. Emiliano went up to 140. But I like it. Yeah.
They're both too proper. They both carry themselves the same way. They're both like clean cut.
Yeah.
You probably might hear the most trash talk out of I think Calvin and then what is it? No, Amado David, Amado Vargas, the middle one, because he's the one that talks the most.
Right. Yeah, the little guy, the middle brother, but the smaller one, yeah, he the one he be going off.
The smaller one is that guy, man. Emiliano is legit, man. He's got star written all over him. I just got to see, just like anything else, up in competition. I think he's ready.
Come back, Keyshawn. Come back, man. We need you back, bro.
Talk to him, man.
I need my boy Keyshawn back.
He'll only come back if Fight Sport Talk writes him a letter, bro. Fight Sport.
That's what it is. I gotta send him that apology letter, bro. He waiting on Fight Sport to break bread. Break bread, Fight Sports. You stopping boxing right now, bro. I need you to put that letter together and get that out in the mail. You heard?
Well, I am the most important channel on YouTube, so I will.
Exactly.
I will
be accountable, brother. Be accountable, brother. What the hell are you doing out here, bro?
Shout out to you, man.
I will harness the power of my British and Scottish ancestors.
Yeah.
In fact, okay. All joking aside, Clay, if I could just comment on something you mentioned earlier, the is Tyson Fury and Usyk a rivalry? That's an interesting question because Usyk won both fights. The second fight, I maintain the first fight was a schooling and should have been a knockout. The second fight was competitive, but it was one of those competitive fights with a clear winner.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, it's kind of hard. For me, it's hard. I can't really call that a rivalry, but it made me think of Canelo Golovkin, the pair of fights that the fighters we were expecting to be a rivalry. And in some ways, and Golovkin fans always hold this against me when I critique his resume. And by the way, for the record, I do think Golovkin's a Hall of Famer, but I've just got some critical things to say on his resume as I do on most fighters. But he officially doesn't have a win over Canelo, even though almost everybody views that first fight as a robbery. But the way the trilogy finished with a one-sided and pretty boring fight, that rivalry kind of doesn't go down as what it was hyped up to be. So, one of those interesting cases.
Yeah. I hear you on that. I definitely hear you on that. Definitely hear you on that, man. I like it though. I like Canelo and Triple G though as a rivalry. I think they're in that conversation. I think they were running it for a little bit. That was a good little. We need to see them running back, especially with that draw. You know what I mean? With that draw.
Yeah.
Let me throw a curveball. Curveball. Tank comes back and fights Lamont Roach. And Lamont Roach beats him. Wow. Is that a rivalry? Is that a DMV rivalry? Are they running it back a third time? I'm fantasy, you know what I'm saying? But he comes back and he fights Lamont. Lamont beats him. Do they run it back?
It will be a rivalry which nobody really saw coming. It'll kind of it'll be a.
That's why
I think including everyone.
I'm like, could that one turn out to be a rivalry that we didn't know? Listen, the Lamont Roach and the Tank Davis fight, I call that fight the fight nobody knew they wanted to see. You know what I'm saying? Nobody.
Listen, I was really down on it, and it had nothing to do with Lamont. It was more Tank.
Clay,
you know,
let me counter that curveball with another curveball.
Wait, hold on. Let Johnny just build on that right quick.
Oh, absolutely.
Johnny was definitely spitting. Yeah.
I forgot what I was saying. What?
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do
what,
that.
With Lamont and Tank?
Yeah, you were down on that fight at first, and not because of Lamont.
It had nothing to do with Lamont. My disappointment was with Tank. You know, because at that point in time, the fight that I wanted to see, that most fights fans wanted to see, was the two best lightweights in the world, which was Tank and Shakur.
Right.
So when that fight came about, the first thing that came to my mind was, here we go again. We've seen this movie, right? Tank chooses another smaller guy moving up a weight class, who he's probably going to allow to win early rounds, and then boom, in the latter part of the fight, Tank will do what he does and break him down like we did with in previous fights. So that was my whole big thing. Like, I wasn't shitting on Lamont for going up in weight class and trying to be great. It was my disappointment with Tank. But then the fight happened, and it's crazy now how now I'm beefing because we're not getting a freaking rematch. Instead, we're getting Tank and Jake Paul. So that was my whole take on that.
That was the fight we never thought we wanted to see, right? It was like you went into it, but at the end of it, you were like, damn, I want to see them run that back.
I mean, but I love to be proved wrong. Like, I don't want to be right. Like I said it, like I want this fight to be competitive. Like, I want to be wrong. I don't want to purposely say that we're going to see the same movie that we saw in the past.
Mm-hmm.
And I was pleasantly surprised. I'm good with that because at the end of the day, I'm a fan of boxing.
Church.
Oh, shit, I wanted to see it again, and now here we go. But it is what it is. I'm sorry. That's what I had to say about that.
Salute to the host, man.
Salute to all of y'all, man. We all cooking. The chat is cooking, man. We are cooking here. The late night spot. What we need? About another 30 likes, man. Let's get it popping, y'all. Let's get it popping, man. Let's get these likes going, man. And shout out to Clay, Malcolm, and Fight. We cooking up in here. We cooking. What's up? You said you were gonna throw another curveball. Throw that other curveball.
Yeah, well, this is just a counter curveball to Clay's curveball. Tank ain't gonna do it. Tank is not gonna fight Lamont Roach again. Now, it's not because he's scared, but oh man,
I don't know. If I'm motivated to come back and fight after this. After this bag, he may not want to.
Well,
come back
yeah, but here's the thing: it's going to be. It's going to be, and this is not a shot at any of Tank's fans who shows I've been on, but it's going to be the narrative. They're going to say, well, can you blame Tank? Look at all the money he made. He doesn't have to come back. And it's like, yeah, that's the point. He robbed the bank. He conned the sport. He did all these other metaphors that I could go through, and he played everyone for fools. So it's like, okay, you made tons of money, but you did everything except give us the fights we wanted. So see you later.
This is a good segue for Malcolm, because Malcolm's a huge.
No, the thing is,
right, Malcolm?
The thing is, right?
I knew he was going to.
All these fighters, these fighters, they just leeching off of Tank's name. That's all it is. I understand why he don't want to fight Shakur. Like, you don't sell.
Oh,
so
I
100%.
That route. Okay.
Yeah, it's a dumbass narrative, right? Because that's how these Tank fans sound. Yo, Tip, call in, bro. Because this is what Tip be saying. Because these guys don't sell. That's the reason why they shouldn't fight Tank. But nah, Tank just don't want to fight his adversaries. He's followed the straight up. He's followed the Mayweather blueprint to the T without having the pretty boy phase. And it's unfortunate. It's like I say all the time. He has all the skill in the world to give us the best fights. He can probably beat all his contemporaries too. It's not like he's going to get completely whitewashed, but he just doesn't want to step up. And then he showed when it gets hot in that kitchen, you've seen it with the Lamont Roach fight. Like, he looked like he was kind of checking out. You took the knee. I don't know how the hell you did that and got away with it. You did the same thing with Hector Garcia. You wanted a little break right when they were fighting in the stance.
Right.
And you tell the referee something and you chill and you caught a second wind. So I mean, he was up in the fight anyway, but A-side shit. Yeah, honestly, man, as much as I like watching him and as skilled as he is, he needs to fucking pack it up and get him out of boxing, bro. He needs to leave, man. 'Cause I'm just tired of it. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like I'm just tired of it, man. I just want to see people who want to fight. Like anybody who ducking, like I don't want to watch you. I don't want to entertain you. I'm trying not to talk about this. Johnny knows how to bring this out of me. You know, he knows I'm gonna get all negative about it, but yeah, man, Tank need to go somewhere, bro. He's the biggest hypocrite in the world. Paints his nails, wears purses.
Damn.
Like, I don't know, bro. Like, I'm sorry.
It can get bad. It can get bad real quick for Tank. It can get real bad over here.
This is what I anticipated happening here. This is yeah,
dude. And I realized how bad it was during the back and forth with Devin Haney when they had that whole back and forth and they were gonna mix it up. I seen so many narratives and excuses from the fans, and I'm like, damn, man, y'all just don't want this guy to fight. And then it's like, oh no, he can't move up to 140. But now you're willing to fight Jake Paul. And I want y'all to tell me that Jake Paul's not a real fighter. So you're okay with your favorite fighter not fighting real guys? Like, come on, bro. Like, I don't know. And then another thing he said recently in a press conference, he's just talking about how he doesn't want to fight people because you guys throw everybody away and then y'all quick to switch up and y'all get personal. Bro, you do the same thing. You take personal shots at people. I seen him on Twitter taking a shot at a fan, talking about they dead homie. I'm like, damn, bro. Like, it's not that deep. Wow. He switches up all the time. Devin lost. You were so happy. When the whole Ryan shit happened, you were happy talking about going to the club. Like, you ain't beat him. That guy's a bozo, man. But all right, I'm about to get you flagged, Johnny, and I gotta get ready for work. But shout out to the Hangout spot, man. Shout out to Fight Sports. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to YouTube Claymore. Keyshawn, come back, baby. Come back.
Can I hit the home run for that one?
Yeah. Keyshawn, come back. Substitution. You come in, Tank. Go to the bench, bro. Sit there forever. I'm out of here.
That was, that's where you close the show. That's where you drop a mic.
Beautiful.
Yeah, no, that was a legit crash out. I thought it was gonna be worse, to be honest with you.
Right.
Yeah, because
that was crash out by definition. And that's how you crash out. That's what a crash out looks like.
Yeah, for sure. But he was
and if I could just comment. No, sorry.
You know, I said he was cooking. I don't even trip. I don't even trip on
this. And he closed it out with the finale, like pack him up and get him out of boxing, bro. Like that's how you close it up, bro. He said pack him up. You know, I don't even want to see the fights.
Right.
I'm good.
Yeah, I don't even trip no more, man, because Tank told us this a long time ago, man. The writing was on the wall. We just all ignored it, man.
Nah, we didn't all ignore it. That's a damn lie. But the Tank fans were so toxic out in these streets. They were going to war on these channels, bro, over Tank. And it was just like, you guys are not listening to this man. This man is not interested in what you're talking about. He's not. Even with the going up in weight thing and, why would I go up in weight? The man's about to go fight a 200+ pound Jake Paul with no problem. And if he does return, more than likely he's going to probably fight at 147. Just going all the way up there in weight, I don't see him come back to 135. Yeah, so if he does come back into space in some sort of competitive like mentality, it's probably is going to be against a Manny Pacquiao or somebody, and it's going to be at 147 pounds, and it's going to be what it is, right? But Tank, and it's John, you know, and I'm going to land my plane very quickly and just say, as a boxing fan, I've never really had an issue with Tank Davis. Although he didn't give me the fights that I wanted, although he did all these different things, I've always respected a fighter's prerogative to move with his career as he sees fit. I can be disappointed, I cannot be happy, but I'm not going to take it personal. What the Tank era of boxing did was it distracted a lot of attention from good fighters who were legacy fighters, who were interested in unifying and fighting for championships. It distracted the space for so long. A lot of these fans missed out on boxing, focusing on somebody who wasn't interested in boxing. And if there's anything I have issues with, it would be that. But once again, it's hard to separate that from Tank, right? It's hard to say that bothered me, but I have no issues with Tank because the fans won't allow you to separate it, right? They won't allow you to have an issue with the journey of a boxer and an actual person in Gervonta Tank Davis. It is what it is.
Man, no, you cooked there, man. You know, I'm just gonna come back and say I did until I heard Coach Prentice Brewer tell me one time, just because everybody has a different definition of what they perceive as being great, right? What I think, you know, being great for a fighter is may not think what that fighter believes what being great is. Like my thing is, to me, the definition of a fighter being great is, again, challenging himself, winning multiple titles, fighting for legacy, trying to be one of the best in his generation.
James Crawford.
But it doesn't mean that the fighter believes that that is a path for greatness. That fighter may believe, well, my path to greatness is financial security, making the most money I could possibly make so that me and my family are comfortably well off. That's what I strive to do. That's the way I see greatness. And when he said that, I was like, you know what? You're right. And if Tank sees greatness in that fashion, who am I to say you need to see it my way? He's said it before, like you said. I mean, so I don't trip anymore. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed because I like Tank. And I do believe that if he challenged himself against the best boxing has to offer, man, he's there. He can beat these guys. He would give us great fights. We would be able to say, damn, man, we're able to see our version or today's version of the Four Kings because, you know, Tank is fighting him. But we're being deprived of that because that is not his intention. So I'm disappointed, but I can't trip over it. So I'm not mad anymore.
Right.
I don't trip over it, bro. I just don't trip over it.
But I think that's the other part of it is like, as much as he has a right to move accordingly with his own career, being that he is the one putting his life on the line. And, you know, that's why, you know, I said the things I said before, but on the equal playing field, we as boxing fans have every right to be disgusted and to not support that and to want something different. Now, I can see if we're blowing up his cars and we're stalking him and we're trying to, but it's going crazy. But there's no way in the world, bro, that you, Johnny, at the Hangout spot, a content creator, cannot express your feelings on what that looks like and what you want to see in boxing as somebody who pays for tickets to go to fights, pays for pay-per-views, supports boxing by creating content on boxing. There's no way I feel it's fair, or should we allow anybody to try to quiet or muzzle our opinion on the sport that we love and support. It's all both perspectives have to learn how to coexist. They have to learn how to coexist, because as much of his right as Tank has to move accordingly, as content creators and boxing fans, we have just as much of a right to have our perspective on it. It is what it is. Everybody should be okay at the end of the day. Tank should be rich, driving his Ferraris, having his life, and we can be here, boxing fans, not happy knowing that Tank Davis had way more food on the plate that he left behind. We know he did. And history will speak on it that way, no matter how the fans of Tank Davis want to deal with it.
Facts. Well said, brother. Well said, my brother. Fight, I cut you off when I went on my little spiel there. What you got?
No, not at all. I actually, whatever I was going to say wasn't that important. I think I was just agreeing with what Clay said. He said, "Look, you laid it out a lot more patiently than I did, Clay, about how fighters can do whatever they want. They're their own men, and if they care more about getting out of the sport healthy with tons of money, good for them. That's their right, but we have the right to critique that." You laid it out a lot more patiently than I did, because it's never been, aside from when I was in my early 20s and as a teenager, aside from then, it's never been about these guys need to do exactly what I want. They need to cut their leg off for the sport or anything. It's just that it's simply, if you are going to be in the conversation of best fighter, prove it. And you know, I could go on forever, but that the thing is that Tank, whether it was him personally, or actually no, it was never really him personally, because when he was young, when he was a new champion, Mayweather always spoke for him. But whether it was PBC, Mayweather, Ellaby, or the media, or sometimes those doing the rankings, his name would often get brought up as being one of the best, etc. And that's why the discussion about the fights we didn't see him in always came up, because he was in the rankings, and it really peaked when discussion of him being on the pound for pound list came up. And I remember this like it was yesterday. A lot of his supporters would say in the YTBC, they would say, well, are you saying that Tank doesn't have pound for pound skill? Look at the way he knocks people out. And I was part of the camp saying, absolutely, he's got that pound for pound skill, but we need to see him in there with those guys. And the rest is history now. But yeah, I would also, going back to something Malcolm said about all the ways Tank Davis all the different ways he would say, look, these fights aren't for me. I'm going to do things my way. I'm going to come out with a video on this in detail when Tyson Fury finally retires. He was actually one of the first fighters I ever heard say, I don't want to do business with this particular manager. Now, this was 15 years ago when he was a prospect, but he used that to get out to duck a certain fight when he was British champion. And in the end, it was just a way of him camouflaging it. But he was openly saying, no, I don't want to do business with this particular manager. And so when fighters say that, it's always one of the first red flags when you say, look, I don't care how much you hate this guy, you have to do business with him. That's why it's called the fight business.
Right.
Yep. And the fight business is not
The weaker part.
I don't even know what to say about the fight business, to be honest.
Yeah, it's not for the weaker part, man. But you know, kind of like reverbing back just what I said, you know, like about a half an hour, 45 minutes ago, as far as like the future of boxing. That's something to be excited about, you know what I mean? And so, you know, that's why I'm so comfortable, and I was always comfortable, right? But I'm even more comfortable now to say that I'm okay with Tank bowing out. If anything, I'd appreciate if the WBA might consider, you know, put him as a champion in recess at a minimum. But feel free to strip him of his title as well. I'm not tripping, but you know, I don't want to trigger Tank fans to be like, yo, you already want to strip him. I'm not. You could put him as a champion in recess and allow the division to move on. Allow these fighters who want to fight each other and unify. Abdullah Mason's about to fight for his first title. Floyd Schofield Jr. seems to be waiting impatiently on the sideline, waiting for a WBA title so he could be elevated if he beats maybe a Lucas Body or maybe, you know, I don't know. But allow boxing to continue on, and we can't continue to put our bets and all of our eggs in the basket of somebody who is openly on interviews, on press conferences, telling you to your face he don't care about this sport like you do. It's not like we're in the dark. And if as fans we know that, I'm sure as guys on the inside, you know even more than we do, that this man has absolutely no intentions at a minimum, he has no intentions of defending that WBA title. I'm not saying he's going to retire, but I don't believe he comes back to 135. You understand what I'm saying? I don't believe that man does that. So that belt is sitting there with him for absolutely no reason. I don't believe he's coming back to that division. Personally, I could be wrong.
I agree. In fact, I don't think he comes back to boxing.
Period. Right?
I don't think
that's exactly what I was going to say.
Not after that bag.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I was going to say, Johnny. I was like, I don't know if he comes back at all.
Yeah. But I'm being fair, and I'm saying to the WBA, if your concerns are about the 135-pound division and that WBA title, there's a super high probability that Tank Davis never returns back to that division to fight in that division again. Do something about that belt. Do something for boxing. Take that belt and let's get that belt back in rotation, man, so we can continue on with the sport we love.
Well said, man. Well said. We cooked, man. We've been cooking, man. We got so many of these potential rivalries that I've written down, man. But what I want to do real quick because I wanna call each of them out, and I want to ask both of you guys, and it's just a yes or a no. Do you realistically think they happen?
Ooh, I like this game.
Do you think it happens? Guys in the chat, y'all can play along, obviously. Keyshawn versus Emiliano Vargas. Yes or no? Clay.
Yes. Yes.
Fight.
Yes.
I'm gonna say no.
Ooh.
Blasphemy.
I don't know why.
Blasphemy.
No, I want it to happen. I just don't know if it does. I don't know if it does.
Yeah.
Well, you think Emiliano bounces? He leads the division and goes to 147?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll tell you this.
He's a big kid.
If he does it, I might have semi-duck talk for him. I might have a little bit, not all the way, I might say you're running from, you're conveniently moving away from Abdullah Mason, you're moving away from Keyshawn Davis, you're moving away from these fights, you're moving away from Teofimo, you're moving away from Gary Antoine Russell, you're moving away from a lot of fights down there. So, if you're growing, but you're going to get a little magnifying glass on you at 147. You're just putting a little more pressure on you. I think it's important that you accomplish some things at 140 before you leave. So, but I can see it, but I hope not. I hope he makes something happen in that division.
It's fair. No, I just think he's a big kid. I don't know if it happens, but I hope it does. Abdullah Mason versus Keyshawn Davis.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm going to say yes. I think the seed was planted in that press conference.
Yep.
Fans don't forget.
And they're this close to being on the same side of the street. They're really on the same side of the street right now, as far as Top Rank and being ambassadors for Ring Magazine. So,
and I'll just add this: both of them are so young that that was kind of an easy way out, because I could just say, well, it may not happen in the next couple of years, but they're so young, it could happen 8 years down the line.
Right. It doesn't have to happen tomorrow. Doesn't have to happen in 2026. I'm saying, does it happen? Do we see it? So, yeah, I think we're all in agreement that will probably happen. What do y'all think in the chat? Abdullah Mason versus Floyd Schofield.
Yes.
Yes. Again, they're so young, it could happen down the line.
Yeah, not at 135 though.
No. Absolutely not. That'll be at 140.
Yeah.
Depending on how long that takes to materialize, I think that has to happen. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Floyd Schofield and Oscar got to get on the same page. Oscar, I don't think that happens unless Oscar believes Floyd Schofield can win that fight.
So we're all in agreement on that one. Okay, that's exciting. Jerome Boots Ennis and Virgil Ortiz.
Yes, but possibly yes.
Yes, but I think I'm just trying to make this a little bit interesting. I'm going to say yes, but I think there's a greater chance that one doesn't happen compared to the other fights you mentioned, Johnny.
I think there's a good chance that might happen at 160. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think it could end up happening at 160. Once again, I'm letting you know I'm coming on this show, so I'll tell you up front. I'm not a big fan of Oscar De La Hoya like that. I think he gets in the way of a lot of stuff, and I think he's part of this conversation, unfortunately. And I think, like right now, for example, he's speaking to Ortiz Jr. to move in a different direction. I think he is. I don't think he's not a very trustworthy person. I've seen him do it with Turkey, and I feel like he just did it with Eddie. I feel like Eddie's telling the truth, that they spoke, and Oscar was like, yeah, we want to make that for sure. Yeah. And I think in the background, he's going, listen, champion, he's not even a champion. And he's giving that bullshit-ass speech, and it's ending up with Virgil Ortiz saying, whatever you think, Oscar, I'm looking for you to move me. I just want to fight. And I think we're going to see Virgil Ortiz chase down Sebastian Findor, Keith Thurman winner. I think we're going to see Jerron probably go fight Abbas Baru for that WBA title, elevated, and I think we have a better chance of seeing Xander Zayas and Jerron Boots Ennis in a unification fight than we do of seeing Virgil Ortiz and Jerron Ennis fighting.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. My answer is it better happen because because if you look at the poll, everybody believes. 43% believe that yes, that is the next big boxing rivalry, and it's not just this poll. I'm on. I see some of the other shows, and they talk about this stuff. Like everybody believes that it's inevitable that those two are in a collision course to meet. I think at this point, as a true fight fan, it better happen now.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I think 100% it's earned the attention it's getting, and I think everybody wants to see it. And this fight is a big time ask for a fight, which is why I say yes, I believe the fight happens. When it happens is where I'm in the dark at. I don't know when it happens is how I'm feeling about it. And I agree with I want to say it was Alberta who spoke about the weight issue with Jerron Boots Ennis. He's growing, man. For some reason, I mean, if he is, I haven't seen him this week, but if he is looking like, I don't know, you know what I mean? But that man has talked about going up as high as 168. So it needs to happen soon. And Virgil as well is growing, and he's getting big, and he needs to go up. So that's why I'm saying the fight may happen at 160. But I think it happens regardless, one way or another. It happens.
This is one that I threw out. Teofimo Lopez and Devin Haney.
New. Sorry, I'm going to have to... I hate to say it because I want to see the fight, but I'll just quickly say this. And Clay, I think I would have been on your show maybe saying this. After the event where, like most people, I say Devin looked absolutely terrible in victory and Teo looked decent, I said that was the fight to make, and I got the shellacking from especially from the Teofimo fans. And when Teo ducked the fight, I'm not saying that they can't get into negotiations again, but Teo's going to find a way to ruin it. He doesn't want to fight Devin. Now, for whatever reason, I don't know what that is. He's definitely not scared of him, but there's just something about that fight that makes me think it's going to be the modern day Riddick Bowe Lennox Lewis. Is what it is.
I think it's a lot of see, when you're dealing with fighters like Devin Haney and Teofimo Lopez, who are fighting the best fights that they can fight, they're looking to do that. You're risking L's, right? You're risking plans to be derailed. You can't really plan for those guys to fight each other unless, and you're talking about Devin Haney, a growing, I could see Devin Haney at 154 at some point. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if I could see Teofimo at 154, even though he was saying he would fight Terrence Crawford there. I don't know if, Teo's a small guy. But I'll tell you this, though. On the back end of a victory against Brian Norman Jr., if Teofimo, I'm saying on the back end, no, I'm saying on the back end of that happening, hypothetically, if that happening, him and more importantly, collecting that WBO title, Teo holds a WBO title at 140 pounds. If Teo can defend accordingly against Shakur, I think Turkey Al-Sheikh and the matchmakers organically will push for that fight to happen. I think that's a fight that could happen in that case scenario, but I'm 50-50 with it. I can see Devin Haney moving on into a space where Teo's not going to compete with him at, and they just don't end up fighting. So I'm 50-50. I'm not ready to say no or yes. I'm right in the middle.
I'm going to say emphatically no.
Yeah.
That fight does not happen. It hasn't happened to this point. And because it hasn't happened to this point, I don't think it ever happens. There will always be something that stands in the way, and it could be more on the TO side because this fight was literally right there ready to be made, and my man's walked away from a bag. I don't know. I kind of agree with Fight. There's something there that, just I don't know if Teo has ever really been all in with fighting Devin Haney. I don't know what it is. Maybe he just doesn't like him. I don't know what it is. It's just the interest. I've seen interviews and the stuff that he says, and it's almost like, man, he doesn't even want to fight this guy. And I wonder why, bro. They're rivals, bro. It would be a great fight, and I think it could be a great rivalry, but I think the ship has sailed. To your point, though, I didn't even think about that. I think weight would also play a part in that as well. I don't think as time progresses, Devin Haney will move up. Tio's not really a big guy like that. Nah, I don't see it. I think they're going different directions. And we sit back and years and years from now, it's like, damn, man, that was the one
Missed
that
out
kind
on
of
that.
like
It's gonna be-
I know Fight Sport talked about Lennox Lewis and Riddick Bowe, because I remember
Yeah.
back in the days I wanted to see that and we never did.
Right.
I think I agree with Fight. I don't think it happened. So there you go, Manuel LG. Manuel LG said that he thinks that we were going to say yes to all of them. No, no, we didn't.
I'll just add, it's gonna be like those trainers who heard on the grapevine that Ray Leonard changed weight divisions at the Olympics to avoid Aaron Pryor. It's going to be like, we're going to be like those guys who were like, yes, we want to see them fight in the pros, and it never happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that ship sailed, man. We were there. We were almost at the finish line, and now we'll never see it.
I'm there with you guys. I felt like playing devil's advocate a little bit, because I do feel there is a route potentially there that may make sense, but I think it's very hard for that to make sense. Like, I don't think Tio beats Shakur, and this Devin Haney and Brian Norman Jr. fight, I think, is legitimately 50-50 for me. I'm really some days I'm on this side, some days on that side. I think that fight is 50-50, man, for me. So
yeah. Another one that I'll throw out there: Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson. I forgot who said that. It might have been was it you, Clay, or was it Alex?
Yeah, I said it, and I think that fight, man, bro, I think that fight has to happen almost. I just feel like those guys have crazy history, bro. We even seen sparring footage of them that makes you want to. I want to see those guys fight, man. Oh man, bro, I that's the fight matter, man, bro. Now here's another. Yes. First of all, yes, I think it happens, but yeah, man, if Devin beats Brian Norman, and Shakur beats Tio, he's a WBO champion now. You know what I'm saying? Shakur can go up to 147 for the right amount of money. Make it happen, man. Turkey could make it happen, bro. And Shakur just watched his big brother go up 3 weight classes and beat the best fighter in the world and become undisputed and go in the history books. That man, listen, man, he's a very motivated guy right now. You can see in his eyes. He wants to be great. You've seen the interviews. You see how he's talking. Man. And I think Turkey could give him that bag. I think Turkey could give him that bag, and that cute little adorable daughter of him is going to look at him like, Daddy, so what if you get knocked out? You all right? I don't think he's going to get knocked out. Sure. I'm just saying that your daughter has a habit of telling you what's on her mind. So, but yeah, I can see the fight happening, man. Yes. Long-winded, yes.
Okay, fight.
This is Haney and Shakur.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No. Yeah.
You see, yeah. Everybody in the chat, somebody in the chat was saying we're all going to say yes to all of them. Not all of us are going to feel that way, man.
Well, and here's why. Like most people, okay, I thought Lomachenko beat Haney, and afterwards, when Shakur jumped in the ring, I thought there's no way. Hey, very unlikely Haney's gonna fight Shakur, and he offered him the fight, and Shakur didn't take it over money. And Shakur has had other issues with money when it comes to Turkey, and he changed his stance on that pretty fast. But I just feel that they're on 2 different trajectories right now. I mean, Shakur, he should be hopefully looking to fight everybody at lightweight, which isn't what it used to be. So maybe he moves up. Maybe he moves up to his 4th division sooner than expected. Devin, I mean, he's gone up to his 3rd division already, and there's already talks of him potentially moving up again. Basically, when one guy turns down a fight, I have to take that into consideration and say, okay, actually, I'll just backtrack. Unless 2 fighters are at heavyweight or cruiserweight, where there's a big jump to the next division, or like light heavyweight and cruiserweight, unless some 2 guys are there, then I have to take it into consideration when one fighter turns down the fight, because there's so many other options, so many other weight divisions they can go to. And I just think this one's probably It's not going to happen. And plus, let's just be real. The fight's boring as hell. So I don't know if people are going to push for the fight. We'll see. But I don't think it happens.
Man, what a bad jacket, man. Those guys, did you see their sparring? They're going to throw down, bro, in that fight. They're going to fight each other. They fight each other, man. They're going to fight the living daylights out of each other. No, that fight will not be boring. That fight will be turned up.
Clay, I agree with you, man. I want to see it. I think it could be a good fight, but man, fight is right. There's gonna be a lot of people that are not gonna want to see it based on styles. They're gonna say it's a boring fight. We don't want to see that.
That's why it needs to happen, bro. That's why it needs to happen.
We gotta think. 200,000 feet above. We like realistically, the people.
We have somebody like Turkey. We have Turkey who can see the value in a fight like that.
Turkey man.
Turkey put together Dmitry Bivol and Artur Beterbiev. People didn't think they wanted to see that fight. Promoters didn't want to pay for that fight, but he knew stylistically those guys are great, and if they get in the ring with each other, they're going to give us a fight.
But Beterbiev is a puncher. Beterbiev is a puncher and a pressure fighter, and then you got Bivol. I mean, these two dudes are known.
Devin Haney's throwing medicine balls against the wall. He's throwing medicine balls against the wall, man. Y'all sleeping. He's throwing medicine balls.
I love what you're saying. I'm just trying to think about the public perception, man. I'm trying to keep it a buck. I think there's going to be people that are there's going to be a lot of people that are going to say, what? We don't want to see that. We've already heard it. I've done shows and people are like, nobody want to see that shit, Johnny. And I'm like, what? I want to see it. I think it'll be a freaking great fight. And it's a rivalry fight. But, fight also brought some good points about weight and trajectory.
Yeah, I see my video freezing. I can't do nothing about it. It's crazy. Thank you, Alberto, for letting me know, man. I don't think I can do nothing about it. It's probably me. Maybe the internet is slowing down over here for some reason. I don't know. But
thank you. And I appreciate you guys pulling me up and saying, well, look, fight. They didn't have a boring sparring session. Sparring sessions aren't often boring. So that's my assumption. Now, I could be wrong. And if I'm wrong, I will be the happiest wrong man in the world. But this is the pros, and Shakur just doesn't take risks. It's who he is. And it's not like I'm not dogging the guy. The guy's got, he's like Floyd. He's got brittle hands without moving up many divisions. So I can't blame him. And Devin does take more risks, but in his last fight, it was terrible. His obsession with not taking risks was dreadful. So now I probably sound like a hater, but I'm just this is my way of not meandering so much. It's just getting to the point, and it sounds blunt, but I feel you guys in the audience know me as where my views come from. I'm not hating on either guy. I just don't feel it's going to happen.
Yeah, you're giving your honest opinion here. No, I get it.
Man, respect for sure.
No, I get it. So I don't think it does because of that. But I want to. I want to be wrong so bad about this one.
You will be. Turkey will make sure you're wrong. Don't worry about it. Turkey gonna take care of it.
All right, I got you. And then when I am wrong, make sure you call me out on your show. Like, no, Johnny, that dude.
I'm like, shout out to Johnny over there at the Hangout, but you are wrong, brother. I'm
wrong.
The flyer. Okay. If you didn't get the flyer, I'll send it right over to you. It's going down,
bro. I'm good. I'm good with that. I tell people all the time when I make a prediction, it's all, we're fight fans at the end of the day. None of us are experts, bro. So we're not killing each other for our opinions. But half of the shit that I say is because boxing has kicked me in the nuts and I'm apprehensive, right? But I want to be wrong. Please prove me wrong. I'm okay with that. I'm perfectly okay.
That's why the fight needs to happen. That's why Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez needed to happen. That's why these fights need to happen, because like Dana said and other people have said, we need to get the boxing fans. We have to capture their hearts again. We have to make them believers again. We have to make them optimistic and make them believe these fights can happen, bro. You know what I mean? Because you're right. Boxing has done us boxing fans dirty for so long. It's left us jaded, bro. And we can't we got to become Toys R Us kids again, man. When it comes to this boxing, we got to have a lot of hope and a lot of optimism, man. We got to believe like Peter Pan and the Lost Boys so we can fly. You know what I'm saying? All that good stuff. Let's do it. Let's bring it back. Turkey, bring it back.
I love it. I love it, man. I love it. I think the next two are fairly easy. Ryan Devin.
Yes. Hell yeah.
Yes. I say yes too.
100%.
Emphatically, yes.
That right there, and I love that. I want to say was Malcolm who brought it up, but yeah, that might be the biggest rival of this. It might be. It's up in that conversation. That is a real
definition of rival, right?
Big facts. Big facts.
Right. Based on some of the things that we talked about earlier, right? You know. Fight. Do you agree? Do you make it unanimous, or you're going to say hell no?
I don't agree, and I'm not trying to be a contrarian.
You are just go ahead, man. Go ahead. Tell us why.
We gotta hear why. Go ahead, I'm gonna mute you. I just gotta get something real quick. So go ahead, Cook.
Again, I promise I'm not trying to be a contrarian, but I don't think Ryan Garcia can. I don't think Ryan Garcia can make it happen. Okay, because he could have taken it after his dreadful performance against Rowley, and he chose not to. Devin has shown he's going to keep going after champions, so he's going to go on his own path, and I'm so thankful for that, because after the Times Square card, I did not want to see I had no interest in seeing Garcia fight anybody. So I don't think Garcia is going to be able to make the fight, and regardless of what money is offered his way, this is a guy who unfortunately has money coming out of his ears because he's he's a pretty boy and he's Mexican. So he can literally afford to say no. And he's already said no after the Times Square card. And Haney, thankfully, has shown that he's not going to sit around and wait for fights that don't matter. Again, if this Norman fight is an indication, he's going to take fights that do matter because he is interested in challenging himself. So I do put the blame on Garcia for the fight. Probably not going to happen. Now, I could be wrong, but that's my reason.
So I had to let the dog out to the back real quick. So give me a quick overview of why he doesn't believe that this can happen.
Well, as you can see, Clay definitely agrees with me. He just doesn't want to admit it. He was giving me 2 thumbs way up earlier. No, okay. Garcia already turned down the fight.
He's being sarcastic and lying.
Yeah, I kind of think that.
After the Times Square card, he could have taken the rematch, and he chose not to. So he's already shown that if his head isn't screwed on quite straight, he's not going to take the fight. He's not going to fight anybody. And I don't think Garcia ever gets his head straight. I think he's going to remain the messed up, spoiled brat that he is. And so, and he's got way too much money to where he doesn't have to fight again. And Haney has shown that he's going to chase fights that do challenge him. So therefore, I put it down to Ryan. I don't think this rematch happens.
Lord child.
Lord, shout out to Two-Tone.
Shout out to my brother Tone and the Hatrix. Damn. Fight. You killed it right there, man. Hell no. This fight definitely happens, bro. It has to.
Talk to him, Johnny. Bring it back, man.
It absolutely has to happen. But I knew fight was going to go in that direction, which is dope.
You had a feeling, right? You had a feeling.
I had a feeling. So there you go, y'all. What was the other one? Hold on. I think I got two more. Boots Norman. I say absolutely yes.
Me too.
At some point or another, it has to happen. There are killers, of course. There's just too much that has already been said. It will happen, but it will not happen at 147, obviously. And it all depends. But I think it does find its way to happen eventually one day. I just don't know when. So you say yes. Fight?
I don't know.
Okay, but he didn't say no.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you got to take what you can get, right? So
why don't you know?
Because, well, okay. If I had said no, a lot of people would have got upset with me. But
yes.
Has Norman?
If you feel it's no, say no.
And we're going to be upset with you. You're right. Go ahead.
All right.
Well,
we'll call you a D-bag. It's all right, but it's cool. It's all love at the Hangout spot, baby. It's all love. My man Ray is boxing knows what it's all about when we talk about love.
Ray is.
What's up, guys? Two of my favorite people right here. Two of my favorite people, Johnny and Claymore Rain. Two of the hottest, most intelligent, content creators for the boxing space that you guys will have. Both very fair. Both, even though Johnny sometimes he'd be disagreeing with me on a bunch of stuff.
Of course. I mean, we can't agree on everything. Just like I'm not agreeing with Fight Sport. I'm going back and forth with
Sport. Just trying to kill our dreams, bro. He's just coming in like the Grinch. He got the bag over his back with the little weird ass reindeer, and he's popping up on your roof, and he's jumping. He's taking all the presents from under the trees. He's taking all the candy cane. You know what I'm saying?
You are the Grinch. You are the Grinch that stole Christmas today, bro. Claymore.
He mad because we singing. Because we happy Christmas, bro.
Hold on, I didn't let him finish. We didn't let him finish. Why doesn't Boots versus Norman happen? Because I know you really want to say no.
Okay, yeah, you pushed me to say it. Okay, I don't think it happens. But has Norman suggested that he's going to move up to 154?
Yeah, eventually, yeah, he will. Yeah.
Well, maybe he does.
Business for him. There's still business for him to handle 147, but if a move up to 154 is inevitable, he's told me.
Yeah. And actually, Fight Sport, when we had Norman Sr. on Johnny's show, I'm the one that asked him that question. We were interviewing him at that time, and I asked him, like, hey, so in terms of weight, what do you think? And he did tell us that he's gonna right now, Norman Jr. can manage the 147, but the minute that his body says it's time to go to 154, he's moving him up to 154. So yeah, Johnny's right.
Okay, well, in that case, one of my main reasons for saying no is that I didn't know anything about Norman wanting to move up to 154. I still think 154 is super stacked to where there's so many other fights that could happen.
Oh, come on, Fight Sports, come on. You see it happening. Change your answer. Come on, baby. Bring it on. Bring it in.
Okay. Well, this is the other reason. And this is
not another reason.
Sorry, Clay, but Norman did turn down the fight already. So,
oh Lord,
not seen you coming. He's getting ready to come up here, bro. That is the one you want to trigger that man. Say that, bro.
Fight. You know what you done did, right? Fight. You know what you done did. You Coach Hector Bermudez went after you the other day, and now Brian Norman Sr. is gonna go after you.
He's on his way.
You know that, right?
It's okay.
He's getting his phone off the charger. He's going into that room that he goes into.
I'm surprised I haven't got a text message yet. Where's the link?
He's coming, bro.
All right. I get it.
Now, you know what, Fight Sport, like, I understand where you're coming from, although the arguments, maybe the points that you were trying to say from your perspective wouldn't be the ones I would have said. So, for example, I might have said something like, and again, I do believe they're both going to eventually fight at some point, because part of it is because they're both too young. Like, what is Norman right now? Is he 24? I know he's super young.
He's
yeah.
24.
So you got a 24-year-old and a 27-year-old, and you're telling me at some point in their careers they're going to fight? I mean, Pacquiao and Mayweather ended up fighting, and they were already on the long in the tooth when that happened. So eventually, at some point, those two will fight. But maybe the question would have been this, Clay. Maybe this is the way I would have framed it. Do you believe that Norman Jr. and Boots Ennis will fight during their peak? And my answer to that would have been, I don't think so. And then I would have agreed with you, Fight Sport, because I think the trajectory for Boots Ennis, Johnny, and I know this will be unpopular, but I'm a big Boots guy. Even Clay probably won't like this when I say it, or maybe he will. I don't know. I believe Boots is going to take care of business. And if the Virgil Ortiz fight does happen, Boots is about to show everyone exactly why he's on another level. When it comes to 154 pounds, I think Boots Ennis would knock out Fundura. So I don't even think that fight is close. I believe that Boots' biggest challenge, and it's a maybe, would be Bakram. I think, and I've said this to Clay before, I think the Xander Zayas Boots Ennis fight would be the bigger fight in terms of like popularity, because you're going to have Rock Nation and Jay-Z with Bad Bunny and Eddie Hearn and Matchroom with, you know what I mean? Like, that will be like a global event. That will be big. So I hope that happens, but I'm feeling like if the king of boxing, Bud Crawford, does end up getting that 160-pound undisputed championship, do you know how much money Turkey would offer Terrence Crawford to fight Boots Enos at 160 pounds? I mean, even if Boots was only going to make 30 million, bro, that's legacy. And if you're going to offer, Crawford 150 million, that's a super fight, bro. Especially if think about it this way, Johnny, and I know this is me dreaming about it, but Boots Enos puts buckled ass on Virgil Ortiz, and everybody's shocked. And everybody's like, oh my God, I didn't think that was going to happen. Right? And that's a 154. And he didn't even get a world title yet. But then Turkey says, well, Crawford just won the 160 undisputed. So how about for a one-time super fight, Boots? Would you be willing to come up to 160 and fight old man 38-year-old Crawford at this point, right? And I can't see Boots or Eddie Hearn saying no. Because your worst case scenario is you lost to the greatest fighter of this generation. Canelo did that too. All right. His best case scenario is shit. He might pull it off, Clay. He might actually do it, man. I mean, who knows?
You said a lot there. You said a lot there. But you passed your exit on the highway.
Did I?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. You wishing on a star right now, man.
Yeah, I am.
I don't have that soundbite. I don't have that soundbite, but I will get that just for you, Reyes.
Wishing on a star, you gonna get it? Wishing
See, the thing I like about Reyes boxing is he gives a lot of perspectives, like a lot of perspectives that none of us would ever think. But then he'll put it out there, and we're like, wow, okay, maybe. This one is not one of those. This one is not
But
one
if it happens, though, Johnny, we're gonna remember this, right? If it happens,
you've had better ones. You've had better ones, man.
I've had better ones. All right.
There's absolutely no chance in hell. I don't think Terrence Crawford is interested in fighting Boots Ennis. I don't believe that.
For $150 million.
No, money's money, but nobody's offering that. I don't think people look at that fight that way.
You're talking about Boots beating this dude, and then Boots destroying Virgil Ortiz, which again, wishing on a star because we don't know how that fight's gonna go. This is
honestly, I don't know how the Erickson Lubin fight's gonna go, Johnny. I don't know.
This is too many what ifs, and Bud Crawford isn't getting any younger.
True.
So again, if and we talked about it. We talked about the Boots and Virgil Ortiz. Everybody feels like that's the fight that will become the next big rivalry in boxing, right? But that's got to materialize, right? Because here we are at the end of 2025. So if we are lucky enough to see that in 2026, we don't know, based on the world of boxing, right? We may not see that shit until 2027. And if that doesn't happen, and if we don't see it till 2027, what age is Bud Crawford? 39?
Yeah, 39. Yeah, that wouldn't happen. No.
I
mean, you're right.
Way past his expiration date, so that's the reason why. Like, I don't believe that would happen.
Yeah, I think Crawford has an expiration date on him right now. He's got 1-2 fights max, in my opinion, and I think those fights are more than likely either rematches with Canelo Alvarez or potentially 160-pound undisputed unification prospects, potentially, if the stars line up for him. But he's definitely on his way out the door. Boots don't have enough time to do the work.
Nah.
Right.
Boots got business to take up at 154, which I believe he should be on a collision course with Virgil Ortiz. Absolutely. If Virgil Ortiz gets by Erickson Lubin, like you said.
Yeah. And
I don't know, man. Erickson Lubin.
Yeah, and that's a good fight. I think I'll be real with you. I think that's a 50-50
fight for Lubin, man. It's a crossroads fight, man.
Yep.
He's fought a ton of title eliminators. He's not getting any younger. He wants a title shot. This is his what do I call this? His 8
last dance.
His 8 mile moment.
8 mile moment. 8
mile moment, man. You only got one shot to deliver whatever it is that Eminem said, right? One shot.
Right.
One opportunity.
Yeah,
spaghetti.
I know I jacked it up.
Do not let it go.
I know what I was talking about. I jacked that up.
Something. Yeah.
But nah, I just that one I don't see.
So you would put your money on Virgil on this one still, right? I'll tell you what worries me about Virgil is against Lubin. This fight coming up in Texas.
I love Lubin. I love
Yeah.
Lubin. He's my dude, man. I've been in his camp, bro. But
Right. So I'll tell you where I'm
rough,
worried about
man.
Virgil Ortiz. All right. No. Here's where I'm worried about Virgil Ortiz. It's been too long since he's fought. And part of the reason why is because he had to do some kind of surgery, right? Was it his hand or something?
His hands.
Virgil Ortiz.
Oh,
Virgil Ortiz, right? So if that's true, you now have an Erickson Lubin who had just beaten Andreas Holmes on Pro Box.
Yeah, it was a Pro
Yeah,
Box.
Andrea Holmes.
Yeah.
So, Lubin's in shape. He's tuned up. One shot, one opportunity, right? I don't know, man.
And I think up here, Lubin has matured a lot since the Sebastian Fundora fight. I think he's a different fighter mentally, and I think he's just going to approach this fight with a lot more. It's going to be way more cerebral for him. I think Virgil, when confronted with cerebral energy, from what I can see, he hasn't. Like, I think Madrimov spanked him for those first 3-4 rounds of that fight, and I think that Virgil got lucky with a Madrimov who was coming off the back end of an upper respiratory infection. I think his conditioning was in question. He wasn't able. I think the Madrimov who fought Terrence Crawford beats Virgil Ortiz. So that's
fact,
right? So that being said, Erickson Lubin is now in another chapter in his career. I don't know what we would call it, right? He's not the Hammer anymore. He's evolved into this fighter.
He's the wrench.
Yeah, I know. No, he's more like a calculator with a hammer in his back bag. You know what I'm saying? Like, he is way more cerebral now. He's a boxer. He's setting shots up. He's way more faithful. He's way more faithful to his jab. You know what I mean? He had issues with infidelity with his jab when he was fighting Sebastian, or when he fought Jamel Charlo, and he had those fights. He had issues, but he went and got counseling, and him and his jab have made up, and they've come to an understanding of how they're going to coexist. And we're seeing him and his jab, you know what I'm saying, operate as a couple now. So he's working that jab.
They went to couples therapy, Clay. All right.
Exactly. You feel what I'm saying? They're all, we thought they were going to get divorced, but they're together now, and they're stronger than they've ever been. The kids are loving it. There's a nuclear family going on over there. And I believe that you have an aggressive Virgil Ortiz who likes to be aggressive. He likes to come forward. He likes to push the pace. And I think there are opportunities in there for Virgil Ortiz, for Erickson Lubin to set up a unexperienced cerebral fighter in Virgil Ortiz, because he's just hasn't shown me that he's that yet. But at the same time, he may have evolved. He may have become out better because of the Madrimov fight, because of the Bohachuk fight. He may be also in a different chapter in his career. So 50-50 fight, super competitive.
One thing I will tell you guys, just a little bit, I just want to throw that out there. It may be something, may not. He did leave Coach Mark Ferre. He's working with a new trainer.
That bothered me.
That bothered the shit out of me.
Bothered me.
I found out about that because I reached out to Coach Mark. You know, that's my dude. And I'm like, yo, man, I need to get in the gym. And he's like, hell, Lubin ain't here no more, man. He in Vegas. I'm like, what the fuck happened? He was like, I don't even know.
That part.
But this is the business of boxing.
Yeah.
So that concerned me a little bit. Listen, you know, I'm not, hey, to each his own, right? You know, you do what's best for you, right? What you think is best for your career, but the way it went about it was kind of weird. But either way, so I'm just throwing that out there, right? New trainer, new camp, and we're talking about a dude. When I interviewed him, when I was at his camp, he was really, really happy there because of what Coach Mark and everybody was doing for the mental part, right? Because they felt at this point in his career, that's what mattered the most, right? He's at the tail of his career. We needed to get the mental part right for him to be able to make this last run. We got to get to the finish line. We haven't gotten to the finish line yet. We got to get there. And there's some things that I felt like I needed to get there. And this is exactly the place I need to get there. And then all of a sudden, one fight. I don't know. This is the business of boxing. I'm not throwing any shade. Lubin's still a cool dude. I just wanted to throw that out there. New trainer. I don't know if that matters to a lot of people, or if it doesn't. Maybe it does.
It matters. It matters, Johnny.
Super intangible.
Yeah. No. New trainers are always a big deal because you're changing an entire ecosystem of
Right.
what got you to win. And then here's the other thing too. I'll throw out, Johnny, and we've been around boxing long enough to all know that if you're going to switch trainers, it usually comes from a loss. But he won his last fight, bro.
That's
So
I'm
what
trying to tell
happened?
you. I don't know what happened. Yeah, there. I don't know the specifics. Wouldn't even. Yeah, I
Was
wouldn't
it
feel
mutual? Was it, I mean, we don't know. Shout out to Diego Pacheco and
Yeah.
Benavidez Senior as well, right? Like what happened when you're
Right.
winning?
That's crazy.
You
Yeah.
decided to go in the direction.
I heard that it was so what I hear, and I don't know if
Something
you heard
personal.
this, Johnny,
I had
too.
something personal.
It was nothing personal, and it was a distance thing. That Benavidez Senior is coming from Miami, and Pacheco's really a Seattle guy, a West Coast Seattle guy. So I don't know. I mean, did they say, Johnny? Do you know if who Diego Pacheco is going to be working with next?
I don't know, but Jose Senior is not a Miami guy. He's in Seattle as well.
Yeah, but he traveled.
No. They moved, dude. They moved because Benavidez moved. So when
No,
David
Senior
Benavidez,
Miami, no,
Senior
Benavidez
opened up a whole
Miami,
facility in
yeah, the brand is brand new. The brand
Yeah.
is state of the art facility is in Seattle.
just like
Really?
Robert Garcia got the new facility. Senior has a huge.
okay, I'm
big
off then
facility.
because I thought it was a
no.
Miami thing. Okay,
I think
all right.
there's some truth there, though. I think there is a lot of traveling happening.
Yeah,
And I think-
absolutely. I
you know what I
I
mean?
would disagree with that part of it, but nah, I
And
don't think
David Benavidez seems to have like entered another. He's another person who's changed gears. He switched gears a little bit, and he might be requesting more of his father's presence. And there was a rumor, and let me know if you guys heard it or not, that David Benavidez was entertaining new trainers for a little bit. Like he might have been getting ready to put his father as a manager, and he was entertaining new trainers because of the lack of attention that Senior was able to give David Benavidez, splitting his time with the whole deal. So I think, did you hear about that, Johnny? Did you hear about that? I heard in an interview with Senior talking about
that was a while ago. That had been about I would say about 4 or 5 months ago, maybe.
exactly.
Yeah,
But so
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
assuming
I heard that.
They fixed it. But what was the price of fixing it? Was the price of fixing it taking away from Diego Pacheco's attention that he was getting? Because I think what happened is Senior made a choice. He's like, yeah, you're right.
I don't know. This is weird to me because the same shit happened to Rayo with the whole Rayo situation. Remember, I was there, and that shit shocked the shit out of Senior.
Mm-hmm.
I told him about it at Pro, but I mean, he was like, "Damn, this is crazy. Like I treated this kid like my son. Like he should stay in my house." And obviously he got him that title shot, and he was gonna put him on that card, the Benavidez card. He was gonna put him on that card, on the undercard where Jose.
He was gonna fight Cruz.
Yes, it was supposed to be a rematch. Yes. He had told me in that interview. He said he's going to be on the card. Then all of a sudden,
Don't you think they did him dirty? Don't you think they tried Rayo by putting him in there with Gary Antoine Russell instead of giving that Isaac Cruz fight? I felt like that was a legitimate, spiteful move between the PBC and the Benavidez, because that was his last fight. He's no longer on the PBC.
People were saying that. Yeah, people were saying
it was wicked. Like, where did Gary Antoine coming off of a loss with Alberto Puello? He came up with a loss, and he gets into a championship fight with Gary with Rayo, and he's not even ranked in the WBA rankings. Like,
true.
He wasn't even in it.
That was the voluntary. Yeah, that was the voluntary defense.
Usually
voluntary defense is supposed to be a lot easier.
Did you see how Rayo walked out the ring at the back end of that loss? We haven't seen Rayo since, by the way.
Well, Rayo just announced that he's a free agent now. So I'm pretty sure with that talent, bro, Rayo will end up somewhere. I mean, shit, he might end up with Dana White, if I'm being honest. You know what I mean? Like, if Rayo wants to get on CBS for free, and that could be a Dana White signing right there. Be the first guy to get a Zuffa belt. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, low key, that's a good move for Rayo.
I mean, it's all about money and opportunity, right?
And build himself up. Rayo is lacking, bro. He's a good fighter, but he needs to build himself up to a degree. Rayo was never going to beat Gary Antoine Russell. We knew that. I don't know anybody who was thinking he was never going to beat Gary Antoine Russell. And the reality was he beat up a Chris Colbert who was on some bullshit, right, for a long time, and got caught up in his shit with Rayo. And then he went and he listened to Robert Garcia, and he was able to move around the ring in a way 9 out of 10 people I know didn't even know he had the ability to do. against Isak Cruz. He moved around the ring, boxed, and won that fight and took advantage of a one-dimensional Isak Cruz. It was a momentum that was building for him, but did anybody really see him competing at the highest level of the sport? We were just hoping that his power would translate at 140. We're hoping that maybe, him not having to cut that weight would make him like this big puncher, and that was a chance we get him. But Gary Antoine made him look the way he does. Where does he go from here? I heard rumors that he might even be considering going back down to 135. Well, I mean, what fights are down there at 135 for him to really make? I think going with Dana White, I think he'll be good there. I think he can build himself up, and he can get himself in a situation where he comes back over to a Riyadh season or Ring Magazine situation and be a better fighter for it and get a lot of money on his way there.
Well, excuse me. I would like to see Albert Bell versus Rayo Venezuela for that vacant IBF belt that Raymond Modatai will be vacating when he goes up to 140.
Identify yourself first and say hi.
Whoa. Oh, well, hey man, hey man, sometimes we don't have time for that. When I hear bullshit, we gotta attack it off the rip. You understand? We ain't got time to say hello. But no, but what up? What up, though? What up, though? Hey man, you know how we rocking, man. We at work, man. Shout out to all my third shift workers, man. Shout out to the Midwest Mafia, man. But hey, man, I'm hearing you motherfuckers talking this future rivalry shit, and I feel disrespected. How dare you niggas not mention Jared Anderson and Richard Torres? God damn it, that's a future rivalry. Whoa! I got it. Whoa! But see, y'all doing that shit again. Yeah, y'all gotta let me pull a fight sport. Y'all not letting me explain to you as to why it's not. You feel me? Y'all doing that shit again.
Let him explain. Go ahead, please.
And first off, it's a rivalry because first off, they're two American heavyweights. I must say, they're literally polar opposites. Gang, what my guy coming from the Midwest, your guy coming from the West Coast, you feel me? It's a little bit of a Latin flavor, Rico Suave, you feel me, versus 50 Cent type of shit, you understand? They're both the same age, you feel me? Richard Torres is 26, my fighter turns 26 at the end of this year, you understand me? One fighter is 13-0, one fighter is 18-1, so it's not that they're far off from record, the trajectory isn't far off. Richard Torres, he's an Olympic silver medalist, you feel me? He's accomplished, quote unquote. He has accolades, you feel me? My fighter is a top 10 heavyweight, top 15 heavyweight. Richard Torres is top 15 at the heavyweight division, as much as motherfuckers would like to disagree, you feel me? And this is a battle for American heavyweight supremacy, you understand me? We have to, at the end of the day, we have to find out and delegate who the fuck our next American heavyweight hope can and should and could be. And if it can't be Richard Torres and it can't be Jared Anderson, then goddamn it, who could it be if not one of those two? And I would like to think that they could fight for the crown. Go ahead, talk to me.
First of
I'll
all,
tell you who it's going to be, by the way.
Is not even interested in boxing like that anymore. He's right there with Tank Davis, except he hasn't got nowhere near amount the money that Tank has gotten, and he hasn't accomplished half of what Tank has accomplished. Number one, Torres. Yeah, bro, Torres, bro. We'll leave that there. If that is the future of American heavyweight boxing, then American heavyweight boxing is through. I'd rather put my money on Andy Ruiz. I'd rather bring back Deontay Dan Wilder. I'd rather talk to Jarrell Big Baby Miller. And there's a young bull that Coach Ronnie Shields has got under his shield right now. What's his name again?
Yeah, Joshua Edwards, baby,
Joshua
the Rocket.
Edwards, who is legitimately the future of American heavyweight boxing. Jared Anderson isn't even in the shadows of American boxing. If we got to depend on him, and if we got to if we are bringing up rivalries, and we're talking about Teofimo Lopez and Devin Haney, if we're talking about Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney, if we're talking about Jerron Boots Ennis and Brian Norman Jr., I'm disgusted and embarrassed that we would even entertain what's his name again? Something Torres and Jared Anderson. Nigga, please.
So why is it so why is an Olympic medalist like you just mentioned, Keyshawn Davis and Shakur? Why would an Olympic medalist be something to sneeze at? Why would you disrespect an American
Toledo.
Olympic medalist who's an American prospect? The man is undefeated, I must say. I'm saying, why would you frown upon that?
I'm going to assume that Toledo Trice has a lot to do with you being from Ohio. and I'm going to give you a lot of respect for, because I'm a Jets fan, so I can relate to what you're going through.
You too? Damn, bro.
I'm a Jets fan, so I can relate to what you're doing.
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. My fighter is on a 1-fight win streak. I'm doing well. That McCullough fight. Excuse me. You sound like a Jets fan, because when you can't go on a 1-game win streak, because that's what coaches tell their players. It's week to week. That's what coaches tell their players. It's week to week. It's a 1-game win streak. We want to go on a 1-game win streak every week. My fighter is on a 1-fight win streak. You understand me? Since Bacoli fought my fighter, can I ask you something? Has Bacoli gotten a win since he fought Jared Anderson? Yes or no? Okay, thank you for that. And my fighter, you feel me? Thank you for that. My fighter has gotten a win since that fight. Unlike your fighter, Bacoli.
Who did he beat?
You're missing the boat. You're missing the boat. You're missing the boat.
Who did Martin McCoy lose against? He lost against Joseph Parker.
But in 2 rounds, but he lost in devastating fashion.
Okay,
he lost in worse
fashion after he clipped your boy. So what did your boy really? Your boy, the guy who just lost in 2 rounds, clipped your boy and made him look.
And after that fight, did he win his next fight against F.A. Ajagba? Yes or no? Okay, thank you. So therefore,
Anderson winning his last fight, did he not walk out the ring damn near in tears? He looked like he lost.
Whoa! That seems subjective.
There's no momentum to build on the back of that performance. Where is Jared? Who's Jared Anderson?
Excuse me. Where's Top Rank at? Don't ask about. You're asking about employee. Ask about the company. Ask about the company.
Mason's getting ready to fight for a W.
Ask about
in a few weeks. What are you talking about?
Cool, and that's cool. For him. Where is Top Rank? Don't ask about my fighter. Ask about the company. You're asking about an employee.
Anderson, who's talking about, but Jared didn't.
Excuse me. Since that fight, I'm on a 1-fight win streak, sir. Your fight. I'm on a 1-fight win streak. I cannot help you.
You to say 1 fight and
that's the truth. It's the truth. It's the truth. I can't help that. It's week to week. See, that's a Jets fan who doesn't know about winning, so I can't help you with these things.
Hey, bro, I'm also a corporate fan. We know
all
about wins over
what
here.
They say.
Jared Anderson don't even know if he want to fight no more. Let's look
at
his boxer. Who's he fighting?
Look at his box. Hey, let's look at the rankings. That's what you do. Don't look at the boxer. How about you look at those rankings and tell me why my fighter stands? That's what you do.
Go ahead and throw him into the fire again. He don't want no smoke, but you want it for him. So let Jared show him.
I said Richard Torres. So you got to tell me why Richard Torres isn't a good fight. Tell me why an undefeated Olympic medalist isn't a good fight. Why is that a rivalry?
We have to put perspective on what the topic was that you put their names into. You did this to Jared Anderson. You put him in a situation where he's in a conversation about rivalries. When we're talking about Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney, and we're talking about TFE.
What has Ryan Garcia? When you bring up Ryan Garcia,
you brought up Jared Anderson and Richard Torres. You did that.
If you bring up Ryan Anderson, if you bring up Ryan Garcia, why can't I bring up Jared Anderson? What has Ryan Garcia done? What has Ryan? I'm asking you, what has Ryan Garcia done,
bro? Ryan Garcia arguably damn near knocked out Devin Haney.
But he didn't. He's a cheater. And then I heard you bring up Jarrell Miller. So you would like that guy to be? Excuse me. You would like that guy? Excuse me.
Miller and Jared Anderson.
That's not a rivalry. That guy's older. That guy's 30-something years old. He's 34 years old. My God, I'm giving you two 26-year-olds who I'm trying to put in there together. They're literally on the same trajectory. Excuse me. You said future.
You just playing matchmaking. It's not a rivalry.
Excuse me. The title says future rivalries, does it not? I literally heard. Excuse me. Can I speak, gang? You're on here all night. I'm only on here for a good time, not a long time, gang. Hold on. You got to work with me, gang. What I'm saying is, I got you guys on here giving me imaginary fights against guys who haven't technically won shit. Abdullah Mason, shout out to him from Cleveland, Ohio, but technically he hasn't won his belt yet. Technically, you feel me? Ryan Garcia has never won shit. You feel me? I'm hearing you guys giving me matchups that you would like to see against future, you feel me, future matchups. I'm giving you a future matchup with two 26-year-olds, you feel me, who are in the same promotional company, who are in the same division, who happen to be the same size. When motherfuckers talk about this new style of heavyweight, they're smaller heavyweights. They're in the same stature. You're telling me that wouldn't be a good match? Richard Torres with that Mexican style pressure. Jared Anderson likes to box. You feel me? He's a known knockout artist. I think that would be a good matchup. They're literally polar opposites.
Right.
Jared Anderson is...
Listen, we say good. Hey, probably a good fight, but we're talking about rivalries.
If you're telling me that I give you a good fight and they have a good fights usually lead to if there's a good fight, it will lead to a second one, but not Reyes. If it was a good fight, wouldn't you say that you would like to see it again, right, Reyes?
I think everybody would. Toledo tries. But, the thing is, I think that I understand the point you're trying to make. All right, so I hear you, man. Shout out to the third shift workers. I totally understand where you're coming from. Okay. At the same time, bro, the hard part for us when you mentioned a hope for American boxing is, in truth, you're right. A silver medalist is a silver medalist. Right. And until he challenges himself and maybe fights an Itauma or someone of that sort. I mean, shit, fight Zhilei Zhang for crying out loud.
Reyes, real quick. Do you think that Guido Vianella is a good fighter, as a good heavyweight fighter?
Do I think who? Oh, Guido? The Italian guy? Yeah, he's a good fighter. He's a good fighter.
Now, if I told you I got a win over that guy, what would you say?
You have a win over that guy because Richard Torres beat him?
Mm-hmm. I'm just saying, Richard Torres beat him. No,
I'm glad. No, Toledo, I always am happy when you go on the show because you're so passionate about your people. That's awesome. You know, when you rock with a boxer, you're like a Jets fan, even though Jets are 0-5. I mean, I'm a Raiders fan. I can't say much. I don't even know how the hell we won one game.
It's hard being a Jets fan, man. That's why I relate.
We should be 0-5 right now ourselves.
I need a divorce from the Jets, bro.
Don't do it. Don't do it, man. We can work it out. We can work it out, Johnny.
At least you guys.
We've done all that, Clay, man. I need a divorce. But anyway, that's another.
Okay. The funny thing is, at least your team actually has a lot of great talents, versus our team doesn't. And the ironic thing about this panel right now is the Browns is the better team.
Right. That's right.
The great unfortunate thing, I'm not a Browns fan. Go Pack, go! But the fucking Browns beat my pack. The Browns beat my Packers, and I was very sad to see it. But that's neither here nor there. But go ahead, Riz. That's
Richard Torres against Edwards, or Richard Torres against Richard Torres. Yes. I want to see him, he is part of the future of American heavyweight. He needs to step up. But Jared needs to Jared needs to decide that he wants to box before I play this game of putting American boxing on the back of this man's shoulders, bro.
But why wouldn't all right, so let me ask you, is Jared Anderson not considered a step up for Richard Torres? Yes or no?
Jared Anderson is not want to box anymore, bro.
No.
Richard
Toledo, he wouldn't be a step up.
What?
He wouldn't be.
Man.
Who would you consider?
Who would be the favorite? Well, who would be the favorite? So, who would be the favorite in that fight? Are you serious?
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I think it's a good fight. I just don't think it's a rivalry or will develop into a rivalry, Trees. That's what I'm talking about. If they announce that fight tomorrow, I think it's a good fight.
I don't see how it couldn't develop into a rivalry.
Man of a card, but it'll be on someone's card, and I think it's a good fight.
Yeah, and I think that would, if I heard that fight get announced, Johnny, it would make me excited for Jared Anderson because I know that's a step up for Jared. That's Jared showing me he wants to return back to boxing, and I'd be excited to see him. But yeah, back to your point, rivalry.
No.
So what makes So now I gotta figure this shit out. What makes these other fights that y'all are saying, right? Like, what makes Shakur and Devin a rivalry? What makes this shit right? Like, I'm confused. Now, like both of them guys, I literally don't give I'm serious. Like, because both of them, I'm giving you two guys of the same age. They're in the same. Those two guys aren't even in the same division. I'm giving you two guys who are in the same divisions with the same amount of fights. Well, you're giving me a 5-0 prospect in this Joshua Edwards guy. That's what, and I fuck with him. Shout out to him. I went to watch him in Chicago, but I just don't understand how I'm confused.
Toledo, I'll explain it to you in a simple manner, all right, so that you will understand. There has been a lot of people, call it the boxing space people, that have been asking for a Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson fight for quite a while. So right off the bat, just because the people want to see that, I have not heard one person other than you tonight talk about Richard Torres.
What? Yo, they was literally talking about Richard Torres and Jared Anderson on Top Rank every time they fucking fought. They literally had all type of
in Ohio that have asked for it.
Yeah, no, Ohio.
Not Ohio. I'm talking about literally on Top Rank. They literally had packages where they were placing Richard Torres versus Jared Anderson together. They were talking about that was a fight.
There's a story between Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney. There is a huge story. They grew up together damn near. They competed. They have sparring videos. These guys almost fought at 135 for undisputed, but the
accomplishments both of them have accomplished.
Multiple division champions. We can go on and on. We're talking about storyline.
So Richard Torres and Jared Anderson didn't spar for the USA Olympic team, is what you're telling me? Yes or no?
Nobody.
They probably did.
Knows about it. You're telling me something new right now. So that's what's up.
They probably did.
They did.
Nobody cares about Jared Anderson fighting no damn Richard Torres, bro. You know damn well why you fighting for this. You know damn well nobody care about that.
I don't believe nobody cares about Devin Haney versus Shakur. That's a boring fight. Nobody gives a fuck about that. That's no violence involved in that fight at all. I literally don't give a fuck about that fight. I don't want that fight at all. At all.
Clay, didn't I tell you there were gonna be fans that would say no?
That's why these happen. These are the fans. These fans right here, like this guy right here, is the reason why that fight needs to happen.
Hey, Johnny,
are you telling me you're intrigued in that fight?
Yes. I happen to know that fight is going to be cerebral and it's going to be a sweet science in that 100%. Yes. Let me tell you, your perspective on boxing is the same perspective that tried to shoot down Terrence Crawford fighting Canelo Alvarez. Your perspective was the same perspective that shot at that fight and never gave that fight a chance, and it turned out to be an era-defining fight. The lack of vision of the casual fans, and I apologize in advance for insinuating you're casual, right? But I'm definitely, if you're not a casual fan, speaking to the casual fan space to say is the lack of vision, the lack of perspective, the lack of love for the sweet science of boxing, to where a boxing match has to be bloody and it has to be a knockout in order for it to be intriguing, is why fights like that between Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney need to happen, because you guys need to watch people who actually box well get in the ring with each other, and you need to watch that cerebral chess match happen and watch the real entertainment behind real boxing. The same reason I want to see Andy Cruz fight Shakur Stevenson. The same reason why I want to see, the same reason that Alexander Usyk and Tyson Fury was a great fight. The same reason why Beterbiev and Dmitry Bivol was great fights. Great boxers getting in the ring, throwing down, making it happen. Shakur Stevenson had a great fight with William Zepeda. The sweet science won that night. The idea that, it's not going to be bloody and people ain't going to get knocked out and this and that being the only reason, is why Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson must fight for fans like you to be brought into the fold and appreciate boxing. Yeah.
Sad thing is, I'm the biggest visionary out here. That's the wicked part. See, the thing is, I'm telling you, that's wicked.
You're a big visionary. You got Richard Torres.
I'm trying to tell you. So let me tell you. Let me ask you this. Can you name two other heavyweights that are 26 or younger that are American? If you don't mind me asking.
Okay. See, he threw that are American part. That's the hard, because I'd have been naming off.
I could have named a few. I could have named a few. I just asked you who are, like I said, that are. You see that caveat that are American. You like that?
Yeah,
huh?
The American part's where you got me, man.
Bingo. We got action. That's all I'm saying, gang. And when it's just, I don't know, man. The Devin Haney and the Shakur Stevenson, I suppose, man. But Teofimo and Devin Haney is a bigger fight than that, for the record, if you're throwing it out there.
Yeah, we talked about that. We talked about that one.
I'm just saying, for the record. So that's why I'm saying, man, Shakur is not. The guy Shakur was on fucking ESPN, bro. What they said, your visibility is your best ability, and nobody literally gave a fuck about Shakur. Man went to the zone and nobody followed that shit. Nobody was giving a fuck that Shakur went over there. Like, I'm just saying, man. I get it. Y'all trying to put Shakur in these quote unquote big fights, but ain't nobody fucking with gang like that. And he ducked my fighter, Albert Bell. You know what the fuck going on, Johnny? I had to mention it. But hey, man, he'll never get right until he fight that guy. You feel me? You got to get that monkey off your back first, Shakur. You feel me? You got to show us who the fuck you really are. You understand me? Because you fighting these Yoshinos and these motherfucking Artems and these Padleys and whoever the fuck that guy was. Nobody. The guy who beat the
sanctioning bodies.
Yeah, but that you talking also so you talking about like so you talking about let me ask you something. Who got more wins between William Cepeda and Albert Bell? Who got a better record? Oh, all right. And who was ranked number 1 for their title shot at 130, you feel me? In the WBO and the WBC, and Shakur had to scurry his whole ass on up here to 135 to avoid my fighter. You feel me? Who is ranked right now top 10 or top 15 in the WBC? He's been avoiding my fighter.
He's running towards Gervonta Tank Davis. He's running towards Devin Haney.
How the fuck is he running? How is he running toward him? He hasn't fought those guys. Well, I haven't seen him fight those guys. I've seen him fight. I've seen him run towards Padley. I seen him run towards Padley. I seen him run towards Schofield.
I seen him to run from Shakur and him have to take Josh Padley. You seen Jr. catch the bubble guts and can't fight Shakur Stevenson.
But who got a better record between Schofield and Albert Bell? Who got a better record between Floyd Schofield and Albert Bell? That's what I'm saying, gang. So don't give me that.
Where's Albert Bell right now?
In the top 15 of the WBC, waiting on his voluntary shot from Shakur, weirdo. That's where he's at, goofy ass nigga. Yeah, you're a weirdo. We're waiting on Raymond Muay to grow some nuts, nigga, and give us our title shot. We're waiting on Lamont Roach, nigga. That's what the fuck you're doing.
He's waiting on the opportunity, right? So he's a nobody. He's nobody.
It sounds like we're a boogeyman. It sounds like somebody's scared to fight. Fight us, my nigga. You're the champ. Give us this. It sounds like you're A side. Give us an opportunity. That's what you say, right? Why not us? Why not us? But you're gonna fight these Yoshinos, these Artems. You're fighting bum ass guys. Well, you're right, Johnny. We don't call them bums. We don't call them bums, Johnny. We'll call them hobos. He's not fighting bums. He's fighting hobos.
Lopez. For WBO championship.
They're not fighting, brother. They're not gonna fight, brother.
He's running to Teofimo to get away from
the moment that we make the moment, excuse me. Once I call it a coincidence, you feel me? Once I call it a coinky-dink, the second time I call it a pattern, my nigga. Why the fuck all of a sudden we getting the mother? Excuse me. You're talking while I'm talking. You're talking while I'm talking. All I'm saying
with 9 knockouts.
Excuse me. Right how many knockouts does Devin Haney have? How many knockouts does Devin Haney have? How many knockouts does Devin Haney have?
On some platform screaming for a fight.
Shout out to millions.co. Shout out to millions.co, my nigga. But hey, how many knockouts does Devin Haney have, if you don't mind me asking?
Devin Haney's
but you're telling me it's a rivalry. How many knockouts does Devin Haney have?
It don't matter.
But so why does it matter how many knockouts my fighter got? Why does it matter? Why does it matter? You just told me it matters. You told me it don't matter.
What has Albert Bell done that's so significant?
He's an undefeated fighter who's earned his position in 2 divisions. That's what he's done. Now it's
undefeated. Who's he fighting next?
Now it's so what that Shakur or Raymond Muay if they nut up.
I've never heard of Albert Bell calling out nobody. Who's he trying to fight? Is he calling?
He was just on the show. He just said we would love to take the Shakur fight. Excuse me. You're talking while I'm talking. We literally had the matchmaker from Top Rank get on TBV and say, I offered the fight to Shakur. Shakur ducked Albert Bell. I offered many of fights. We had to let Albert Bell go because nobody wants to fight him. Literally is what the matchmaker from Top Rank said. Now, I don't know what else to tell you, gang. If motherfuckers ain't ducking my fighter, I don't know what that is. But shout out to my third shift workers. Shout out to Toledo, Ohio. Y'all be cool.
Richard Torres and Jared Anderson. Get this guy up out of here. Pack him up, bro. Pack him up, bro.
What just happened?
Hey Johnny, you know that
This dude just came up here and tried to make an argument for nobodies to be in a conversation with rivalry fights that we put in there. We're putting these people in the same conversation of potentially a Morales and a Barrera. And this dude brought up Richard Torres and Jared Anderson and said Jared Anderson is on a 1-fight streak. And then tried to say that Shakur Stevenson is ducking Albert Bell to go fight Teofimo Lopez, bro, at 140. So because he's passionate with his filibuster and holds some kind of weight. Trash, bro. You're just excited and you sound great. You should go put all that energy inside of a booth and drop an album, brother. You know what I'm saying? Go make some money with all that talent. It don't add up to it don't add up to nothing significant. You just sound like you should have added a ad lib in there, a hot track, and at least went platinum somewhere. Go ahead and get your mom out the hood so you ain't got to work a third shift job, bro. But you wasted your time up in here trying to sell something that is not selling. You try to sell a bag of Snickle Fritz up here, bro, with seeds in it and everything. Ain't nobody smoking that no more. It's 2025, bro. If the bag was that hot, bro, you wouldn't have to sell it. Because as soon as you popped it open, we would have known. And I'd have been like, let me get a zip. But you trying to sell me this smelling like piss Mexican brick weed with fucking seeds in it and trying to tell me that it's gas, that I could plant the seeds and take over Stone Mountain. Get up out of here, bro. Take that Snickle Fritz back to where it goes, bro. Where you got it from, bro. Tell them we don't do brick weed out here no more, bro. It's over for that nonsense. Selling the shit out that trash.
Shout out to Clay, man. Clay survived his first DHS crash out here. Clay, Clay, this shit is groundbreaking shit, bro. You crashed out on the hangout spot, bro.
You gotta keep your cool, bro. You gotta keep your cool.
No, I was having a good time, but that dude opened up a bag of Snickle Fritz and would not leave unless I would pay him $150 for it.
See, you that's what Trees does. That's what Trees does. You gotta talk about this crash out on your show.
Yeah,
right.
No, that was amazing. That was amazing that he was so passionate about that. I couldn't believe it.
The part about it is I would love to be able to clip that. Except I couldn't hear either one of y'all because I was just screaming over each other.
My bad.
Okay, so I want to say this real quick, Clay. So shout out to Coach Hector Bermudez. I saw basically Johnny eating your snacks.
Oh yeah,
entertained watching the whole thing, right? Johnny was just eating like he was watching a movie, bro. And
I gave up. I gave up trying to tell them, yo, one at a time, because
one at a time. I know, Johnny. You were trying to be like, let one guy make a point, let the other guy make a point.
I know how them dudes do. They want to filibuster and bring up weak ass numbers and who's undefeated. Who is Albert Bell, bro? Salute to Albert Bell. Don't make me talk bad to him, bro, because I'm sure he's a great fighter, bro. I've seen him fight before.
Excuse me.
Trini, break this up, man. Break this up, man.
To the third shift. I gotta get paid to talk my shit. And we ain't all trying to take our mamas out the hood, man. Third shift here holding down my mama in the daytime. You know what I mean?
I'm a third shift worker, family. Salute.
Salute, man. What's going on, Trini, man? What's going on,
I drive a truck at night. I'm a third shift worker.
Hold on. Trini, before you cook, Tree said with the 2-piece. He left the panel and now he's in the chat.
And that's all that's worth. $2. What he said. He just gave $2 of nonsense. Who's Bakram now?
He said, "Who was Bakram before Tim Zoo?" I'm sure that's intended for you, Clay. So.
Yeah. All right. So I don't mind the Bacoli Torres fight, but the real.
Well, he wasn't talking Bacoli Torres.
Yeah, no. The Anderson. Because I was gonna go into the rivalries, fucking Jared Henderson and Bacoli. You know, you don't want to answer that back?
Nah,
that's a good one.
He beat him bad.
That's a good one. I go with that.
He beat him bad, but Sons, the youngin probably took him lightly. I would want him to dust it off and get back in there with him. But
I like that, Trini.
Trini, you didn't hear him tell you that Bacoli went and got knocked out by Joseph Parker, so he's trash, and his fighter's on a 1-fight streak. Did you hear him tell you
he got off the couch for that fight, man. We know that. He was like 2 hours off the jet lag, man. I would think that Anderson fans would want that get back. You know what I'm saying? But I guess not. But I got Torres if they do fight. but I like his passion for repping his city.
Yeah.
I do
Yeah,
see potential in
sure.
Albert Campana. We nicknamed him Campana over here on my side. But yeah, I do want to see that. But yeah, he got a lot of passion for the city, man. I thought I was repping the Bronx like that.
Oh,
Shit.
child.
But I want to speak on the youngin you had on earlier, man. I like the vibes, man. I like his focus. I'm looking forward to seeing his career. I'm a
Miguel
big fan
Estrada.
of Roman Gonzalez, man. I'm a real big fan of his.
Yeah, that
So
was a
I'm
good interview,
hoping
man.
that
That was a good interview. He was a little he was a little nervous.
yeah. But then he got a little comfortable. I'm glad you ain't lead him into picking Norman. That he picked that off the bat. That was what's
Nah,
up.
no. Listen,
You know what
I
I
don't
mean?
do
Shout
that,
out to
bro.
the
I don't do that, bro. We don't do that here. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion, man.
for sure. Yeah, I appreciated that. Shout out to my B Norman Stormtroopers. You already know. Yeah, CJ, man, what's up? I mean, Claire, what's up?
Doing
Claymore,
good,
what's
family. How
up, man?
you?
You working on that super sign?
Yeah, for sure, man. I'm working on it, man. They told me they ain't print them out yet, bro. So as soon as I get one, I'm gonna throw
They're
it up
telling
back
me
here.
I need a Pro Box sign because I think Kayshawn Davis should make a stop at Pro Box, man. Bomac got his fighters in there a lot. Come back through that, man. Make some noise down there. Roach did it. You know what I mean? He didn't lose, but he did crash out. You got to get in line, man. We got a lot of young dogs coming up, and it's a different league, man. You got to get out there, and that crash out gonna cost him. It's costing him now. I think with his self-admitted mental stuff, we got to get him in the ring as soon as possible, man, because he does have a lot of
Exactly.
potential, and I want to see him mix it up there with the Theos. You know, this guy can make it up to 47, 54 even. He's a big kid.
For sure.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
man.
For sure.
I don't know about Keyshawn going to Pro Box though, man. I think he can do better than that. But
Nah,
shout out to
he
Pro
won't.
Box. I
What's
love
nothing
Pro
wrong
Box.
with Pro Box, man? That's
No,
the
I
whole
love Pro
thing. That
Box, but I
narrative,
don't
I'm
think
trying to
I
change
just
that
don't.
narrative, man. There's nothing wrong with that, bro.
There's nothing
Pro Box
wrong
is
with
gonna
it,
get
but he could
tested
do
down
better.
there.
Hey,
As far
shout
as
out
what?
to can I do a shout out to Mickey real quick? I've never seen a pound. Mick Doonan.
Oh, you give him a
Yeah.
shout out right here. He's I just brought him up in the
Oh, okay,
panel, man.
cool. Because this
Why,
is
he's
cool.
in
He
the
put
chat?
he put the super chat on.
Oh,
Yeah.
I just saw
What I'm
that,
saying,
man.
Johnny, is that's dope because it's a pound, which is like $7. So $4.99 a pound
it?
for the pound. Yeah, it's like $7, man.
Shout out to Mick
respect.
Doonan
That's
for
what's
the
up.
5-pounder. Tree said trees, giving it out for
Nah, for the
Midwest
Midwest
Mafia. Mick Doonan, appreciate you, my brother.
Oh, good, my man. It's a scam. I can't even put in dollars. Cost me more all the time, but all good. Trees, Midwest Mafia. I loved that call, man. He's passionate. That's what boxing's about, eh? Shout
Yeah.
out Reyes. What a man. Love it.
Yes, sir.
Claymore, love your stuff as well. Trini and Johnny. Great show, man. I love it. I love finishing the night shift, 6:30 a.m. and putting this
Respect.
on. It's brilliant. I'll let you continue what you were saying before I come back in. Trini, I'll let you finish your.
No, go ahead. I want to hear you, Mick.
So, what for me, what I've seen a lot. I don't know if you spoke a lot about the boxing Hall of Fame kind of stuff this week, like the Triple G. He should be a first ballot. He will be a first ballot. But there's guys in the UK saying, "Oh, Chris Eubank should be in it." Like Chris Eubank fought 4 world champions and he lost to 3 of them. So forget Chris Eubank Senior. It wasn't even a real world title he had. So nah. There's people that are more deserving. Mikey Garcia and I think Castillo's is a glaring omission from even the nomination. Jose Luis Castillo, he should be on the nomination list surely for the Boxing Hall of Fame.
Possibly.
There's loads of guys in there that never had better careers than Castillo, and Chris Eubank Senior's one of them. I didn't people get him and Nigel Benn had a great fight, but that's what he done. He wasn't he. He fought 7 world champions, lost to 3 of them, and had a secondary belt. So let's get mixed up with what happened and what really happened in that kind of time. He never fought your Roy Jones or your Bernard Hopkins and they're guys on the divisions, James Toney, and they never fought any of the guys. The only guys they fought was Steve Collins and he got packed up. Then he fought Calzaghe, got packed up. So that, like, aye, people saying Triple G's no gonna get in. He'll be a first ballot. He'll get in for sure. Like, people, people kind of cash out and negate the. Oh, he wasn't really that good. He lost to Canelo. Like, fucking hell, he's an all-time great. Canelo's an all-time great, no matter where you put him. Maybe top 50. But apart from his last loss, what has he really done wrong? He's dominated the sport for 7, 8 years. There's nobody really to take it on. There's nobody there to take the I'm the face of boxing where you could have two pay-per-views a year or 2 full big fights as such. Like Crawford, I love Crawford, but he's not got that. The Americans are not really behind him. He couldn't fill a stadium himself as such. It would tough to fight a Canelo kind of figure. But like Canelo's done a lot, like for boxing, and like see when they say that's the first time he's not been a world champion in 7 years, like that's mad. That's crazy stat. Like for me, I think he got fairly beat, but I think people are. I think you have a thing called the here and now, where it's like recency bias. Like Canelo will be seen in 20 years' time as an all-time great as such. But I like Benavidez coming out and saying he doesn't want to drop back down. He's focused on the future. I think he could be somebody that could build off, possibly. But like I hope Canelo comes back and fights. Man, it creates a show. It brings eyes to the sport. As much as I hate Jake Paul and Tank, it brings eyes to the sport. But I don't think I don't think boxing as such has converted those misfit fans, if I would like to say, over. I think that's a huge market that should be brought over, yeah. I don't don't get me wrong, loads of them are 14, 13, 14, 15-year-old kids. Like a lot of these big fights, you didn't see many kids there anymore, yeah. Where they're selling out arenas, but they can, especially in the UK, they're selling out 10, 15, 20,000. But kids are going 12, 13, 14. People laugh at that, but that's the future of our sport. They should be what we're converting into boxing fans and viewing figures and supporting local boxers, boxing clubs, all they kind of things. Yeah. I think Canelo's kind of done that. I think Canelo brought a lot of eyes to the sport, but the Mexican fans will always have that love for boxing, but they need that superstar to also harvest it. Yeah, that's just my opinion on it. But I I don't know if you've got other opinions, but I think like people will say to us, boxing's in a terrible place. It's been going downhill for the last 10 years. We've had Canelo Alvarez, Terence Crawford, Naoya Inoue, Gennady Golovkin, with like Alexander Usyk, Vasyl Lomachenko. We've got Bam Rodriguez. We've had to a point Devin Haney, Teofimo, to a point maybe Josh Taylor. But like boxing's never been more thriving. People that are doing great things. Uh, as are they going to be doing the great things in 2 or 3 years' time? We really need these stars. Bam, I think, well, we've got Nakatani, all these great fighters, but some people just say, oh, they're fighting in Japan, so it doesn't really count. I think I looked at Inoue's wins and he's like beat a 4-weight world champ, beat 4 or 5 unified champs, 25 title fights in a row. Like, that's what we're wanting as boxing fans. Really. That's the sport, they're the people we should be thriving off. But I get it, he fights at crazy times over there. For me, he fights on a Monday at 11 a.m. I'll still watch it. That is my thing. But even for American fights, I'll stay up to 3, 4, 5 o'clock and watch them. But the fighters, the fighters for me are the superstars. But I think there's too much put on hating. I think the whole hating social media kind of thing is quite bad. They would rather hate on these guys than support them because they beat their favourite fighter or such. But A shout out Reyes, I love you, man. You're a great guy. He's the most enthusiastic guy about boxing I've ever met. Positive. If there was a spokesperson for boxing, I'd make it you, Reyes. Because, like, no matter how bad it is or something crap's happening and some fight shouldn't happen, Reyes always shines a light on it. And I like that, man. It's good to catch up with you guys. And I love the show, man. But, Johnny, I'm really sorry for sending you that New York Jets thing. I couldn't help myself after
It's
your
all
rant
good,
earlier.
baby. It's all good, and we love you back, Mick. You
Hey,
you
Mick,
are
you're
guy,
awesome.
man.
Yeah,
Nah,
you're
nah.
awesome, Mick. You're
Yeah,
awesome.
respect, mate.
You
Love
know,
it, man. I'm going to
Salute,
sit
man.
back and...
Salute.
Sorry, you go.
you know, you family here at the hangout spot, Mick.
Yeah,
Let me
yeah.
quick
Sure.
question, Mick.
Not for
Quick
nothing,
question,
right?
quick question, Mick. It's a shame that Crawford can't sell out, like hold down and sell out arena on his own over here, and that's because the media ain't pushing him the way they were supposed to. He's a role model type dude that should have been pushed to the forefront. Where you think he would be at if he was from England?
So, I've got the perfect example for this. So, if you actually
Good question.
watch, so he has an interview with Sean Porter that was released the night before the fight, and he says, How are you going to handle the Mexican fans when you go into that arena?" And he says the same thing all the time. I fought in Scotland against Ricky Burns. He says,
Yes,
my
sir.
thing was, he had a nation behind him. And
Mhm.
they booed me, and they says, thanks for coming and fighting. We love you, but we'll boo you. And they booed him, and see after the fight, round of applause, well done,
Yeah.
Terence, stand out, cheered out. I've also mentioned before, when you look at, see if you look at Mayweather and Hatton fight, like Mayweather played the villain and the whole build up, Hatton taking 30,000 with him
Yep.
over there. But see if you actually watch the end of the fight when they're doing the interview, they all cheered Floyd Mayweather out the ring. And that's when he was changing into Mayweather at that kind of time. It hadn't
Yes,
really
sir.
changed over, but they all cheered him out the ring. Same way Alexander Usyk when he beat Dubois. They all cheered him
Yeah.
out the ring. If Terence Crawford was British or even Scottish, they would fill arenas. It'd fill arenas over here. Like, people talk Eubank Jr. and Ben. Like, nobody goes and watches them. They're only fighting because of their surnames.
Yeah.
But, like, they've always fought on the road. But as I've said before, I think it's more of a race, background, ethnicity thing in America where it holds fighters back, but it's good for other fighters. Do you know what I mean? But if he was British, Terence Crawford, like, there's guys out here like Dalton Smith would sell 20 odd thousand. Josh Warrington, probably nobody's ever heard of him. 20 odd thousand arena, 30,000 football stadium. Lewis Crocker fought a football stadium recently against the other Irish guy. I can't really remember his name, but I thought the other guy won, but Lewis Crocker filled a stadium. Like, they weren't huge names, but you're talking if Terence Crawford was British and he would fill Wembley every time. Alexander Usyk fills Wembley, and he's not even British. Like, that says a lot. But if you're a great fighter and you fight in this country, you would fill stadiums. But I think it's just more a recent thing with even the social media kind of side of things that people would rather. It's more defensive. Or Terence Crawford beat Spence, so if you're a Spence fan, you can't like Crawford going forward. They'd
Yeah,
rather
that's
come on.
nonsense.
They'd rather come on here and or on other shows and not really on here, but other podcasts, and they'd rather say, "Oh, but Crawford beat Spence after a car crash, and Crawford done this, and Crawford's gloves," and instead of just like if he was from the UK, in fact, if he was from any other country, I would say he would be well supported. He's a superstar. It's the same as they've got two athletic stars over there. Probably people's never heard of them, and Melissa Jefferson Wooden or Wooden Jefferson and Levroni, the 400-meter hurdler woman. Oh fuck, what's her name? But she's breaking world records, and she's an absolute superstar. But people, it's just how people are promoted over there. Sydney McLaughlin, Levroni's the woman's name. But she's breaking world records and changing events and breaking more world records, and it's. I just think that sometimes it's the social media side of things that brings boxing down, and sports that's got really bad for me. But I don't know what your kind of side on it is, but for me, I don't care if anybody's black, white, Hispanic, British, Irish. If I didn't have, like, Norman and Haney, I didn't have any dog in that fight. I want to see the fight, but I'm not going to come on and say Haney's rubbish and Norman's rubbish because I want one or the other one to win. I would rather just see a good fight, it go on, and then people move on for it. But at the moment, we didn't get that.
Yeah.
I think that holds people back, yeah. It holds sport back, if anything.
For sure.
But and that's probably why these kids that are going to these events aren't being converted into mainstream boxing fans. Probably because they're seeing so much hate about every big fight, every fighter that loses, every fighter that wins. He was cheated, he was injured, they can't just say, well done. Well done. But tomorrow it'll be Ricky Hatton's funeral. I reckon there'll be about 200,000 people on the streets for Ricky Hatton's funeral tomorrow. Or it'll be Friday morning, yeah. There'll be at least 200,000.
Rest in peace, Ricky.
Rest in peace, champ.
And another thing, man, rest in peace to our Arturo Gotti Jr., man.
Junior. Yeah.
I seen that earlier when I was on my break. Crazy.
Yeah, somebody put a comment. I didn't get a chance to look into that, man.
That was earlier, man, and I saw it, but I was in the middle of the interview with Miguel Estrada, and I apologize I didn't say it earlier, man. But yeah,
R.I.P. champ.
So, when we lose somebody in the boxing community, the boxing world, we all, it's part of the family,
sad.
man.
It's extremely sad. It's sadder when it happens in the ring, but it's even sadder when they didn't get to fulfill the potential that they have.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because I think already he was only 17 or something.
17 years old.
17 years old, yeah.
I didn't
we were
see
just
how he
talking about
died.
Gotti yesterday because the rivalry things. We kept mentioning
Yeah,
him more.
we brought up Gotti yesterday with the whole rivalry conversation, man. I mean, one of my most favorite fighters to watch growing up. I mean, without a doubt.
An absolutely exciting
Hands
fighter.
down.
And he was also a coming in age fight if you were a Floyd Mayweather fan as well. It was that step to, like, I think Gatti was Mayweather's first ever pay-per-view, if I remember correctly. But
Yeah. That was Mayweather. I think that was Mayweather's first pay-per-view, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it was Gatti, and then he
It was
fought.
Gotti. Yeah, it was Gotti.
And,
it was Gotti.
and then he fought. Oh God, the one that beat Zab Judah, and then he fought De La Hoya. It was his third pay-per-view. I can't remember the guy's name. It beat Judah.
You hold the triangle and then you let it go when he actually attacks you.
Amazing, man.
Talking to us?
What?
Were you talking to us, man?
Yeah, sorry guys. I was listening to Mick, and my wife's playing Ghost of Yote. So
how was that game? That game is. I was about to buy that game today. I might buy it.
That game.
I didn't know you're a gamer, bro. But Ghost. If you loved Ghost of Tsushima, can I just
I got that one.
promote this real quick, Johnny? For any of you guys who are on the chat who love Ghost of Tsushima and you guys didn't get Ghost of Yote yet, man, y'all are missing out. This is so badass.
No, I'm picking it up. I'm gonna grab it right now while we're on here right now. I'm about to order it on my PS. But I just want to go on record, yo. This Albert Bell dude, right? That this guy brought up, right? Just
here we go. Don't crash out.
I was hoping Clay let it go.
Just calmly. Just speaking calmly. Just to say that.
All right.
Just to say that this man is ranked number 9 in the WBO, right? Number 6 in the IBF.
Yes.
He's ranked number 15 in the WBC, which Shakur Stevenson holds a belt. He's 15, right? And for the WBA, hold on, where's he at in the WBA? He's number 10. Yeah, bro, big time fan. You heard? Like, salute to the fans. I'm a Jets fan. I kind of get it. But to paint a picture that this guy, that Shakur Stevens ducking this guy who has a great career, I'm sure, ahead of him, who's about to do wonderful things, you know what I'm saying, ahead of him. But I believe my guy, I got to rewind it back and see. I could have sworn he said he's number 1 somewhere, number 2, or I don't know what.
No. What he said was, I'll tell you what he said. First of all, shout out to Malcolm Flex with the 2-piece. He said, "Trees, chill," laughing my ass off. And then a couple of chats later, he said, "My boy crashed out." That was a major crash out. No, what So what happened was that was actually Albert Bell's second fight at 135. Originally, he was at 130, where he was a number one contender for the WBO title for over a year.
I remember that.
He got overlooked. So that's where he was like, how is my guy, number one contender, blah, blah, blah. That's where I believe that whole thing came up. Now, he is, like you just said, he's ranked across top 10 or whatever, but the clock is ticking on my guy. And let me tell you something, Albert Bell's my dude, man. I mean, he's family. We've had him here a bunch of times. The clock is ticking, though. The last time I had him up here, I'm like, man, something's got to go down at 135. And he's confident because from what he said in the interview, again, there's going to be a lot of shakeup at the 135 division because Tank is now fighting Jake.
Right.
So obviously we don't know what's going to happen with the WBA strap, right? Does he come back? Does he come down? I don't believe he does. Me and Clay talked about this earlier. We don't see him going back down to 135. Is he going to be a champion at recess? Is he going to retire and open up an opportunity for somebody else to get the straps? We all know Lucas Body just won his title eliminator for the WBA shot. So he's ranked in the IBF. So I mean, there's just a lot of different avenues that he can go. Raymond Moyataya, who was supposed to be fighting
Andy Cruz.
They said Andy Cruz. I don't know if that's going to go down. I doubt that's going to go down now. So, I mean, there's just a lot of different opportunities that we would hope that eventually he gets an opportunity for, because we feel like he deserves it. But I mean, nothing is it all depends on.
Yeah, he's an undefeated fighter, a contender, and he has his time coming to him, right? That's why I'm saying, like, salute to Albert Bell, fan, supporter. But no, Shakur's not ducking Albert Bell, bro. He's not ducking Albert Bell, bro.
Can I just add something about the lightweight division?
I got you.
Before, see, for
panel, let me jump off. I'm
sorry, I'm just going to be a second, and I'm just going to jump off the call.
Appreciate you, Trini.
Good night, Trini.
I'll stay on the chat. Respect.
Peace, Trini. Peace.
You already know, bro. You fam. Oops. I'm sorry.
So, with that 135 belt, Johnny, for his, it's weird because like Tank had that like regular interim belt, and then he like went back down the way and fought, and then he went up the way and fought like at 140, and then came back down, and then suddenly got like promoted into like the full-time champ.
Not me.
Like he didn't fight lightweight for 4 years, but he held on to the belt.
I thought it was you.
So
it's not me.
Like, are they gonna take him off next? Are they gonna strip him? I don't think they will. I think they were quite happy to keep him as the 135 champ.
Who are you talking about, Mick? I'm sorry, man. The air horns got me distracted. Mick, can you hear me?
Mick's on mute. Mick is on mute.
Yeah, he's on mute.
I don't know.
Yo,
He's on mute.
Yo, salute to you, Toledo Try. I see you there still fighting, you know what I mean? Still arguing, and you want to say because the number 15 guy in Shakur Stevenson's division, his manager tries to make the fight, and Shakur says, I'm not interested in fighting the number 15 guy, so you want to call it a duck. I get it. It's whatever. You know what I'm saying? And he don't got bigger fish to fry. He shouldn't fight Andy Cruz first. He shouldn't have fought Williams Zepeda first. He shouldn't go and do some real ill legacy shit and go up to 140 and fight Teofimo Lopez. He should sit there and honor the requests of Albert Belt's manager, because if he doesn't, he's scared of Albert Belt. Like, I totally get it, right? You know what I'm saying? Like I told you, man, you should be a rapper. You're good. You're good. You know what I'm saying? You should, you know what I mean? Use that filibuster, you know what I'm saying, to put an album out. You good, bro. You got the words, you got the swag, you got the, you know what I mean, goofy, you know what I mean? You sound like one of those drill rappers, you know what I mean? You sound like you got it on lock, you know what I'm saying? Like you out there drill rapping, dancing, but it don't make it a real just because you say it with passion, bro. The man is number 15 specifically in Shakur Stevenson's sanctioning body. That means there's 14 other fighters in front of him, bro, who have a legitimate right to ask for a title shot over that man, bro. There's no picture in the world that's being painted where anybody's biting or drinking from that Kool-Aid that Shakur Stevenson is running from Albert Bell. Not to say that Albert Bell's not a great fighter and couldn't give Shakur Stevenson a great fight, but nah, ducking a number 15th ranked guy. Yeah, bro. Just be a fan. I got you, man. I ain't even mad at you. Like I told you, I'm a Jets fan. I get it.
So can I just, Johnny, can I just throw out this perspective? Because the show is always a very neutral, clean show. There's crash outs here and there at times, but all respect to Albert Bell. Like Johnny said, Albert Bell's been on this show before. I think that, again, Trice, the reality of boxing, brother, and you know this, is that it is unlike any other sport because it doesn't have a playoff format, and fights happen based on a ton of different reasons, right? But Albert Bell is a good fighter. He is undefeated. And if he wants to go ahead and just move on his own lane, man, he doesn't need to. That's the great thing about boxing. Is also what's sad about boxing is that, any fans or any supporters of a fighter can want a certain fight that will never happen, right? That we've seen that happen all the time. Okay. But at the same time, what's also cool about boxing is if you focus on your own lane, whether you're Gervonta Tank Davis and you want to do that version of a lane, or you're Shakur Stevenson and you want to do this version of a lane, if you just focus on your own lane, you'll eventually hit your goal. And I think for someone like Albert Bell, who's 32 years old, who has got a good hometown following, who is undefeated, who has all of these good wins, he was ranked number 1, just like Johnny said, at 130. He probably should be one of the people that signs with Zuffa Boxing, because in all honesty, if he signs with a group like Zuffa, he'll get on CBS for free. And if he's as good as you're saying he is too, Trice, then he'll beat everyone at Zuffa. He'll get a Zuffa belt, and then the Zuffa belt will get him to Turkey, and then he'll get a chance to fight at Riyadh. And and then he doesn't have to chase anyone. He's just going on his own pace, in his own lane, in his own highway. And I think that over the next few years, everybody who's a casual boxing fan, I'm not saying you are, Trice, I'm just saying to the casual boxing fans, you guys are going to get used to the fact that Saudi is so influential that there's a lot of different avenues, and you don't got to call out your Haneys or your T.O.s. You don't have to do that shit anymore. All right. Just be you. Just be good enough to beat everybody that you say you could beat, or you could be exciting. If we're being honest, right? Talking about the Isaac Cruz and Lamont Roach fight, right? Is it that PBC wanted to put that together more so than does Isaac Cruz really deserve a shot at Albert not Super Real Matias at this point? Or does Lamont Roach, you know what I'm saying? Like, that fight got made, but that's not necessarily a fight that is going to get, what is it? It's a pay-per-view, right? Johnny, serious question. How many pay-per-view buys do you think that fight's going to get?
Not a lot.
Right? So, but again, this is the space of boxing. This is how it works, right? You guys want to do it as a pay-per-view rather than free TV? That's on you. What Dana White is offering is for you to get on a stage free on CBS to grow your brand. This is not different than if you fight in the UK and you want to sign with Ben Shalom and Boxer, you can go fight in front of the BBC for free. But if you're the type of fighter like Ben Whitaker, who everybody loves you, everybody knows you, then someone like Eddie Hearn is willing to overpay. And that's what he did, Johnny. I don't know if you knew about this, but when he essentially, I don't want to say he stole Ben Whitaker, because, they were eventually going to be together. But when he took Ben Whitaker from underneath Ben Shalom even realizing that it was happening, he did overpay for Ben Whitaker. Now, that's a promoter betting on a fighter. And Trice, if Albert Bell can get a promoter to bet on him, then the same type of thing will happen, bro. And I think that that's where it's all at. It's not about Shakur Stevenson. It's about Albert Bell.
Yeah, that's awesome. Can I answer that question? Can I speak to this? Am I allowed to, or do you want me to leave it be? So you asking me how many KOs does Devin have? How many belts does Albert Bell have? How many? What does Albert Bell? And I'm not even a big KO guy, right? I don't even care about the KOs. Why did I bring up the KOs? What I'm saying is, if this man doesn't even bring championships or anything, does he bring an exciting fight to the table for Shakur to entertain somebody who's in his bag right now, who's getting paid millions of dollars for his fights, and he's entertaining Teofimo, he's entertaining Lamont Roach, he's entertaining Conor Benn, right? He's entertaining Gervonta Tank Davis. He's in that conversation. What does Albert Bell, God bless him, and what he does for boxing and where he's at with his career as an undefeated fighter, what does he bring to the table to put him in a space to where Shakur Stevenson should give him a shot, right? So here we go. I will have an intellectual conversation with you without all the nonsense that you was doing all up here, which is why I had to, cook you like that. I didn't want to do it that way. I was willing to have a civil conversation with you, but you just probably just listened to Gunner or Young Thug or something and just took those headphones off your ears and were in the zone. I get it. I got a son too. You know what I'm saying? And a daughter. I got kids, right? Who's probably your age, right? So I get how you guys get emotional in your feelings, right? So the topic of the conversation was rival fights, right? You came up here with some goofy Jared Anderson versus Richard Torres, since you're calling people goofy. You came up here with some goofy energy, right? And then you came up here like you were trying to check somebody. But I'm cool. I just let you know very frankly that Richard Torres and Jared Anderson ain't nobody checking for that in the conversation that we're talking about. But you have no, you just popped off Young Thug or Kevin Gates or something in your ears, so you came up here ready to do a drill and slide, right? So you came up here to do a quick drill and slide, and you weren't giving any real precedence to the topic, which was rival fights. So we're talking about Arturo Gotti and Mickey Ward. We're talking about future fights like Devin Haney and maybe Teofimo Lopez. We're talking about big fights, and you bring up two guys who Jared Anderson is like number 15 on some sanctioning body. I don't think he's like, you know what I mean? Like he's not even interested in boxing no more. You brought up Richard Torres, who some people consider still a prospect, right? We're talking about Abdullah Mason, who's getting ready to fight for a WBO title, potentially fighting Emiliano Vargas, an up-and-coming star in the making, right? We're talking about fighters like that, and you brought that up here, right? Now you want to bring up Albert Bell, somebody who's number 15 in the Shakur Stevenson sanctioning body, who you said, and I'm not going to say you said like it's not true, who was number 1 ranked in the WBO at 130 when Shakur Stevenson was down there. He went and fought Conceição out, didn't make weight on the scale, and decided to go up to 135, which the whole space was pushing for him to do, to go up there and get in the conversations with Devin Haney and Gervonta Tank Davis, because he's a generational talent, right? So you want to paint that as he's running from Albert Bell, right? So now you make me have to give you that reality check, because now I got to make Albert Bell look bad. And he doesn't even deserve that, right? Because he's an up-and-coming fighter who's doing the work. But you putting his name in a conversation that he's not really in, right? And then you're doing goofy stuff, talking all crazy out the side of your neck and not listening and trying to overtalk me. So, I mean, it's all good. I'm straight, right? But the reality is, what's most important is that he's a Toledo, Ohio fighter. So is Jared Anderson. And you're doing your job, bro. You're being a real fan, and you're up here pushing for your fighters, and I can respect that. But outside of that, pack that goofy shit up and get it up out of here. Ain't nobody trying to hear that nonsense.
Oh shit! Did you get it all out of your system, Clay?
I'm good. I just want.
Are you done, bro? Are you done?
Because you know, Treese wants to come back with a comeback. And if he does, because I'm ready to wrap this shit up. We've been on for 5 hours.
Yeah.
So you can get a couple of minutes.
You want to come up here, drop a hot 16 and run off. I got him.
But we got DJ Rich of Boxing and BS. What's good, my brother? $2. He said Clay will diss you with class respectfully.
Only way I know how to speak, man.
He does know how to speak. The problem was they were yelling over each other, so you couldn't hear.
It would have been better, like if you let Johnny, if Johnny could have done what Johnny does. Hey, let this person
moderated,
talk.
right? You go. But they were just out. It got to the point where I was like,
you're just eating your popcorn, bro, watching the flames.
So he said he wants to come back and rebuttal that. Again, we ain't doing this for another hour because I'm about to.
I promise I won't talk over him. I promise I won't say nothing. He can say what I'm done. I already said what I had to say. So
Treese, you got about 3 minutes probably.
I don't even need that much. All I say, man. One thing I call a coincidence when it keeps happening. That's what I like to call a pattern. You understand me? So it seems like every time that my fighter is eligible for a title shot, because Johnny and Rick, since my man ain't talking to me and shit like this, let me ask y'all a question. If a fighter is ranked top 10 in the sanction, top 15, top 15 in the sanctioning body, is that guy eligible, yes or no, for a voluntary title shot? Yes or no?
Yeah, but it's voluntary.
That's all I. That was a yes. That was all I asked. All I asked. So bingo. Bingo. And then when I'm hearing the fighter, so bingo. When I'm hearing a guy in a division say, "Oh, I'm looking for fights. I can't find anybody to fight me." Literally in his last fight with Cepeda, the man told you that even though he's ranked number one in every sanctioning body, let some people tell it. You feel me? Before he fought that guy, he fought a guy who wasn't. He fought like I know he was supposed to fight Schofield, who was ranked number 3 in that sanctioning body, but that's neither here nor there. So it's like you can pick who you want to fight, and if you get a voluntary, and I say, like, "Oh, I know a guy, he's undefeated. He's apparently, if you want your guy to have a showcase fight, he's not a knockout puncher. He's not a threat to you. You could apparently shine against that guy." Wouldn't that be something that you would do, Reyes, if you had a fighter that you were quote unquote trying to showcase?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
you know.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was always under the impression that beating undefeated fighters is always good on your resume. You understand? And then it's like when I'm watching the guy, because I was under the impression that he had to leave 130 and not fight. He didn't fight him at 130 because he had to go up to 135. He has to go up to 135, and he must fight Tank, and he must fight Devin, and he must fight none of the guys that he fucking fought at 135. So he went up to 135 and he fought a Yoshino, he fought a Artem, and he fought a Padley, and he fought a William Cepeda. Reyes, if you don't mind me asking, what makes any of those guys more worthy than Albert Bale for a Shakur Stevenson fight? If you don't mind me asking.
I mean, my answer to it is William Cepeda had a promoter that's willing to gamble on him. That was Oscar De La Hoya.
So that makes him more worthy of the opportunity. He has a better record. He has more. He's a better fighter.
Trice, when I was trying to speak on your behalf,
number one,
I'm trying to also say that you know this business. You know how it works in this business. And that's why I was saying I think it's more important for your guy, Albert Bell, to focus on his lane. Because if he can get a Dana White to believe in him, if he can get a promoter to do like what Oscar did, I'm not going to sit there and pretend like I didn't think Shakur was going to completely dominate William Cepeda. And a lot of people felt like, oh, William Cepeda is going to be a great challenge. And I even said, you know what it's going to look like? It'll probably look not as good, but it'll look like when Floyd beat the hell out of why am I forgetting the Mexican kid's name? Because he's got so much heart. Jesus Chavez. And that happened in the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium in San Francisco. The only time you've ever seen Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather on the same card without fighting each other, actually. That was a pretty historic moment there in San Francisco. But William Cepeda had a promoter in both Oscar De La Hoya and the guy in Cancun. I'm forgetting his name right now. The one who always dresses kind of like a flamingo. Both of those guys were putting a lot of money into Cepeda to fight a whole bunch of people, to get him to the undefeated status and be the good fighter that he is. Then the Tevin Farmer thing happened, right? So in some ways, like, Albert Bell kind of needs to do that. Like, he needs to maybe do what Tevin Farmer did, like get himself to a point where someone was willing to give him a shot at like a William Cepeda and showcase himself that way, Trice, because he will not get a shot at Shakur, at Raymond Murataya, at name the champion, dude.
But can I actually? So if I'm asking you that Shakur is the champion, right? He's the guy. He's the. But excuse. And I hear you. Y'all just told me that Raymond Murataya is quote unquote about to vacate. I heard that somebody heard that he's going up to 140, so that belt is going to be vacant. When we look at the IBF, the 1 and 2 spots are not even occupied by a fighter. You see me? So my fighter is basically ranked number.
Hold on, no. Let me correct you, bro. You don't want to do that. Okay, let me correct you. It is occupied. It's occupied. Number 1 at the IBF is Andy Cruz. Number 2 is vacant, and number 3 is Floyd Schofield. When Floyd Schofield wins, if he does, which I think he will, when he beats Jojo Diaz, they'll elevate him to number 2, right? So you're going to have a 1 and a 2 in Floyd Schofield and Andy Cruz who could possibly fight for the IBF. That's if Raymond Murataya leaves. And that's usually what the IBF does. Let me also say that Mark Magsayo, Filipino, right behind him. Let me also say that Lucas Body is right behind him. But Albert Bell, who will probably be ranked either number 6 or number 5, once Floyd Schofield wins, yeah, brother, he can fight for the IBF as a voluntary once they decide there's a champion. So unless Andy Cruz and Floyd Schofield turn down a fight, then what the IBF is going to do is they're going to ask Andy Cruz and Mark Magsayo, do you two want to fight? And if Mark Magsayo turns that down, then they're going to ask Lucas Badi. Like, this is how it works, man. You know that this is how it works.
But that you're missing the boat. What I'm asking you is, that's cool. That's how it works. But what I'm telling you is, if a matchmaker is telling you, I have this guy in your stable, I want you to fight him, and Shakur says no, and I got a guy who's telling me he said no because he's going up to fight. He went up to fight Devin, and he went up to fight Tank, but he didn't fight any of those guys. Would I be wrong for saying that it seems like he's avoiding my guy? And then all of a sudden, when my fighter is eligible to get a voluntary title shot, we're number 15 in your sanctioning body. Now, all of a sudden, I'm hearing you talk about, oh, I want to go up. I have to go up to 140 to fight Tio, even though nobody was asking for that fucking fight. Even though you're the last person to get to 135. Everybody else was at 135 mingling. You haven't even really fought a quote-unquote name at 135, but we demand that you go up to. So am I wrong for thinking that that's like, damn, it's one, like I say, once is a coincidence. The second time seems like this is starting to seem like a pattern, gang. Like you're avoiding my fighter. If you're not ducking him, you're definitely dodging him. What do you think about that?
Trice, your opinion is going to be your opinion. Nobody's going to tell you you're wrong, just like I would never tell Clay that he's wrong,
warning,
right? On his opinion. Like, your opinion is your opinion, man. My opinion is I love the Raiders, even though the Raiders suck. And believe me, a lot of Raider Nation people hate me for saying that shit on Raider podcasts. But it's the motherfucking truth, and now I get to stand on it.
You're keeping it a buck. You're keeping it real.
Right? I'm keeping it a buck, right? So,
yeah, so I'm keeping it a buck. That Shakur ducking my so everybody calm the fuck down. Claymore Rain, you be easy and let me keep on telling the people that Shakur is motherfucker. Your guy's ducking my fighter. I said. You ain't say shit.
I don't think
all you said was that Shakur not as
free.
And I hear,
Trice, you gotta let me talk. Okay, all that happened, Trice, is you gave your very, very strong opinion, right? But the thing is, Clay gets to give his opinion too, whether you agree with it or disagree.
And I just pick up a motherfucker because Shakur ducking my fighter, but I still love you though, Claymore Rain. Shout out to you guys. But the point being, I can't have you on this show. You feel me? You're on a highly elevated platform. You feel me? People fuck with this shit the long way, gang. I can't have you on here telling people that Shakur doesn't need to fight my fighter when that's not true. You feel me? Especially when I got Shakur on this motherfucker, you feel me? Oh, I can't find nobody to fight me. I had to go down the rankings. I had to ask the number 1. I had to ask the number 3. I had to ask the number 6 guy to fight my fight. Well, motherfucker, I know a guy. We've got our hand raised, and he's undefeated. You feel me? He's 28-0. You feel me? We're in the mix. We were number 1 at the division below. And then when I'm watching guys like Bakr Mortzazaliev, who nobody fucking knew before the Tim Tszyu fight, get a whole lot of credit, and all of a sudden he the boogeyman on 154. All I'm saying is give my fighter an opportunity. And Claymore Rain, don't be doing that. You taking money out my fighter pocket, gang. I can't have you doing that. Shakur needs to fight my fighter. I can't have people on here saying that Padley, Artem, and Yoshino are more worthy of the fight than Albertville when it's not true. You see me? That's all. Them guys.
I bet you though, Trice. And again, we're talking about opinions, and I don't want to keep Johnny too long. I'll guarantee you that if Nick would have gotten a chance to speak, he might have argued with you that Josh Padley deserved the shot at that time, right?
I get it because he beat Mark Chamberlain. I know that Mark Chamberlain win was a good win. I hear you. But however, I hear you. However, but on paper, and you feel me? I hear you, and that shit is cool. That's sexy, but I know a guy who's handsome. Goddamn it, who needs that motherfucker. If your fighter is sexy, my fighter is handsome. Goddamn it, we need that Shakur fight. So all I'm saying is Claymore Rain, man, fuck with me, man. If you gonna let it rain, you feel me? Let it rain nice. Don't piss on our head and tell us it's raining, you feel me? And tell us that Shakur not ducking and dodging my fight. If he's not ducking, he's definitely fucking dodging. I need that fight. Lamont Roche, you need to relinquish that motherfucking belt at 130 as well, or you need to be fighting my fighter. Edwin De Los Santos, you need to be fighting my fucking fight. All I'm saying is, man, my fighter deserves an opportunity. You feel me? We got to, if you do me a favor, Claymore right now, just one last favor. If you look at all them records, if you look at all the records at the top 10 of all of those sanctioning bodies, can you find a fighter with a better record than my fighter on paper?
No,
That's
28-0 is a very. It stands out amongst the
Thank
rest
you.
of the people ahead of him. It does.
That's all
like 2 or 3 fighters that what I mean.
For sure, with bigger names and all this type, bigger draws and all that type.
That had 33, 32 wins. He in that fight. Ricardo Nunez sitting there with. Well, no, he has losses, but
he got losses. Exactly, we in the mix because that's all I'm saying. Well, we got guys like our Armando Martinez, Roddy, son of a legend. You feel me? These type of motherfuckers. You feel me? My fighter deserves an opportunity. That's all I'm saying. But shout out to the Hangout spot. You feel me? Shout out to Toledo, Ohio. Albert Bell. We gonna get in the motherfucking mix. They can't duck and dodge us forever. You understand me?
I'd say he's pretty. I'd say he's at a point where he's going to be undeniable very soon.
For sure. And that's all.
Undeniable.
You know
what? Let me say too, guys. Let me say this too.
Undeniable. Right now, people can deny him, and it doesn't look bad.
We're not denying.
Let me say this too. All right, it's going to be fans and people like you who really stand on 2 feet for their people that will get someone like Albert Bell a shot.
I can't deny ya. I'm a straight rider. You know what the fuck going on, Albert Bell? We in the mix.
I'm gonna campaign for Albert Bell, man. Let's let him see him. Let's let him do his thing. Man. I like him. And I get in conversations like this. Albert Bell may see this and be like, yo, this dude this to me, bro. I think you're a great fighter, bro. I think your opportunity's coming. But no, I don't think Shakur ducked. I don't think.
Hey man, well, like you say, if you don't think he ducked, goddamn it, at least think that he dodged. Goddamn, at least think that he dodged. He didn't. What they say?
I'll say he turned him down.
Bet we'll take bingo. I'd accept that. And all I need, Kev Moran, just get on your channel and talk that Albert Bell shit and tell him that we need that fight, man. We in the mix, man. But y'all be cool, man. I know. Hey, one more thing. Before I go. Go Pack, go. Get your Velveeta out. Let's do it.
I should have booted him when he said that shit.
Didn't you know it's time to kick him off? He already landed his plane. You let him put that bullshit out there.
I don't know. I'm too much of a nice guy, Clay. That's what it is.
No, Johnny's
super nice.
Johnny's super nice.
You gotta read the room, Johnny. I'm a nice guy too, but you had to see that coming.
I know. Shit. I don't even know what to say this last hour, man. To say eventful.
Hey, Mick, it was great having you, bro. We appreciate you.
Yeah. Shout out to everybody,
man. I appreciate everybody, man. Nothing but love. Love to
Clay,
talk.
You basically co-hosted the whole show with me, man.
Man, I had a good time.
You did it again, Clay. You did it again.
No, I like building with Johnny.
You did it again.
I think, we having a good time, bro. Johnny, come on, bro. We having a good time.
Yeah. Well, I've done it with Johnny. I think the longest I've ever been with Johnny, I did it one time with him. It was 6 hours. It was just me and Johnny pretty much. Yeah, because I was helping you interview some of the coaches that came through. Hector Bermudez was.
You never know who's going to show up at the Hangout spot, man.
And I'm be real with you, right, Johnny? Like, you give me like ESPN vibes. Like, I can build off you. I can, you know what I'm saying?
Johnny's really good. You know, Johnny's would be fun to talk
because that's where I'm at with it, right? Like that's how I feel about it. You know what I'm saying? But too many times you control your panel well. People come up here and they respect you, and you know, very similar to my show. I'm be honest with you, like very similar, like to my show.
But and Johnny does really great interviews too. You know, not to try to make you blush or nothing, Johnny, but Johnny does really great interviews. He's equal to everybody. He loves the women's boxing, which I love that about Johnny. He gives them a platform. He'll give all the smaller fighters a platform too. 112s, 105s. I love that about Johnny. So
we go from topic to topic to topic. It's not one fighter the whole show. It's not, you know what I mean? It's like
he keeps it balanced. And then the one thing that I will say, Johnny, you promised me this like a couple of months ago, and you still haven't done it for me, man. Football season. Where's our football talk, Johnny?
I'm just
what happened?
Yeah, being a Jets fan is not easy.
We can be depressed together.
I haven't even been watching football like that for like past couple of years. It's hard, bro. They make it difficult.
I look at it like this, Reyes. I mean, when I do these shows, when I'm done, I'm happy. Like I'm like, yo, this is dope. If I do that shit and we just vent, I'm gonna be like miserable when we live. I'm like, what did I just do here? Like,
that's true.
And then you got people like Trice who's gonna come up here and rub it in your face and say weak ass shit about it.
It's not gonna be good. I would like to mix it in there, but I don't think it'll be good for my
for
it's
your
not
psyche.
terrible.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
the
not
hard thing,
good.
what I'll say, Johnny, is I feel your pain.
It's
The
like
difference
you need to
between
be
the
paid,
Jets and
Johnny, to do
Raiders,
that.
though,
Let's be
Can't
real.
feel
We
our
need to
pain.
pay.
We're the worst team in football.
no, you can't
We
say
are
you're the worst, bro.
Who's worse
We
than
haven't
us?
won a game. Are we not? Who's
We're
worse?
about to be right up there with you. Watch.
Dude,
We got
yo, Johnny,
lucky.
he gonna make us fight for the worst spot now. Now we got to debate for the worst spot, bro. This is
Not
ridiculous.
even close. Not even close, man. That's not even worth a crash out, bro. We are by far the undisputed worst team in football right now. We haven't even
okay.
0-5, and we don't even have a turnover. I'll drop the mic on that.
I'm gonna give you a prediction, Johnny. By next year, the Jets will be a playoff team.
Nah.
I've heard this before. This is
I've
very familiar.
I've seen this movie before, man. I've seen this trailer.
I've heard it just
you
like
want to call it.
The same way you just said it. You
Yeah,
guys compete for your team next year. You guys, I guess when you have like all these number one picks, you would think that.
Yeah, you guys re-signed your talents. You got Sauce Gardner, you got Breece Hall, you got Garrett Wilson, you got Armand Membu, who I wanted for the Raiders. Man,
we did something in a
guys
prior
still,
life, bro. We're paying. Karma's kicking our ass right now. Something happened in a prior
the Jets
life.
are going to be good, Johnny. In your lifetime, Clay, you're going to see the Jets be good.
Joe Damon did some fouls to somebody, and they put a hex on our team, bro.
You know how bad it is? Not only are we 0-5, not only do we have a turnover, not only are we the worst team in football, but our ex-quarterback is probably going to jail for assault, for beating up on a 70-year-old dude. Somebody just put it in the chat. And then he got stabbed. It's a toilet full of nasty ass shit going on over there at
it's
One
hard.
Jets Drive or whatever the hell you want to call it, man.
I try to be a Philadelphia Eagle fan and be like, yo, gang green. But they'd be like, oh, you selling out. You just coming over. It's like, yeah, okay.
I know it's rough.
Hey, shout out to Mick. 2 pounds. 2 pounds.
With the 2-pounder Mick said by next year the Jets throwing bottles at Brady's statue. I can't stand Tom Brady. He made my life miserable for 20 years.
Hated him. I swear I did.
Yeah, he needs to go away. He needs to go away. But epic show, man. We had a Claymore crash out, baby.
Wow, that was crazy.
Yeah, that was a good vent, man. I need that crash out because I was just disgusted and flabbergasted. I couldn't believe what we were talking about.
This is the hangout spot, baby. This is what we do.
You can only do that at the hangout spot.
I gave
can't do that on your show, bro.
I'm like, bro, I'm a Jets fan. Like, he was really repping to his city, bro, and you got to respect that. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
He's a real one, man. And trust me, he respect you, man. It's just a back and forth.
No, we good. We good, but I had to get at him.
We all family.
He came up on that energy. He came up in here like, and you know what I mean? Like, hold up, bro. Wait a second, bro. Wait a second. So I had to get at him,
used to it. That was the first time that you really you got subjected to it. We used to it. That ain't
yeah. I've seen it.
That ain't nothing new. I was a little curious, like, how is Clay gonna handle this?
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, I was like, I'm not even gonna get in the middle. The chat was like, let him go. Let him go. Like, you can't hear either one of them because they were just yelling over each other. I hate that part of it, but hey.
Yeah.
It's all good, man.
You need a better mic, bro. You need to figure that shit out. Reception or mic. You need to figure there's like a buzzing sound on your thing.
On me?
So. No, on Toledo Trices when he called. There was like a buzzing.
Yeah, he was on the phone at his job.
Oh, he was at work.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
When that happens, he's at work. Yeah. Too many Modelos for Mark Sanchez. I'm dead. I'm weak. Too many Modelos for Sanchez, man. Modelos.
Hey, you know what you should do, Johnny, is if you I don't know what you're doing on that Saturday, but you and Clay should call the fight together. That could be fun.
Which one?
Both. Do the Dave Allen and the because the Dave Allen.
I'm not sure what I got going on with the wife because
on Saturday, right?
Hangout spots and love. Yeah. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I'll know for sure tomorrow though, but or tonight actually.
Right.
I'll know for sure.
Thursday, right?
But yeah, man, I'm about to tap out, man. I appreciate y'all, man.
Yeah, salute, family. Appreciate you too, man. Peace.
Salute to you,
Peace,
man.
Guys. Thanks, Johnny.
You got it, Brayers. Shout out to all of y'all, man, that rocked out with us tonight. We did another 5-hour show. Reyes Boxing was in the building. Claymore Rain was in the building, man. I just want to give them both a shout out, especially Claymore, man. He basically co-hosted the entire show with me, man, over 5 hours, man. And I love Claymore's take, man. his takes, man. We had a good topic today. We talked about future potential rivalries, and then Claymore gave us his first DHS crash out against Trees, bro. Trees pulled it off, man. Trees pulled it off, bro, because Claymore is a very, very calm, cool, collected dude, man. He'll kill you with kindness. Very, very professional. He gonna cook you, but he gonna cook you professionally. But man, Claymore went in too, man. That was good. That was good to see. It was entertaining, man. But we couldn't hear either one of them, man, because they were yelling over each other. At one point, I was just munching on the casuals here, man. Shout out to Coach Bermuda. Say your sabor. Make sure y'all get y'all shit. I was munching on the sea salt and onion flavor. Very, very good. You know how we do it up here. I got a care package. Hopefully one day we'll be able to sponsor. Yeah, roger that. I know, man. Shout out to you, man. Salute to the panel. Salute to you, man. The Yankees 6-pack of ass, bro. Yankees disappointed us. But I will tell you, man, the hangout spot, we don't disappoint, baby. We family, man. We cook, man. Shout out to Mick Doonan, too. Glad you're feeling better. He came on the panel. I'll get you next time, Mick, because I'm tired, man. I'm tired, bro. 5 hours and 20 minutes, man. I'm just tired, man. Yeah, I'm tired. But yeah, we will be back at it tonight, man. 8 what time tonight? Tonight we will be back at it Thursday night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. What we will probably do is we will break down or talk about our Boots versus Lima predictions. That card is up. Obviously, we got Coach Bermudez that has a couple fighters that are fighting on Sunday. I will be there, boots to ground, in the Seminole Hard Rock in Hollywood, Florida. We got the base, Yo-Nelly Hernandez. He will be on that card. We got Armando Martinez Robbie, undefeated 16-0. He will be on that card. Undefeated heavyweight from Miami, Lorenzo Medina. My guy, Aaron Aponte, who is a super lightweight contender. Shout out to Miami KO Fitness Gym. He'll be fighting on that card. So a lot of good fighters that are going to be fighting this Sunday. The hangout spot will be boots to ground. Checking out the fights, working the fights, hooking up with Coach Hector Bermudez. So we probably won't do a show on Sunday night because I will be at the obviously at the arena unless I decide to do something for my phone. I have not figured out what I'm going to do with that yet, but you never know what's going to pop in the hangout spot and who's going to show up. Great interview earlier. If you guys did not see the interview that we did with undefeated prospect, flyweight prospect, Miguel, the pretty boy assassin Estrada, who is 19 years old, from Canada. Shout out to my guy Chad from Canada for helping to facilitate that interview. He is 3-0 with 2 wins via knockout, coming off a second-round stoppage this Friday. He was in the building. Good interview. Make sure you check out the playback. We got to show our guy some love, man. We got to show him some love. 19 years old, man. The future is extremely bright. Good answers, a student of the game. You will be shocked at some of the answers that he gave to some of my questions. Because, he was talking about old school stuff, and usually don't get that from 19-year-old fighters, man. Usually don't get that from 19-year-old fighters. So we started the show with a good interview, and then we opened it up. Clay jumped on, and then we started cooking with these future potential rivalries, which right now we got in the polls, we got about 100 people that have voted. We got the next big rivalry you believe could happen, and you want to see Boots versus Ortiz is in the lead with 42%. Norman versus Haney is 28%. Shakur versus Teofimo, which we all believe will happen in the first half of 2026, is at 18%. And then I threw out Benavidez versus Bivol. That's at 12%. But we talked about a ton of other ones, man. I took notes, man. We talked about a ton of other ones that not only did we break down, but we went around the horn on the panel and said, do you not think that they happen? So great show, man. Great show, man. But yeah, man, we about to get up out of here, man. Appreciate all of y'all for the love and support. Everybody in the chat, appreciate all the super chats, the likes, man. Make sure you smash that like button on the way out. If you are watching this on X, man, hopefully you shared. If not, follow me on X. Come on over here. Subscribe to the Hangout Spot. There are power in numbers. We're trying to get to that next goal of 3,000 subscribers. We have only been doing boxing content for 17 months. We are growing. We got to get there before November 22nd when we do that epic live fight chat for Brian Norman Jr. and Devin Haney. We will be here doing that. It's going to be absolutely insane. So make sure you guys tell a friend to subscribe to the channel. And yeah. With that being said, appreciate all of y'all. Michelangelo's in the chat. Appreciate you. Toledo Trees lit it up at the end. Got nothing but love for all of y'all, man. So tonight, 9 o'clock, tune in, man. We going to do it up, man. Coach Bermudez will probably be on the panel tonight to give his lock picks for the weekend, because there's a lot of fights going down on the weekend. I will see him on Sunday. So make sure you guys tune in. So with that being said, man, as always, man, appreciate the love and support. This is your boy Johnny signing out from the Hangout spot. Love y'all, and on to the next one, man. See y'all at 9 o'clock tonight. Peace.